sick, not becoming sick. I have no thoughts. Something so compromising would be healing internally, and had my body not presented visible symptoms, I would have never known that. It would have never known to fix the problem. So Tzaddik says, if you see me doing this, when I commit an avera, what I am ultimately showing myself is that something is in a state of disorder. And I will say, in general, we all know that something inside of us, from a religious perspective, is in a state of disorder. I know some of us, I don't know what. I know we all know we're not perfect. We all, well, we all know we're not perfect. We all know that we need work, right? We all know that there's work that has to be done. The shaila is, in what area? What should I be focusing on? And then a person commits an avera, and this is going to sound like a strange statement, but with beauty of an avera, says, oh, now I know not to do this. I know that because I know where the problem is. The avera, it's like pain in the artery, right? We go to the head and we highlight what the pain is in us. Now I know what it is that I have to work on. Goes on, he says, Yuchal v'hasik shomer b'hed, shlish lo iza v'shikha v'avoro chavado. Not in umaydish b'kach. The Bible says, not going to be that remember, only when I commit an avera. I commit an avera is this. Exercising. The avera is usually never just about the avera. Right? We're good people, and we want to do the right thing. So when I commit an avera, usually what that does is it highlights some other dynamic that's occurring as well. Right? Maybe it's self-esteem, or maybe it's self-worth, or maybe it's addiction, or whatever it might be. An avera opens my eyes to a lot of the internal processes which are occurring. So goes on, he says, therefore, again, once I become a bit more self-aware as a result of the commission of the Avera, I begin to address some of the things that are wrong with me. He goes on, Alot שנכשל בבנוסו, ושנקום שלא ההרגומוס, היי בשל הרייס, סוף שמעתיב לחוסר סוף, which means gentleness, lot, right? So Lot committed two big acts of incest. Now, how does that happen? How does that happen? I want to say got drunk. A lot of people get drunk all the time, and they do stupid things. It's a far cry from incest. It's a far cry from, in fact, again, what's interesting to note is Chazal, when they speak about Guinness, there's shivrus and there's shivruso shalot. You can get drunk and you can get lot drunk, right? So lot drunk is what Chazal term for, like, when you're so drunk that you don't even know if there's between right and wrong. I will say the truth is, those of us who have enjoyed a L'chaim, and maybe at times too many L'chaim,
Oh my God, let's just open it.
listen, there's certain things where no matter how drunk you are, to not dwell on your own personal things. It just wouldn't. So Tzaddik says, how does it happen that a person becomes drunk, true, but then comes to engage in an act that is so off the charts in its wrongness, right? Its wrongness in its offenses, to the point that it's very clear that this is not like a Jewish thing, right? That the concept of incest is just a basic part of the basic Noahide code of morality. How does that happen? So Tzaddik says that's what happened because inside Lot had issues with morality in general, right? In fact, again, the Russian Gagarin, that's one of the reasons he wanted to remove the stone, was because of the lack of moral code. So Tzaddik says when you are struggling with internal issues, those internal issues manifest themselves in all different kinds of unexpected ways. So when Lot commits the sin, the world now knows what Lot's inner weakness truly is. And his inner weakness ultimately was this pursuit of our eyes, this pursuit of morality. So Tzaddik just using this as an example that a sin is not just a sin, but an avera is a manifestation of what's working on the inside. Which I will say again, I just want to point out according to the tzaddiks, so again, this is why in Avera, and it sounds strange, but in Avera gives me a gift. Because just like only when I get physically sick that I know what's happening inside of me, and so the physical symptoms are a gift. They show me what to go through, what needs repair, what needs to be addressed. When I commit an Avera, not that we're encouraging, but when I commit an Avera, I know what's wrong inside of me. I know what to go through. I know what needs to be repaired. Both committing to act of incest, it becomes clear that he needs to go ahead and work on his fault. But listen, by the way, I want to be clear. What immorality have we seen both up until this point in time? Nothing. Right? I just want to be clear. Like, Lot hasn't done anything that would have indicated to us that he could have initially and has unfortunately committed something bad. Nothing, nothing, nothing. But for some to
Yo,
understand that the United
there we go.
States is in an internal state of disrepair. And the low rakishin ino tzadik l'gavi davar zeh, lo yinishma v'yinisholo, אלא גם יש לטעם פשט השולים נפגמים לאדם מהשמיים במכוון, וכהכניסן של הכישלונות הללו ולטובת נפשו, כדי לעוררו על ידי כך שישוב בתשובתו המתקראת על אותו דבר. And here was a great spirit of Tzaddik hands. This is very interesting. Therefore, sometimes I will commit great activity. Sometimes very emotional will choreograph and orchestrate certain circumstances which will not permit me to sin in order to get me to a path in reality. So we'll say, so sometimes I commit averos, ultimately again because those averos are representative of a state of great destruction. And sometimes the Ribono Shel Olam causes me to sin and puts me in difficult circumstances or creates amazing possible situations because HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and this is going to sound a little bit strange, HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants me to make this mistake. Help us understand a little bit Aramaic. He starts out and he says, HaKadosh Baruch Hu Kiviyachol creates these circumstances because he wants me to experience failure. Why does he want me to experience failure? Because through the failure, I will discover what my true inner being is. Without failure, I would never know. Without misstep, I would never become aware. Without hate, I would never truly look inside and try to figure out what it is that is hiding. So we'll say that's the end of the oath. And again, in this one oath, I told you, I think it's Tzaddik transformative. So in one oath from Tzaddik teaches us that in any given moment in life, both a Tzaddik and a Rasha, which is such a life affirming so it's such a life affirming precept that nothing in life is absolute. We're not absolute. I'm both a tzaddik and I'm both a rasha, which is good and it's bad. It's bad because I'm also a rasha, but it's also a good thing because I'm not a total rasha. And Baruch Hashem, I find there's a intimacy inside of me. Ultimately, says the tzaddik, a person only commits an avera in an area for which he has something of the avera is the manifestation of something which is in a state of disrepair, which is the gift of the avera. The avera tells me exactly what I have to do. To the point where sometimes the Ribono Shel Olam himself will choreograph circumstances which will enable me to sin in order that I am able to see what is in a state of dysfunction so I know what it is that is breaking. Right? So we'll stop over here. Shkoyach to pick up and Hashem Abakir.
What's up, babies? It is 110 days for this bitch. Are you sure? I think so. Word, dog. How you living, pimp? Swear to my hour all fucked up. 3761, creation of the world, birth of Adam and Eve, Chava. 3631, 130, Seth, son of Adam, was born. 3526, 235, Enosh, son of Seth, was born. Gotta add to this motherfucker. Really? Oh, for sure, dog. Motherfucker, if I ever catch one of you listening to Ghost Therapy app instead of watching my streams, throwing fists. Really? The fuck is this shit? This is the worst. Motherfucker. 34, 36, 324. Kenan, son of Enosh, was born. 34, 36, 325. Kenan, son of Enosh, was born. That cray cray, yo. Yo, really? From Rizzy? West Side. Motherfucker's gonna beat this. Look at the fucking pimp limbs. Alright, are you done? I don't feel right. Why? Reverse cycling, yo. Alright, are you done? No, now we've got a ton of other shit to review. Today's 28th of Nissan 5786, Wednesday, April 14th. What else? Dog, I got some other shit to review. Like what? Dog, it's the Omer, motherfucker. Why are you cussing so much? Why not? Look at the island, and on the share to shout out the message of the Tabana of Sephira Omer. Blessed be Hashem of our King of the universe, who has sanctified us with his commandments and commanded us concerning the counting of the Omer. Today is 14 days, which is 2 weeks of the Omer. Was say? Really? It's whatever you want it to be, baby. Are we done? Oh yeah, Eluve Elu Dibre Elohim Chaim. No one really knows for sure Eluve Elu Dibre Elohim Chaim, but this is the Missouri live by. Alright. Oh shit. Oh, that's like heartburn levels of nastiness. Really? Oh, that's the worst. I gotta take a shit. Really? Sorta. Timeline of Jewish history. Biatch. 3760.
Timeline of Jewish history. Jewish history spans nearly 6,000 years, beginning with the creation, approximately 4,000 years before the Common Era. It continues through the eras of the patriarchs, the Egyptian bondage, the judges, the First Temple era, when the kings of Judah and Israel ruled, the Babylonian exile, and the Second Temple era, which concluded with our being taken into exile yet again by the Romans. Throughout, Torah study and our faith in GD and his promise of redemption were our constant companions, providing the Jewish people with a divine compass through every challenge and change. Which era would you like to jump to?
Oh,
Creation of heaven and earth, and Adam, and Eve. The forefathers. Living in Egypt. Traveling through the desert. Judges and early prophets. Kings and the first holy temple. Exile in Babylon. Building of the second holy temple. Greek cultural domination. Kingdom of Judea, dynasty of the Shashmanaim. Roman client kings and rulers, the Herodian dynasty. The Talmudic era, the Mishnah. The Talmudic era, the Gemara. The Rabbinah. The Janim. The early Rishonim, the Crusade massacres. Later Rishonim, persecutions and expulsions. The great scholars of the Shulchan Aruch and Torah consolidation. Early Acharonim and East European massacres. Acharonim and early Hasidim. Later Acharonim and the changing society. The Holocaust.
Really?
The modern state of Israel. Traveling through the desert. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 1,313 2,448 the Jewish nation crossed the Red Sea. Minus 1,313 2,448 the revelation at Mount Sinai and the giving of the Torah. Minus 1,313.
Yo, all that stuff is cool, but I gotta take a major shit. Oh wait, hold on. I knew it. I knew it. We did it last time. It was like didn't make sense that It seemed like we started here earlier, some shit.
2,448
Here
Moses.
again, dog.
Creation of heaven and earth, and Adam, and Eve.
Okay.
Secular year.
Gotta take a shit. Really? Really, Lily? Who the fuck is Lily? No one knows. This shit is the worst.
Right? That's what Torah does. It teaches us who can learn Mishpat. Do these things, you can't do these things. Do a lot of this, don't do any of this. Engage in this and avoid this. Ella. So that says, well, of course that's true. Well, of course that's true. That's only one element of Torah. That's only one aspect. Ella horas haTorah la'adam higam be'etzem halimut. He says there is something profoundly starting in the process of learning Torah. And I will say, what the topic is highlighting here is the unspoken dynamic that I think we have all experienced, but here I'm talking is giving verbal form. I will say, you know what the true power of learning? Why is it, think about this moment. We start talking emphasis on learning. Right? Why give emphasis? Why give emphasis on coming for such a great teacher? So of course, on one basic level, because in order to be a good Jew, you have to know what to do. Right? It's no different. You wanna get your license. You have to study the driver's manual because you have to know, how many car lessons you need to do the car, correctly, right? You need to know how many feet, how long you have to stop for a stop sign. You need to know the laws in order to pass the test. I need to know the halachas in order to be a functional Jew. Somebody says, well, so what have to do with Torah? What happens to do with learning? The process of learning and engaging in the Torah makes me a more thoughtful and introspective person. So I say, we know this. You feel different when you learn. You just feel different. You just become a different kind of person. Now, that's because I know now what to do better. I'm a better person because I know how to keep Shabbos better because I'm learning the halachos of the Rabbi. That is. Like, I'm a better person because now I'm learning Yuma. I'm going to know how to observe Yom Kippur. Is that what we're saying over here? So this is something much more profound. When I engage in Torah, there's an unspoken dynamic that allows me to be more introspective. And it's that unspoken dynamic that allows for introspection that allows me to seek out other things which are in the state of disrepair. And listen, we know this. We know this because you feel different after you learn. He goes on, he says, here's a proof to this, a horrible proof. The H-Topia has had I'm going to show you that learning has an impact that allows you to be a more introspective and thoughtful person, even and not related per se to an enhanced knowledge of operational Judaism. What's the proof to this? This is incredible. Shahare, Gam Kisha Adam Lomid and Ine Seder Kotshi. I'm the doubter being in Akabaros Hakabaros. Nikra the Nachshavla Hadavar Shol Sikadora. What's the proof? Let's say a person's learning Kotshi. It goes to that very soon. Spends a lot of time on Moshe Mishko. Right? Or even in Yuma, we've had sukkahs again with Karbanos. So I'm learning Karbanos, right? I'm going to say in general, how do we relate to a sukkah of Karbanos? Horin Shekam as Hatorah Mora es Darko, Umadricha also Ketzam Haginas Nafshav, Am Shadavar Eino Nogea Keis Lemaisimofor. You see that what I'm saying? When I learn a sukkah of Karbanos, for example, what's the relevance of a sukkah of Kachim to me right now? What's the relevance? None. None. None of us, right? We saw this. We're learning circus in Yuma Beth and Asa English. What's the relevance right now? Right now, today, it's Monday. What's the relevance this moment? And the answer is nothing right now. Again, in Eretz Hashem, we don't have third base in English. Hopefully, we've been spending a lot of time on the blueprint of the Torah. Right? That's what I hope. Right? So therefore, again, we will go ahead and Eretz Hashem knows the layout. Is there a takeaway for me? Okay, so there's a hashkafic takeaway, but is there a halacha l'maisa takeaway? So okay, no, but yet I feel changed by the reading. I feel changed by the learning. I am a different person. Yes, I am more thoughtful. I am more introspective. How does that occur? How does that occur? So if Torah was just operational, or if Torah at the end of the day was just to go ahead and teach me what to do or not to do, so then I wouldn't wear a short Masuki and kutcher and I would say, all right, I mean, I just kind of like I spun my wheels a little bit, right? I didn't really do anything over here. But the fact that I feel changed, and the fact that I feel different, and the fact that I feel that there's something that's been sparked inside of me, even when I learn something that's not halacha myself, indicates to me the power of Talmud Torah. He goes on, he says, Hari Shigam Az, let's finish with this line. Hari Shigam Az HaTorah Moralo is Darko. Oh, Madricha also, because what I'm saying, even when I'm learning something that is not halacha myself, or I'm learning something that doesn't have a quote unquote practical day-to-day application right in this moment. He goes on, he says, nevertheless, Morlo is Darko, Umajicho Zakitila Takinis Nafsho, Av Shadavar Eino Nokia Leis Lamaisabah. So I will say that something else is again, and this is really so profound, because sometimes, all of us are used to this emphasis on learning. Learning. But sometimes it's not explained to us why learning is important. So of course, there's an operational piece to our learning. The operational piece of our learning is I need to know what to do in life. So I have to learn Yiddishkeit in order to know how to be a good practicing Jew. But on a deeper level, the Chabad says the power of learning is that it awakens us to our deficiencies. The power of learning is that it causes us to be thoughtful. The power of learning is that it sparks a deeper introspection. And that irrespective of the field which is being studied. Even if what I'm studying has nothing to do with my life, so to speak. And engaging in Torah, by definition, sparks a process of introspection. That's the process of introspection that's normally only sparked, right? Here's incredible. What is the only other time that it's normally sparked? When I sing. Right? It's incredible. That's normally when this process is sparked. When I commit to Avera, I realize,
This
oh,
athleticism.
listen, I have shortcomings. I need to work on that. The Talmud says there's a way to jumpstart that process of introspection, even without the faith. And it's called Torah. As was stop over here, we're going to pick up with the steam in your session. All right, Jonathan, good morning. Let us begin. So we are continuing in Yez Hashem, the hosting test this morning. So remember again, we began this particular piece yesterday. We are, remember, introduced us to the idea of the power of Torah. That you are the often think as Torah as the way in which we learn what to do that Torah teaches us again in some say in some close times, they probably practice conditions. Rabbi introduces us to the idea that Torah is in fact so much more impactful and profound. The Torah from Lashon Hura'ah, Lashon of instruction, or Lashon of guidance, ultimately teaches us how to be introspective. And goes ahead and allows us, puts us in an introspective, contemplative frame of mind, to be able to go ahead and look at ourselves and look at life in a critical way. So remember again, Rebbe, this piece is coming on the heels of the previous piece where Rebbe taught that there's a gift in sin. And the gift in sin is that sin has the ability to point out my deficiencies and shortcomings, which is incredible, which is wonderful, except Rebbe says, is there a way to learn about my deficiencies and shortcomings without sin? Which the Rebbe says, yes, in Torah. that when I learn, again, I become more attentive to myself. When I learn, I become more introspective. And when I learn, I have the ability to go ahead and see my deficiencies and shortcomings, even in the absence of sin. So let's continue with this. As we're picking up on page Kufman Days, in the Biuria Hasidus, the right-hand column says, I think you may have read this to me, Shlokiach HaKadama, improvement in attitude of Rema, and the following idea. Shaharigan Sha'odom Romi and Guinness function. And the Daber Giving Hadravas and Kamaros. For example, even when a person is touched, beneficial matters that do with Kamaros. Mikra Yaksha Mohadavar Shubusik HaTorah. Harishikam as HaTorah Bora Loras Dakho. Ubachuka also Lamaisa Bahar. It's interesting enough to remember after this. Even when a person is touched, it's part of learning Kamaros. So when I learn Kamaros, there's nothing per se halacha or nice for me. So if you assume that the power of Torah is that it tells me what to do and what not to do, but the entire value of Torah lives in the realm of being an instructive guide for what to do in everyday life, which of course is a major part of Torah. Then what exactly do I get from Kachim? What do I get? What do I get from this? Elamai says that you see that the power of Torah is such that even when I learn something that is quote unquote not halacha l'maisa in terms of the do's and don'ts in life, it's halacha l'maisa that it forces me to become a more introspective, thoughtful person. I love this. This is truly beautiful what he writes now. It seems that Radama, let me explain to you how this works. He says in himself, he says, in case of Radama, Akatra, Bakimo Shora, Zilizal, Magic Control say a beautiful and moving shape where the pasuk says, "Va'osi azu ve'astarasi lo shamai." So the pasuk in Eichos says, "Which Baruch Hu laments that Klal Yisrael they have left me, osi azavu, they have left me, sorasi lo shamai." Sorry, this is and they did not keep my Torah. So once if you think about it, it sounds a little bit redundant, right? If you say osi azavu, they left me. Then of course that means they didn't keep my Torah. Same idea. If you say they didn't keep my Torah, that means they left me. So why does the Navi have to say both things? Why does it have to say, "Oh, see, Azavu, they left me"? That Sorasai lo Shalom, they didn't keep my Torah. So listen to this incredible illustration. Jewish Baruch Hu, because he's in the Kiyach over the Olo Shalom says, "Halavai, oh, see, Azu, the Sorasi Shalom." Listen, it's wild. That just right. Trump says, you know what? Halavai, I wish that they had just left me, but kept my Torah. And I would say, what does that mean? So can you imagine this person? You know what? If they don't want a relationship with me, okay, I can live with that. But at least they should be keeping my Torah. So what Shahare is asking for Hamaor Sheba, Maxis Vehapose, for Sibosis, incredible. What the emotional was saying was, Malis would have just forsaken the relationship with me. I could have lived with that as long as they would have kept learning Torah. Because if they keep learning Torah under those circumstances, Torah will awaken them to light within them. Because when a person learns, as we were saying before, they become more introspective. When a person learns, they become more thoughtful. When a person learns, they're willing to encounter, they're willing to embrace their own shortfalls and deficiencies. So Baruch Hu says, even if Klal Yisrael would have totally left me, if at least they would have kept learning my Torah, there would have been more personalistic rehabilitation. The Rishwar who laments the double tragedy. Osiazvu, they left me, the Sorasai lo Shamara, and they didn't keep my Torah. They stopped learning. And when a Jew stops learning, the entire vehicle for introspection and the entire vehicle for self-evaluation, it dissipates. He goes on, he says, Shamar Shabbat HaTorah, Or Chachmas HaTorah, Meirko, Lachimo Mechashechas Arusios, Shenitze B'Sifros HaYitzhara, Ad Shechozer La'avodas Hashem Yisbarach. What's he writing now? The Tzaddik writes, with the wisdom of Torah, he has the ability to go ahead and literally illuminate one from foolishness of the Yitzhak. So ultimately, one finds their way back to the Ribono Shel Olam. So we'll say, so here lies the power of Torah, says Reb Tzaddik. So we see, it turns out that according to Reb Tzaddik, there's really two elements to learning. There's the functional utilitarian part of learning, which is I learn Torah. Why? Because how is it a functional Jew without Torah? Right? In other words, we'll say, how do I keep Shabbos if I don't know the Shabbos? And how do I keep kashrus if I don't know the kashrus? Right? And how do I wash my hands in the morning if I don't know the halachos in the Pilat? This is a functional piece. I need to learn Torah in order to be able to properly live as a Jew. This is an incredibly important yesod. But part two says Rabbi, and once you notice, this is one of these dynamics where I think deeper explains where you try to explain with a word, but at the end of the day, the words don't really do it justice because it's a dynamic that you just have to experience in order to really understand its fulfillment. The second dynamic of Torah is ultimately, again, when I go ahead and I learn, it opens my eyes and it opens my heart to what? To me. I feel like a different person. I feel like a different person. And I'm willing to introspect. And I'm willing to self evaluate. And I'm willing to engage in the process of self judgment. And I'm willing to do all of these things so that I can tackle my shortcomings and my deficiencies without having to sin. So let's say, so what something is positing is there are two ways you come to the process of self evaluation. By possibility, one is I sin. And again, the great part of sin, that sounds strange, but the great part of sin is I know what my weaknesses are, I know what my deficiencies are, I know what I have to do. But then there's the process of learning. And when I learn, I have the ability to go ahead and engage in this process of self evaluation without the sin. And how does it work? Torah opens my mind. Herein lies the power of Torah. Torah opens my mind, allows me to be self-evaluative, allows me to introspect, and allows me to truly see me for who I am, both the good as well as the not so good. The learning of Torah fundamentally transforms us. The Rebbe goes on. He says, Undam, Vahashpa'as HaTorah Ha'ala U'Tikva. Yesh Kama Madrigo Shonim. So let's at least begin this at least today. And then there's Hashem we'll go by foot. So he says, in this process of learning Torah in call it self-evaluative or transformative fashion, there are different levels. There's different levels. He says, today, Torah Yofiya Eisikva, Yodak Zerachutav, Va'ayede Ardi HaTorah, Agune Madina Yesrin, Umatzi Menagi, Umatzi Mitzahar Shalom Yachshivanu Ulamid. So we'll say this is actually a very interesting idea. Something said, he quotes over the Gemara Masechet Sota, and the Gemara discussed the idea that Torah Mikna and Matzah. Torah provides these two different aspects to it. Mikna means it protects us, or I should say, like a magin, or it shields me, and Matzah, it saves me. Protects me and saves me. Now all those two words seem synonymous. In fact, mean two different things. So Rashi, for example, says, Rashi says, Mikna Matzah. He says, Mikna means it protects me from these certain punishments. From punishments, from suffering, that Torah has the ability to protect me from punishment and suffering. Matzah saves me, means it has the ability to save me from the Sahara. Two different components. Torah has the ability to save me from suffering, Migdal, Matzah from the Sahara. Which tells you, we're going to see that it's going to say that these two aspects show you the two different dynamics within Torah. He goes on, he says, Kol Shamru Chazal B'Sota, Ubikach, HaTorah Madlika Asa Adam, Kitzad Yuchal L'Take Es Nafsho. וזהו הפירוש, שמה שמה באור שבא סרסות במודות. Or, we'll say, we'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up in the next session with this piece. But again, just to go with these dynamics, when we see this Torah, Mikra Umatzah, this is a phrase that's very often quoted about the power of Torah. Mikra, it saves me from Yisurim, which means punishment or suffering. And Matzah, and it saves me from myself. Sorry, so it's a couple of different today. We'll pick up the minutes to show where this dynamic is from.
Make me clean delicious remember. Shamakan, Amashkan, Yishamabad, Pikatanai, Mufesa, Umofila, so. Uh, Rabbi, so you got like 30 minutes of this bitch just taking down some allegedly.
Jewish year event in history. Minus 3,761 creation of the world. Birth of Adam and Eve, Chavin. Minus 3,631 130 Seth, son of Adam, was born. Minus 3,526 235 Enosh, son of Seth, was born. Minus 3,436 325 Kenan, son of Enosh, was born. Minus 3,366 395 Mehalil, son of Kenan, was born. Minus 3,301 460 son of Mehalil, was born. Minus 3,139 622 Chanuk, son of Ur, was born. Minus 3,074 687 Metushalach, son of Chanuk, was born. Minus 2,887 874 Lemektu, son of Metushalach, was born. Minus 2,831 930 Adam died. Minus 2,705 1056 Noah, son of Lemektu, was born. Minus 2,225 1,536 Noah began the construction of the ark. Minus 2,205 1,556 Yaved, son of Noah, was born. Minus 2,204 1,557 Cham, son of Noah, was born. Minus 2,203 1,558 Shem, son of Noah, was born. Minus 2,105 1,656 Metushelach died. Minus 2,105 1,656 The great flood covered the earth. Minus 2,103 1,658 Arpachshad, son of Shem, was born. Minus 2068 1,693 Shalach, son of Arpachshad, born. Minus 2038 1,723 Eber, son of Shalach, was born. Minus 2004 1,757 Peleg, son of Eber, was born. Minus 1974 1,787 Reu, son of Peleg, was born. Minus 1942 1,819 Sirach, son of Reu, was born. Minus 1912 1,849 Nacharai, son of Sirach, was born. Minus 1,883 1,878 Terah, son of Nacharai, was born. The forefathers. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 1,813 1948 Abraham, son of Terah, was born. Minus 1,803 1958 Sarah, daughter of Haran, was born. Minus 1,788 1973 Abraham married Sarah. Minus 1,765 1996 dispersion from Babel after building the tower. Minus 1,761 2000 Terah left Ur Kasdim with his family. Minus 1,755 2006 Noah died. Minus 1,743 2018 The covenant, Brit Bain Habitarum, with Abraham. Minus 1,738 2023 Abraham settled in Canaan. Minus 1,727 2034 Ishmael, son of Abraham, was born. Minus 1,713 2048 Abraham circumcised himself and Ishmael. Minus 1,713 2048 Sodom and Gomorrah were destroyed. Minus 1,713 2048 Isaac, son of Abraham, was born. Minus 1,677 2084 The Acta, where Isaac was brought on the altar by Abraham. Minus 1,677 2084 Sarah died. Minus 1,653 2,108 Jacob and Esau were born. Minus 1,638 2,123 Abraham died. Minus 1,603 2,158 Shem, son of Noah, died. Minus 1,590 2,171 Isaac blessed Jacob instead of Esau. Minus 1,576 2,185 Jacob went to Haran. Minus 1,574 2,187 Eber, great-grandson of Shem, died. Minus 1,569 2,192 Jacob married Leah and Rachel. Minus 1,566 2,195 Levi, son of Jacob and Leah, was born. Minus 1,562 2,199 Joseph, son of Jacob and Rachel, was born. Minus 1,556 2,205 Jacob left Haran. Minus 1,553 2,208 Benjamin was born. Minus 1,545 2,216 Joseph was sold. Minus 1,533 2,228 Isaac died. Minus 1,532 2,229 Joseph became viceroy of Egypt. Minus 1,526 2,235 Kahat, son of Levi, was born. Minus 1,523 2,238 Jacob, and his family, went to Egypt. Living in Egypt. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 1,506 2,255 Jacob died. Minus 1,429 2,332 after Levi died. The enslavement in Egypt began. Minus 1,393 2,368 Moses was born. Minus 1,355 2,406 Joshua was born. Minus 1,314 2,447 Moses encountered the burning bush. Minus 1,313 2,448 The Jewish nation left Egypt. Traveling through the desert. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 1,313 2,448 The Jewish nation crossed the Red Sea. Minus 1,313 2,448 The revelation at Mount Sinai and the giving of the Torah. Minus 1,313 2,448 Moses broke the tablets. Minus 1,312 2,449 Moshe came down Mount Sinai with the second tablets. Minus 1,312 2,449 The tabernacle was erected. Minus 1,312 2,449 The spies returned from Canaan with bad news. Minus 1,274 2,487 Aharon and Miriam died. Minus 1,273 2,488 Moses died. Judges and early prophets. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 1,273 2,488 The Jews crossed the Jordan into Canaan. Minus 1,258 2,503 The appointment of the land of Israel was completed. Minus 1,245 2,516 Joshua died. Minus 1,228 2,533 The rule of judges began with Othniel ben Kenaz. Minus 1,188 2,573 Ehud ben Gera became leader. Minus 1,107 2,654 Shamgar ben Anath died. Minus 1,107 2,654 Deborah became leader. Minus 1,067 2,694 Gideon became leader. Minus 1,027 2,734 Abimelech, son of Gideon, became leader. Minus 1,024 2,737 Tola, son of Puah, became leader. Minus 1,003 2,758 Jair, the Jaleelite, became leader. Minus 982 2,779 Jephthah, Haviladi, became leader. Minus 969 2,792 Elon, Hazabiloni, became leader. Minus 959 2,802 Abdon ben Hillel became leader. Minus 951 2,810 Samson became leader. Minus 931 2,830 Eli the Cohen became leader. Minus 907 2,854 David was born. Minus 892 2,871 Samuel became leader. Kings and the First Holy Temple. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 879 2,882 Saul was appointed king. Minus 877 2,884 David became king of Judah in Hebron. Minus 869 2,892 David became king of Israel in Jerusalem. Minus 837 2,924 Solomon became king. Minus 833 2,928 The building of the first Beit Hamikdash commenced. Minus 827 2,935 The first Beit Hamikdash was completed. Minus 797 2,964 Solomon died and his kingdom was divided. Minus 797 2,964 Rehoboam, son of Solomon, became king of Judah. Minus 797 2,964 Jeroboam ben Nebat became king over Israel. Minus 718 3,043 Elijah went up in a chariot of fire. Minus 677 3,084 Joash renovated the Beit Hamikdash. Minus 619 3,142 Isaiah began his prophecies. Minus 574 3,187 The first two of the 10 tribes were exiled. Minus 566 3,195 Another two of the 10 tribes were exiled. Minus 562 3,199 Hezekiah became king of Judah. Minus 556 3,205 The last of the 10 tribes were exiled. Minus 548 3,213 Sennacherib invaded the land of Judah and retreated. Minus 533 3,228 Manasseh, son of Hezekiah, became king of Judah. Minus 463 3,298 Jeremiah began his prophecies. Minus 458 3,303 Josiah renovated the Beit Hamikdash. Minus 442 3,319 Jerusalem was conquered and Jehoiakim, was exiled. Minus 443 321 Joachim burned the Book of Lamentations composed by Jeremiah. Minus 434 327 Jerusalem was conquered again and Jehoiakim was exiled. Minus 433 331 Jeremiah persisted in prophesying calamity. Minus 429 332 Ezekiel prophesied in exile. Minus 425 3,336 The final Babylonian siege of Jerusalem. Minus 423 3,338 The walls of Jerusalem were penetrated. Minus 423 3,338 The sacrifices ceased in the Beit Hamikdash. Minus 423 3,338 The first Beit Hamikdash was destroyed. Exile in Babylon. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 423 3,339 Gedaliah ben Achikam was killed. Minus 421 3,340 Daniel interpreted Nebuchadnezzar's dream. Minus 410 3,352 Ezekiel prophesied about the future Beit Hamikdash. Minus 372 3,389 Daniel read the writing on the wall. Minus 372 3,389 Daniel was thrown into the lion's den. Minus 371 3,390 Zerubbabel led the return to the land of Israel. Minus 373,391 building of second Beit Hamikdash commenced. Then halted. Minus 363,395 Akashverosh 2 made his great banquet. Minus 362,399 Esther was taken to the palace. Minus 357,304 Esther took action against Haman's decree. Minus 355,406 Mordecai proclaimed the celebration of Purim. Minus 353,408 building of the second Beit Hamikdash resumed. Minus 349,312 the second Beit Hamikdash was completed. Building of the second Holy Temple. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 348,313 Ezra led the second return to the land of Israel. Minus 335,326 Nehemiah returned to rebuild walls of Jerusalem. Minus 313,448 Ezra died. Minus 313,448 Simon the Zodic met Alexander the Great. Minus 313,449 Dominion Sharo began. Great cultural domination. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 273,488 Simon the Zodic died. Minus 246,515 72 elders translated the Torah into Greek, Septuagint. Minus 143,621 the revolt of Mattatyahu the Shashmanai. Kingdom of Judea. Dynasty of the Shashmanai. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 139,622 Judah the Maccabee ruled. Minus 139,622 the second Beit Hamikdash was rededicated. Minus 138,623 Hanukkah was declared a festival. Minus 133,628 Judah the Maccabee was killed in battle. Minus 133,628 Yonatan, son of Mattatyahu, ruled. Minus 127,634 Shimon, son of Mattatyahu, ruled. Minus 119,642 Yohanan Harkanos, son of Shimon, ruled. Minus 93,668 Judah Aristobulus, son of Eugen Harkanos, ruled. Minus 91,670 Alexander Yanai, son of Eugen Harkanos, ruled. Minus 73,688 Queen Shalamzian, Salome Alexandra, wife of Alexander Yanai, ruled. Minus 63,696 Aristobulus II, son of Alexander Yanai, ruled /TD. Minus 61,3,700 the Romans gained control of Judea. Minus 61,3,700 Harkanos II, son of Alexander Yanai, ruled. Minus 43,721 Antigonus, son of Aristobulus II, ruled. Roman client kings and rulers, the Herodian dynasty. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 36,725 Herod I ruled. Killing all the Shashmanai. Minus 33,728 Hillel became the leader of the Torah scholars. Minus 19,3,742 Herod I began rebuilding the second Beit Hamikdash. Minus 11,3,750 renovation of the second Beit Hamikdash was completed. 13,761 Archelaus, son of Herod I, ruled. 3,768 Hillel died. 3,770 Archelaus was deposed by the Roman emperor. 3,781 Agrippa, grandson of Herod I, ruled. 3,788 the Sanhedrin moved from the second Beit Hamikdash. 3,804 Agrippa II, son of Agrippa, ruled. 53,810 Rabban Gamliel, son of Shimon, grandson of Hillel, died. 3,826 Vespasian arrived in Judea to reassert Roman authority. 3,829 the second Beit Hamikdash was destroyed. The Talmudic era. The Mishnah. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 74,334 Ar Yohanan ben Zakkai died. 86,346 the Sanhedrin moved from place to place, under Ar Gamliel II. 133,893 Bader fell, and the Bar Kokhba revolt ended in tragedy. 134,894 Judaism was banned, and Ar Akiva was imprisoned. 189,949 Ar Judah Hanasi completed the Mishnah around this time. The Talmudic era. The Gemara. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 219,979 Rav left the land of Israel and settled in Babylonia. 247,4007 Shmuel was the Talmudic authority in Babylonia. 254,4014 Ar Yohanan was the leading Talmudic authority. 294,050 Ar Huna was the leading Talmudic authority. 298,4058 Ar Yehuda was the leading Talmudic authority. 304,060 Ar Kista was the leading Talmudic authority. 309,4069 Rabba was the leading Talmudic authority. 321,4081 Ar Yosef was the leading Talmudic authority. 325 4085 Abadi was the leading Talmudic authority. 338 4098 Rabbi was the leading Talmudic authority. 359 4119 Hillel II, who established the calendar, became Nasi. 392 4152 Arashi was the leading Talmudic authority. 427 4187 Arashi died after the compilation of the Gemara. 475 4235 The Talmud was complete when Ravina II died. The Rabbinah. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 551 4311 Mar Zutra proclaimed Jewish self-rule in Babylonia. The Janine. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 589 4349 The Talmudic Academy of Pumbedita was reconstituted. 609 4369 The Talmudic Academy of Sura was reconstituted. 614 4374 The Persians conquered the land of Israel. 614 4374 The Jews were allowed to return to Jerusalem. 629 4389 The Byzantine Empire reconcaved the land of Israel. 636 4396 Aritzhak was the last Jayon of Neharde, Fireshuber. 637 4397 The Arabs conquered the land of Israel. 645 4405 One of the Takanat Hajanim was enacted at this time. 755 4515 Jayon left Iraq for the land of Israel. 759 4519 Yehuda became Jayon of Surah. 759 4519 Halachah Idalah, Ba was written at this time. 788 4548 Another of the Takanat Hajanim was enacted at this time. 858 4618 Aramrum, who wrote the Siddur, became Jayon of Surah. 928 4688 Rabbi Adosayadiah was appointed Jayon of Surah. 955 4715 Four captives were ransomed at around this time. 968 4728 Arsherer became Jayon of Pumbedita. 997 4757 Arhai became the last Jayon of Pumbedita. 1038 4798 Arhai died, and the academies of Babylon declined. The early Rishonim, the Crusade massacres. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1040 4800 Rabbi Anujersa Mir Hagolah died. 1088 4848 The river arrived in Spain from Morocco. 1096 4856 The Crusaders destroyed Jewish communities. 1099 4859 Jerusalem was captured by the Crusaders. 1103 4863 The Rif died. 1105 4865 Rashi died, and the era of the Tosafot began. 1135 4895 The Rambam, Maimonides, was born. 1144 4904 The first, recorded, blood libel took place. 1147 4907 The Crusaders attacked Jewish communities. 1147 4907 Rabbi Anutam was captured by the Crusaders. 1148 4908 The Rambams and the Radak's families left Cordoba. 1165 4925 The Rambam visited the land of Israel. 1171 4931 Rabbi Anutam died. 1175 4935 The Rashbam died. 1184 4944 The young son of the Ari was killed. 1187 4948 Jews were allowed to return to Jerusalem. 1189 4949 Yaakov d'Orleans was killed in London. 1190 4950 Jews were massacred in England in the Third Crusade. 1191 4951 Rabbi David Kimchi, known as the Radak, wrote his commentary. 1194 4954 The Ramban, Nachmanides, was born. 1198 4959 The Ariabid died. 1204 4965 The Rambam died. 1236 4996 Rampaging mobs massacred Jews in France. 1242 5002 A massive burning of the Talmud took place in Paris. 1244 5004 Jerusalem was sacked by Egyptians and Turks. 1252 5012 The Inquisition began to use torture. 1267 5027 The Ramban left Spain and settled in the land of Israel. 1275 5030 The Ramban died. 1286 5046 The Maher Amir Rothenberg was imprisoned. 1295 5050 New works advanced the study of Kabbalah. 1295 5050 The era of the Tosafot concluded at around this time. Later Rishonim. Persecutions and expulsions. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1,295,050 all Jews were expelled from England. 1,293 5,053 the Maher Amir Rothenberg died in prison. 1,298 5,058 the Rheinfleisch massacres began. 1,298 5,058 the author of the Mordecai and Hagahot Maimoniyot were killed. 1,305 5,065 the Rashba placed a limited ban on philosophy. 1,305 5,065 the Rosh and his son, the Tur, arrived in Spain. 1,306 5,066 all Jews were expelled from France. 1,310 5,070 the Rashba died. 1,320 5,080 Jews were massacred by the Posteros Crusaders. 1,327 5,088 the Rosh died. 1,336 5,096 Jews of Germany were massacred by the armed letter bands. 1,338 5,098 the Ralbag wrote his commentary on the Bible. 1,349 5,109 the Black Death massacres swept across Europe. 1,367 5,127 the Ran, Reibisch, and other scholars in Spain were imprisoned. 1,391 5,151 Jews of Spain were massacred. Many were forced to convert. 1,391 5,151 the Reibisch and Rashbats left Spain. 1,394 5,155 the final expulsion of Jews from France. 1,413 5,173 Ar Yosef Albo was in a forced debate with Christians. 1,421 5,181 Jews in Austria were massacred in the Wiener Gesura. 1,475 5,235 the invention of printing was used for Jewish books. 1,481 5,241 the Inquisition was established in Spain. 1,488 5,248 Ar Obadiah de Bergenora settled in Jerusalem. 1,491 5,251 Columbus consulted Ar Abraham Zacuto for his travels. 1,492 5,252 all Jews were expelled from Spain and Sicily. The great scholars of the Shulchan Aruch and Torah consolidation. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1,493 5,253 Ardadid Hakabarbanel arrived in Naples from Spain. 1,496 5,257 all Jews were expelled from Portugal. 1,516 5,276 the Ein Yaakov was printed. 1,516 5,276 the Turks, Ottoman Empire, conquered Eretz Yisrael. 1,525 5,285 Ardad Yosef Yasselman saved many Jews during the Peasants' War. 1,553 5,314 a mass burning of Jewish books took place in Rome. 1,563 5,323 the Shulchan Aruch was completed by Ardad Yosef Karo. 1,575 5,330 the Shulchan Aruch was published with supplements of Rama. 1,572 5,332 the Arizal died in Tzfat. 1,573 5,333 the Maharal came to Prague. 1,573 5,334 the Maharshal died. 1,575 5,335 Ardad Yosef Karo died in Safed. 1,599 5,359 the Maharal returned to Prague again. 1,614 5,374 the Maharsha became rabbi in Lublin. 1,616 5,377 the Tosafot Yom Tov commentary was concluded. 1,621 5,382 the Shiloh arrived in the land of Israel. 1,629 5,389 Ardad Yom Tov Lippman Heller was imprisoned in Prague. 1,645 400 Ardad Noel Serbs. The Buff died. 1,646 5,406 the Shech and Taz, on Shulchan Aruch, were printed. 1,648 5,408 Jews were massacred by Shmuel Maki's forces. Early Karanim and East European massacres. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1,654 5,414 the first Jews settled in New Amsterdam, New York. 1,655 5,415 many Jews killed in Russian and Swedish invasions of Poland. 1,656 5,416 Jews were permitted to live in England. 1,656 5,416 Barak Spinoza was excommunicated. 1,673 5,433 the Magen Avraham, on Shulchan Aruch, was completed. 1,676 5,437 Shabtai died as a Muslim. 1,689 5,449 the Beit Shmuel, on the Shulchan Aruch, was printed. 1,698 5,458 the Baal Shem Tov was born. 1702 5463 The Nehemiah Yahushua's family was killed in an explosion. 1712 5472 The Siptei Chachamin was arrested. 1724 5484 Ardad Yaakov Kulai, Miam Loizi, arrived in Constantinople. 1727 5487 Amishna Elimelech died. 1734 5494 Jews were massacred by the Haidamach bands. Akaranim and early Hasidim. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1741 5501 Igor Hashayim arrived in the land of Israel. 1747 5507 Ar Moshe Haim Lusitov, Runkle, died in Akko, Acre. 1750 5510 Ar Jonathan Beskuts became rabbi in Hamburg. 1754 5515 Ar Yeshizkel Landau, known as the Noda by Yehuda, became rabbi in Prague. 1757 5518 The Frankists instigated mass burnings of the Talmud. 1759 5519 Frankists supported blood libel charges in public debate. 1765 5520 The Baal Shem Tov died. 1764 5524 The Council of Four Lands, known as the Bayat Arba Herzog, was discontinued. 1768 5528 Despite resistance, the Haidamachs massacred thousands. 1772 5532 The Maggid of Mazuritz died. 1782 5542 Ar and Adlar and Chatham Sofer visited the Noda by Yehuda. 1786 5546 Ar Elimelech of Lizant died. 1791 5551 The Pale of Settlement was established in Russia. 1793 5553 Jews suffered in Reign of Terror of French Revolution. 1797 5558 The Vilna died. 1798 5559 The Bal Hahanya was released from first imprisonment. 1799 5559 Napoleon led an army expedition through the land of Israel. 1806 5566 The Judah, Arham Yosef David Echelon, died. 1806 5566 The Chatham Sofer became rabbi in Presby. 1809 5570 Ar Levi Yitzhak of Berdijek died. 1810 5571 Ar Nachman of Breslov died. 1814 5574 Ar Akiva Eger became rabbi in Posen. 1814 5575 Kozhnitzer Maggid and Yehudi Og. Peshiska. Og died. 1815 5575 Joseph of Lublin and Armendel of Rimanov both died. 1819 5579 Anti-Jewish riots spread throughout Germany. 1827 5587 Russia began conscripting Jewish children to the army. 1840 5600 Ardad Yisrael of Ruzin was released from imprisonment. Later Akaranim and the Changing Society. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1843 5603 The Tzemach Tzedek of Lubavitch was repeatedly arrested in Russia. 1846 5606 Sir Moshe Montefiore visited Russia to help local Jews. 1848 5609 Ar Yisrael Salander left Vilna. 1851 5611 Ar Shimshon Raphael Hirsch became rabbi in Frankfurt am Main. 1859 5619 Ar Menachem Mendel of Kotz died. 1864 5624 The Malvin was imprisoned, and then expelled from Romania. 1866 5626 Judashe Harem, Tigeret Shlomo, and Tzemach Tzedek died. 1873 5633 The Chafetz Haim was published. 1874 5634 The Minchat Chinuch died. 1878 5638 Petatic agricultural settlement was established. 1881 5641 Many Jews began leaving Russia after a wave of pogroms. 1886 5646 Ar Shlomo Gans Pride, author of Kietzer Shul Jan Aruch, died. 1892 5652 Ar Haim, Brisker, became rabbi in Brisk. 1905 5665 The Sfat Emet died. 1905 5665 Many Jews were killed in official Russian pogroms. 1911 5671 Chazanish was published. 1914 5674 Over 500,000 Jewish soldiers fought in World War I. 1918 5678 Over 60,000 Jews were killed during the Russian Revolution. 1923 5684 The Daf Hayomi study cycle commenced. 1927 5687 The sixth Lubavitcher was released from Soviet prison. 1938 5699 Jews were attacked in the Kristallnacht pogroms in Germany. The Holocaust. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1939 5699 Germany started World War II. And mass killing of Jews. 1941 5701 Nazi Germany unexpectedly invaded Russia. 1941 5701 200,000 Jews were killed at Babi Yar and Ponary. 1942 5702 400,000 Jews of Warsaw were sent to death camps. 1943 5703 Nazi Germany experienced massive losses in the Battle of Stalingrad. 1943 5703 The remaining Jews in Warsaw staged a massive uprising. 1943 5703 Jewish uprisings at Treblinka, Sobibor, and Bialystok. 1943 5703 The Danish people quietly rescued 93% of their Jews to safety. 1944 5704 300,000 Hungarian Jews were killed in 3 months. 1944 5705 Uprising in Auschwitz death camp just before freedom. 1945 5705 Nazi Germany was conquered. And World War II ended. 1945 5705 6 million Jews were killed by the Nazis during the war. The modern state of Israel. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1947 5707 Publication of the Talmud Encyclopedia was commenced. 1947 5708 The United Nations divided Israel. 1947 5708 Arabs attacked Israel to gain territory. 1948 5708 The State of Israel was established. 1948 5708 Israel was invaded by many Arab countries. 1949 5709 The War of Independence in Israel ended. 1955 5710 All Jews left the ancient Jewish community of Iraq. 1955 5710 Almost all Jews of Yemen emigrated to Israel. 1951 5711 The Lubavitcher Rebbe accepts the mantle of leadership. 1956 5717 Jewish forces invaded Egypt and conquered the Sinai Desert. 1967 5727 The Lubavitcher Rebbe established the Tefillin campaign. 1967 5727 Jerusalem reunited under Jewish rule in the Six-Day War. 1973 5734 2,500 Jewish soldiers were killed in the Yom Kippur War. 1974 5734 The Lubavitcher Rebbe established the Shabbat Candle campaign. 1982 5742 massive enemy arsenals were discovered in Lebanon. 1987 5746 The first international conference of Chabad Lubavitch emissaries. 1993 5753 A secret agreement signed in Oslo. 1994 5754 The Lubavitcher Rebbe passed away. 2008 5767 Deadly terrorist attack at the Chabad house in Mumbai, India, kill 6. 2020 5780 Israel signed Abraham Accords, normalizing relations with UAE and Bahrain, soon followed by Sudan and Morocco.
In Gaza, הצר שנגרם מזובסו הידו, ומוכן להיות הרצועה המיועדת להכניס להשפעות מוסר, ויעזור לו לגרום הצר עליו. So now the text switches gears, and he says, be very careful when you hurt someone by telling them something they've done wrong. Because in your effort to point out to someone else what they have done wrong, just understand that this non-microscope shifts back to you. You being the person who's pointing out the wrongdoing to the other. So, okay, let's do this. So if I'm going to tell Ruben, you're really deficient in this area, or you've really done something wrong, whether my intention, again, is to be hurtful, whether my intention is to be helpful, or whether my intention is to be kind, the topic says the moment you go ahead and you point out the wrongdoing in someone else is the moment that the divine microscope shifts back to you, to the mochiach, to the rebuker. And after the Shmarel says, okay, if you're on such a level to go ahead and cause someone else pain, whether again, purposeful, helpful, unintentional, let's have a look at your life. Let's have a look at your life. He says, because at the end of the day, I go to Ruben, I say, Ruben, you know what, Ruben, I'm really disappointed to see how much Russian art you see. I'm really, it's terrible. I really go, anybody and everyone will listen. It's terribly disappointing. Now, okay, so there's minutes of okay, this is fantastic. Now, Ruben is going to be a bit sad. Ruben is going to be a little bit rough and a little bit crushed because no one likes being told that they're doing something wrong. So whether my intention is purposeful, whether my intention ultimately was hurtful, or whether it was average, at the end that was probably just okay. Now I want to came to Ruben through my rebuke. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at you. Let's see again you're giving Muslim Lashon Hara. Let's see ultimately again how rebuke that you are doing in that particular area. He goes on, he says, Harikan Sarzen, Neksha, sorry, keep your keep the brackets up, the brackets now. Speaking Amr Hama Usadira, Shashini Ne'enas Illallah. What a Baruch really looks at is, have I ever transgressed the Amira for which I have given someone else punishment? Which I will say, look, this is a very, very profound idea. What the Tzaddik is essentially highlighting. So, that before you rebuke and tell other people how to get their house in order, make sure your personal home is in order.
I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how those ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel unto the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are, admittedly, as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tchia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series under the playlist Entering the Garden, an Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I'd hope you check out my other content on topics in esotericism, and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy, by joining my Patreon, or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Well, I want to say welcome back. Welcome back this evening to the second part of our 10-session walk through Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. And as we talked about last time, right, and Kabbalah, right, we're still 1,200 years away from Kabbalah. It's still way off in the distance. So we're still very much in a time period right around the turn of the Common Era. That is to say, around the year 0, right? That's if you want to get an anchor of where we are. And just to recap a bit, right? Just to recap a little bit from last time to sort of see where we are in the lay of the land. We defined mysticism, at least for the purposes of this class, which doing things like defining mysticism makes it certain that everybody will disagree with you that studies this stuff. So I'm just basically, anytime I say, I'm going to define mysticism, it's like putting a target on my back. But the way that I want to define it is as a non-rational mode in which one experiences or learns about fundamental reality, and also the traditions that accrue around those experiences. So I would say I would call someone, for instance, that studies mysticism for the idea that those mystics learn fundamental truths, even though perhaps that person themselves didn't have those experiences. I would also consider that person a mystic. So I would say that there's also the idea that you lean on the mystics to learn what they learn, and that puts you in the tradition of folks who are, in fact, mystics. And there's an entire tradition in Judaism of what we'll call intellectual mystics. We'll get to those much later. And intellectual mystics are those that say, look, I never had this experience, but I trust that this person did, and I think that they're fundamentally right. So that's also, I think, another form of mysticism that actually doesn't involve mystical experiences. And as I mentioned last time, the first Jewish mystics weren't even Jewish. The first Jewish mystics were Israelites, which is a much broader category. Remember that the Jews received that name, the Yehudim received that name as being the descendants of one of the tribes that comprise the 12 tribes of Israel. And so Jewish mystics actually make up a minority of this. Many of the prophets we have in the Hebrew Bible are from all over. They're not necessarily Judahites. And we said that the two forms of mysticism that seem to have been prevalent in Israelite society at that time were folks who experienced theophany, that is to say, God showed up to them, God appeared to them, and on the other hand, for other people, God spoke to them. And if you speak on the behalf of God, that makes you a navi, a prophet. Although sometimes those folks are referred to as ro'eh, as seers. But the idea there is that we have the idea that either those folks can see the future or they hear something from God and they communicate that to other people. And those folks we typically refer to as the prophets. And the most important theophanies in the Hebrew Bible, historically speaking at least, we don't think that the theophany described in Exodus, where God showed up to the Israelites and to Moses, we're fairly confident that that's a mythological piece of information, not a historical one. But we are relatively confident, many scholars are relatively confident, that the prophets Isaiah and Ezekiel did have some kind of phenomenological encounter, and that encounter they recorded in the literature of the book of Isaiah and the book of Ezekiel, respectively. Now, the idea that, now you might be wondering, right, how can you say that Moses didn't exist? Well, it's not about whether he did or didn't, it's about what we have evidence for. And we just don't have evidence, really, to believe that that happened. But we have pretty good evidence to believe that the experiences of Isaiah and Ezekiel were in fact recorded. And as we talked about last time, prophecy is very well attested all over the ancient Near East, with the weird exception of Egypt. Egypt is kind of prophet-free, which, all things being equal, sounds great. I wouldn't want to live anywhere. I don't want any prophets in my neighborhood. I don't want any guy walking down my street screaming at people because they're like, woe to the disbelievers, Yahweh's going to kill you all. I'm like, I'm going to call the cops on you again. So I don't want to live anywhere near prophets, and so Egypt seems like a pretty great place to be prophet-free. But at any rate, we saw last time that there are a great deal of prophets that live all through the ancient Near East, and especially in the Neo-Assyrian context, which tracks very carefully, very temporally to the ancient Israelite context. And so we actually know a good deal about those other ancient Near East prophets. We also know that one of the things that happened in the ancient Near Eastern world were prophetic duels. They just didn't take prophets' words for granted because they kind of seem crazy. And if they seem crazy to you, they seem kind of crazy to people back then too, right? Just because you see Jesus in your toast doesn't mean Jesus is in your toast. It might be that you might need help. And so many people in the ancient world also thought, right, this guy's just drunk, right? And there's many cases in the Bible where people do prophecy and other people are like, yeah, they're drunk. And so this was an idea, and so we see other ancient Near East cultures engaging in prophecy and other mechanisms by which to detect whether a prophecy is reliable, or duels between prophets to establish which prophets are actually telling the truth. Prophetic duels need to be a video game, just saying. It's a fighting game with prophets. And what brings prophecy to an end, and what sets us up for our transition to tonight, is that, as you may remember, part of what happens in the theophany literature of the Hebrew Bible is that the God of the Israelites, Yahweh, makes himself known by revealing a bunch of very inconvenient rules. And by revealing all these very inconvenient rules, the idea is that the Israelites are bound to follow those rules, and Yahweh will protect them and give them land and provide for them to have large families and agricultural surplus. Well, what ends up happening is that for various reasons, the Israelite state is destroyed and the Judean state is destroyed. And as you might imagine, when your entire theology is founded on a vassal contract, right, and your vassal, the person who justifies your vassal relationship, gets defeated, well, that's the end of that. And so, again, it's like you're living in a house and your landlord gets bought out by, I don't know, some sketchy investment firm. Well, you got a new landlord. You have no longer a relationship with old landlords. Well, now you got to deal with other gods. And so the Israelites have some pretty complicated problems in their hands. And the pretty complicated problem on their hand is we've predicated an entire theology on one system, and it didn't work. Our God seems like either God is defeated or we're defeated, and what now? Right? What do you do now with the awkward relationship with your former landlord? And so what's going to happen is that prophecy, the idea that there are people speaking on behalf of Yahweh, what's going to happen is that's going to increasingly go away, right? And a new form of religiosity is going to emerge. And that new form of religiosity that's going to emerge is going to be a new kind of mysticism. And that new kind of mysticism is what scholars typically refer to as the apocalyptic. All right. Tanakh pop quiz. I bet you know this was coming. So, Tanakh pop quiz, and this is a trick question because, of course, it is. You're in a class about mysticism. Does anyone here know, and feel free to put it in the chat, where in the Tanakh are the events surrounding the Hanukkah story recorded? So I see Ashley say they're not. That's the answer that's the less wrong answer. You're certainly right, they're not recorded straightforward. Anyone know where the events of the Hanukkah story are actually depicted in the Tanakh? Not in the Apocrypha, like in the book of Maccabees, where they're literally described, but in Tanakh, in the Hebrew Bible, in the Old Testament, as you may know it. Everybody's like, why you ask me damn questions like this? I'm the one taking this class, right? So actually, you are right. It is not described transparently in Tanakh. It is, however, described encodedly in the book of Daniel. It is actually encoded in the book of Daniel. Now, the book of Daniel is probably the least read Jewish book in the Hebrew Bible. It's in some ways one of the most confusing. But historical scholars of the Hebrew Bible, scholars of the book of Daniel, are fairly confident that encoded in a very elaborate system of symbols, the story of the conquest of Syria, Judea by Alexander the Great, the civil wars between his generals that led to the various empires like the Ptolemies and the Seleucids, also with the rise of the Romans and the period of the Maccabean Rebellion, are in fact described using coded language in the book of Daniel in chapters 7 through 12. If you've never read the book of Daniel, it's a very weird book, and by the way, it's one of the few books in the Hebrew Bible that actually has extensive sections actually written in Aramaic. In chapters 7 through 12, there is a section that is encoded using a very elaborate system of symbols that describes all the things I just put out. Now, what's very interesting about this section of the book of Daniel is that the writer, whoever's writing it, is describing the very beginning of the Maccabean Rebellion, right? But they never describe the end of it. Now, that leaves an open question. Why don't they describe the eventual success of the Maccabeans? And they're very pro-Maccabean, at least, they're kind of temperate on the Maccabeans, actually, which a lot of people were because they were terrifying anyone that wasn't a religious zealot. Everybody in this class would be killed by the Maccabees, just FYI. Everybody. They would have gladly killed all of us for being, like, not them. Which is always weird about Hanukkah. Hanukkah's a complicated idea if you're a progressive, liberal-minded Jewish person. Because you're like, yeah, that's celebrating the very people that would have literally, the Taliban, that was the Taliban of Judaism. At any rate, we don't know why they don't finish. We don't know. They may have just died. You know, if it was a war and the Maccabees didn't like people who could, I don't know, read. And so they may have just got killed. It may have just gotten killed. And so we don't see the end of it. But what's interesting about it is we now have a really good idea about when the book was written, at least those sections. They were written sometimes after the Maccabean revolt began, but before it ended. So we know it began around 160 and it concluded around 167 BCE. So we have a good idea about where that section of Daniel, when it was written down. Now, why would people encode things in strange language? Why would people encode things in weird symbols? Well, because there's a new kind of literature emerging, a new kind of religiosity emerging in the aftermath of the demise of the prophetic period, and that new kind of religiosity is what we call apocalypticism. Also, by the way, describing current events as if they're taking place far in the future is what we call in the literature ex eventu prophecy. The vast majority of historical prophets did not predict the future. We'll talk more about the ones that tried and failed in a minute. But the vast majority of prophets who describe all kinds of weird things, and I'm sure folks have read some sections from the book of Daniel or the book of Revelation written by St. John or Nostradamus, or even folks have read Nostradamus. It's always weird stuff like an eagle. An eagle comes from the east and attacks the great bear, and the bear follows the sun, and the sun turns to blood, and you're like, what in the hell are you talking about? They're not describing the future. They're actually describing the present using encoded language, right? This is what we call ex eventu prophecy. They're describing things that have happened using codes. Why would they do that? Well, because it might be politically expedient to be a little cryptic, right? Because again, what is one of the things these people like to do? Criticize the standard order of things. And do you really want to be the person living in the Roman Empire being like, the Romans suck and I hate them and God's going to kill them all soon? You want to publish that? You don't want to publish that because they'll crucify you for it. So what do you write? Well, the Kittim, right, will arise from the sea and then blah, 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 right? You encode it. And the encoding mechanism is part of the apocalyptic literature. So what isn't apocalyptic? That's the first thing we need to do. I know, right, that when most people hear the word apocalypticism, they're thinking end of the world. They're thinking all the crazy stuff happens at the end of the world. The Messiah's going to come, and there's going to be this and that, the Battle of Gog and Magog, and there's going to be all this stuff that happens at the end of the world, the Battle of Megiddo, whatever. And so many people typically imagine that what apocalypticism is about the future, because the word apocalypticism has been filtered so heavily through Christianity, and Christianity does tend to think of the apocalypse as like something happening in the future, although early Christians thought it was going to happen pretty soon in their lifetime. Jesus kind of dragging his feet. But they really thought it was going to happen soon. And this idea that it's going to happen in the future is an idea really from Christianity that has sort of shadowed and flavored the way that we use this word. Most apocalyptic writers, most prophets for that matter, in the Hebrew Bible and the Jewish tradition, don't do much in the way of trying to predict the future. They just don't. In fact, the most famous case where anyone tried to predict the future in the Hebrew Bible is in the book of Ezekiel, chapter 26, where Ezekiel made what at the time was the single most predictable prediction that one could predict. That is, Nebuchadnezzar would destroy Tyre. Well, he predicted that because Nebuchadnezzar was destroying everything. Everything, right? It's just like predicting, right? It's like American imperialism will continue. Yep, it's going on, right? It's a completely normal thing to predict. And then they attacked Tyre, and it didn't work. Nebuchadnezzar was repulsed. And so Ezekiel himself actually has to come back later. He actually comes back in the same book and says, well, what I meant was, he has to reinterpret his own prophecy to explain the fact that he was wrong, even though it was a completely, actually predictable thing. So making predictions, especially clear predictions, is a bad idea, right? Folks may know the very famous quote from Friedrich Nietzsche, right? It never hurts a prophet to be too vague, right? If you predict on Tuesday, March 22nd, 2029, that blah, 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 well, your prophetic career rests on that. And so most of the prophecies, they don't predict the future by and large. right? And in general, this thing. By the way, that whole Nebuchadnezzar thing for people who are biblical literates is a real pain in their tussies, because they have to go back and explain why the Bible, why a prophet got it wrong, and then why a prophet admits he got it wrong, and then how he put a spin on it to fix it, and then they further spin it to further fix it. And my favorite example is, yeah, it eventually got conquered by Alexander the Great 400 years later. Somebody conquered it, so Ezekiel wasn't totally wrong. I'm like, really? That's the best you got? Okay. Most Jewish apocalyptic texts just don't have much interest in the end of the world. In fact, when they do describe the end of the world, they almost always lean on Hellenistic ideas. And those Hellenistic ideas, specifically the Stoic idea, was that basically God was going to trash everything at the end. That there was going to be some kind of global conflagration, that the world would be ended, would be destroyed by a giant fire. That was a very common idea in the ancient world. And so, in many ways, the predictions they do give about the end of the world are themselves just the popular ones. If you were to go to a Greek philosopher at the time and ask, what's going to happen at the end of the world? They say, the Logos, the fire, is going to consume the whole world. They're like, sounds reasonable. They went with that. So it's actually basically, it's not even really in some sense a Jewish idea as it is a Hellenistic idea. It's a Greek idea. So let's put some context on this, right? I'm gonna say what the apocalyptic is in just a minute, but I want to put some context on this. What you have to understand about the rise of the apocalyptic is a time period in which it emerged, the political and theological upheavals that lasted from roughly about 586 BCE, when Judea was destroyed, the last independent Jewish state was destroyed, all the way up to around 135 of the Common Era, where the last attempt at an independence movement on the behalf of the indigenous people of Judea, Jews, against the Romans, led by Bar Kokhba, was defeated, with hundreds of thousands of Jewish people being killed in the process. What's important to understand about this political and theological landscape is that there is a major breakdown, as I mentioned earlier, in the theology of the time. As I mentioned earlier, right, this entire theology is built on what is called the Deuteronomic theology, which is, again, the idea that Yahweh and Israel have a covenant, and that covenant works in the way that the Israelites perform religious duties, and Yahweh gives them stuff, right? So that is the way it's supposed to work. The prophets, the way that they understood themselves was as sort of a voice for God, telling the Israelites, you're doing wrong, you're breaking the contract, and if you persist in this, God's going to punish you. God's going to break the contract. Well, after everything comes completely apart, beginning in the 8th century BCE, but by the 6th century BCE, the entire Judahite state is completely destroyed. There's just a serious problem. And the serious problem is, if the prophets were right, and if every single Judahite was massacred, well, that would have brought the prophecy to conclusion, right? You broke the treaty, and everyone's dead. Done. Right? And that would have been a very neat, and I say neat, I mean not untidy, except for all the gore of everyone being massacred, but it would have been a very tidy story theologically. Well, what happened? The Babylonians didn't kill everybody. They took the entire Judean aristocratic section into exile in Judea. And they kept on keeping on. Not in the land, right? Not in their own land, but in Babylon. And not only that, they had a good time. We have extensive records of the Jewish population living in ancient Babylon. And we know they were living relatively well. They owned slaves. They had land. They had businesses, right? In fact, their life was so good in Babylon, in exile, that when the Jewish people were allowed to return to Israel, to Judea, by the Persians, many didn't want to go. They're like, why do I want to return to, like, a rock that has no inhabitable land? I can live here by these rivers, and we can, like, live in good. This is a great empire. They didn't want to go home. And so, home, right? Because they weren't born there. They were diaspora Jews living in Babylon in comfort and security. Why go back to a wasteland to rebuild something, right, that isn't that great after all? It's like a rock in the middle of the Judean desert. And this was a big problem. In fact, there had to be Jewish people actually pressuring them to go back. So again, when we talk about the Babylonian exile and weeping by the rivers of the Euphrates or whatever, a lot of those Jews were not weeping by those rivers. They were very happy to be in exile in Babylon. And we know that because we have records of them living there. The problem, again, is a theological problem. They're still there. They still believe in Yahweh. What do you do when the prophecy meant that you were supposed to be destroyed and you weren't destroyed? So, does God make a new deal with us? Should we still believe in Yahweh? Like, the temple's been destroyed. What's going on with, what do we do with this Yahweh thing? The covenant doesn't make sense anymore. The covenantal theology doesn't make sense because there's a remainder that contradicts it. So, what do you do? What do you do? Well, there's a couple different options. You could try to maintain the old covenantal theology, and some people did try to do that. But you can see the logical problem of trying to maintain it. The covenant's been broken, the Judahite state's been destroyed, and its aristocracy moved to Babylon. They're still alive. What to do with that? That's a real problem. Well, what arises as a way of settling that problem, right? The way of settling that problem is by shifting your theology. Right? Never let a good catastrophe go to waste. You simply innovate your theology. And what ends up emerging is a new kind of Judahite theology. In fact, I might even argue that Israelite religion went into exile, but Judaism came back. The religion that the ancient Israelites practiced would be unrecognizable to anyone here. Like killing animals and burning beer and grain to appease a sky god. No one here recognizes a religion like that. But what comes out of exile is a theologically renovated religion that is much more like the Judaism that we might recognize now. So what happens is that they innovate. They theologically innovate. They develop a new theology that maintains the trappings of the old covenantal theology, but radically philosophically changes what it all means. And so, what are those kinds of changes? The first big change is that Yahweh can't just be the God of Israel anymore. To make this work, Yahweh has to be a God of everything. Not just God of Israel and the other gods existing out there in the world, like this is what we call henotheism, right? Your God exists, my God exists, but my God can beat up your God. That's what the Israelites basically believe. Now, the new shift is, not only can my God beat up your God's not real. There's just one God. Monotheism is most of us are always excited and always are Russia. Okay? I am excited in the areas in which I am not sinning and which I don't desire to sin. And I'm quote unquote Russia, although we're going to mitigate that term a little bit. I'm a Russia in those areas in which I am transgressing or desire to transgress. That's number one, which will say is an incredibly redemptive statement. Because what that means is no matter how badly I mess up in life, in any given moment, I still have that responsibility for shelter. Why is it that Torah shows Moses responsible for accidental Davis? Because when accidents happen, they are reflective of some internal state of disrepair. And this is why when accidents occur, we must be ever vigilant. We must be ever vigilant about what that says about where I have to be moving. We'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up the transition with that last piece for the conclusion of the piece.
going into memory again yesterday. Again, very last piece of this oath. But when I know that Salvoves, so Iran lost in that testimony. So Tzaddik the idea that the gates of others is actually a reference to Gehenna, which is incredibly traumatic idea. Reference to Gehenna. And the governor of saying, even though when you go to Gehenna, that scared to go, which Tzaddik said, Governor, why? How do you think you're going to go to Gehenna? How can you say such certainty you're going to go to Gehenna? After all, again, Rabbi does things wrong. Governor Melech, ultimately, again, is a shining example of the cause of the power of Shema. Furthermore, from maybe you're concerned, Shema Yigro Mafei, maybe it's just something terrible in the future. Not terrible, it's not like, it's not maybe two speaks, it's not maybe two things, it's not maybe two over two lights. Which Tzaddik said, the Gehenna, which Governor refers to, is the Gehenna of all the Mazeh, the Gehenna that one experiences as a result of the Atmas Nefesh, as a result of the turmoil, of the stress, of the pain, of the embarrassment, of guilt. So Governor Melech says, Gam Ye'ira B'Beitz HaMoves. I have experienced in my Gehenna things that are also speaking of this. The Gemara says, walking through his medrash, they would always ask for a talk. The Governor Melech suffered from conflict, from plenty of abuse from his enemies, both internal and external. And walking through his medrash, they would say to David, what is the punishment for adultery? What's the punishment for adultery? So Governor Melech would say, the punishment is some, but if he does just as well as Abba. But emerges in the aftermath of this catastrophe. So the God of the Israelites is now said to be the only God, and that God is responsible for everything. And not just responsible for everything, but responsible for everything forever. God has a plan for the entire cosmos. Right? This is going to be decisively important. God is planning everything. And everything that happens is according to that plan, no matter how bad it is, no matter how confusing it is. In fact, the worse it is evidence for the fact that God is preparing something amazing. Right? So this kind of theology is going to be decisively important in this matter. So what also has to happen here, right, is that the Israelites, right, are going to have to begin to change the way they think about their relationship to this God. And the problem is, this God's going to have to tell them what in the world all this means. We're supposed to have this covenant, and it's supposed to do like this, and this is supposed to happen if we keep it, and this is supposed to happen if we don't. Well, we didn't, and we're still here. What's happening? Well, what ends up happening, what ends up emerging, is that new kinds of prophets emerge in which God shows them the plan. Right? And again, hear the language here, right? The older prophets heard God and communicated what God said. The new kind of prophecy sees what God's showing them, right, and communicates what God shows them in literature. So this is a much more literary movement, and it's a much more visual movement. And it's so distinct that we now think of it as a distinct kind of religiosity. It's not prophecy, they're not speaking on behalf of God, they're describing what God has shown them, what God has revealed to them. And that is a completely different phenomenological mode of experiencing mysticism. Right? A very different kind of mysticism indeed.
Now, what precipitates this? How do they get the ability to, what underwrites this? And the answer is really complicated, and the short answer is we don't know. We don't know. Because we don't have good records about, we don't have good records of how this goes down. The best theory I've seen is that what ends up happening is that the Judahites go into exile and they come in contact with an up-and-coming important religion called Zoroastrianism. Now you have to understand that when the Judahite aristocracy goes into exile, the Judahite aristocracy is still a relatively...
Rabbi, are you there?
I am, but I'm busy right now.
The ancient Babylonians are like the New Yorkers of the ancient world. They're cosmopolitan, they're literate, they have an ancient culture that's been there for 1,000 years. They are wealthy, they have multiple giant temples, each of which is larger than the Israelite temple. It was a metropolis on an order of magnitude that the ancient Judahites could not have imagined. Ancient Jerusalem was a backwater. It was a tiny settlement of 2,000 people, right, with that little temple there that was, not much bigger than a basketball arena, right? You're talking about an aristocracy that is a relatively backwater people coming into contact with an incredibly old, incredibly literate, right? When the Judahites wanted to write diplomatic documents, they wrote it in the language of the Babylonians, the Akkadians. When they arrived in Babylon, they must have been bowled over by the bumpkinhood of their existence compared to the Babylonians. Again, this is like the Mississippi aristocracy being conquered and then dragged off to New York, right? You can't imagine the shell shock of what must have happened. Furthermore, they're coming in contact with a very dynamic new religion called Zoroastrianism. Zoroastrianism is, of course, a reform religion founded by the prophet Zoroaster, who we don't know much about. Even when he lived is not clear. But if I summarize Zoroastrianism to you, I bet it will sound immediately obvious what they believe. So, Zoroastrianism is a basically dualistic religion that claims that a good god and an evil god are locked into a kind of battle for the destiny of the world. The forces of good are represented by non-physical spiritual entities, and those non-physical spiritual entities are in combat with other non-physical spiritual entities that serve the bad guys. Angels and demons, right? That structure's there. Now, this good versus evil dualism is going to result in a titanic, catastrophic battle at the end of time. The forces of good will win. They will throw the forces of evil into a neither world, right? And not only that, there are even Zoroastrian prophets who are given tours of the underworld. Those tours of the underworld filtered their way up to Europe, and we're fairly confident that Dante Alighieri was influenced by them. The Divine Comedy is probably being influenced by these tours of hell of the Zoroastrian literature. Now, near the end of the world, there's going to be a savior figure, Saoshan, who will lead the forces of good against the forces of evil, and at the end of time, everyone will be resurrected bodily, they will be judged, right? And there is a massive set of literature, right, being composed by Zoroaster, and the idea is that your relationship to scripture is more important in many ways than doing sacrificing animals. Those priests, by the way, are called Magi. You may recognize them from the Bible, right? Those are the guys that show up to adore the baby Jesus. At any rate, that should all sound pretty familiar to most of us. If you take a little Judaism and add a little Zoroastrianism to it, shake it up in your cocktail shaker, pour it in a glass, you have all the ingredients for a great cocktail called Christianity, or Islam, or apocalyptic Judaism. Now again, many people detest the idea that Judaism could be influenced, informed, changed by non-Jewish, pagan people. I got news for you. When the Jewish people arrived in this area, they would have viewed the Zoroastrians as a completely intellectually superior group of people. And I can guarantee you they would have been influenced by them. So Zoroastrianism probably has a huge impact. And in fact, many ways, Zoroastrianism has a huge impact in world religions in general. They also have a huge impact in music. You may know Freddie Mercury, the lead singer of Queen. He was a Zoroastrian. So thank God for Zoroastrians. They produced the least Freddie Mercury. So sadly, it's a threatened religion now. It's a very tiny religion primarily located in Iran, America, and in in Iraq, or in India rather, but they're not doing that great, unfortunately. They're pretty small. So, we've now talked a little bit about the groundwork for apocalypticism. What is it, right? We call it a religious mode, and I use the word mode there for folks who have some background in philosophy, right? A mode of being. It's a way of doing religion. It's not a religion itself, but it's an articulation within a religion. It began to exist primarily in Judaism, but obviously it will persist into Christianity. In fact, Christianity is just, in many ways, apocalyptic Judaism perfected. It's when, in fact, apocalypticism becomes the religion, right? It's when the shift completely goes over to one side, and the apocalyptic is what really matters, and Judaism becomes an adjunct riding on the tails of the apocalypticism. One can imagine Christianity that way, but also in Islam. Islam is also largely an apocalyptic religion. Again, it's a religion based on a guy being shown things by an angel. It's fundamentally an apocalyptic religion. So what makes the apocalyptic? Now, what's important to know about this is that no one sat down in Judea or in Babylon and said, I'm going to invent apocalypticism. What they did was be religious, and they innovated. And the specific religious innovations that they developed, we now call apocalypticism, right? So it's very important to note here, this is a scholarly term applied to an ancient people. And it's always important to know that when you do that, when you apply a schema to ancient people, it never fits perfectly, right? Some things are left out, some things are left in, but it's such a stable kind of scheme that we do think that this is an important and decisive break with the prophetic religion of ancient Israel. So what makes apocalypticism? The first thing is what I mentioned here at the last, but I'll mention it first, because the last will be first. Is the name apocalypticism, right? It comes from the word apokalypsis in Greek, which means to reveal or to uncover. And what's important about this literature is that what tends to group it all together is the idea that God is revealing something fundamental to the person, to the apocalyptic prophet. God's not speaking to the apocalyptic prophet, telling them, go condemn, some king, especially like king, right? Go condemn those people for being bad and being rich. That's the way a prophet like Amos worked. God spoke, and Amos went and said, right, woe to you people, cows of Bashan. No, here we have God revealing various kinds of things to a human agent. And typically, that's being mediated by a divine, semi-divine being, typically an angel. So an angel shows up and says, let me show you something. And what do they show them? All kinds of things. What kinds of things? Typically things like cosmology. Apocalyptic Judaism is very interested in how the universe works. If you've ever read the Hebrew Bible, one of the things that is weirdly missing from the Hebrew Bible is any discussion of how the world is arranged, right? There's some vague discussions in the book of Genesis, but there's no real sense of like, what is the world exactly? Because they're not really interested in what is the world exactly, right? They're interested in what's going on in Judea with this king. So cosmology becomes very, very important in the apocalyptic mode of Judaism. Also, they're very interested in the past. This is sometimes ironic, considering that most people think of apocalypticism as primarily dealing with the future, but mostly the apocalypticists are interested in the past. So they're very interested in how did we get here? And the thing that they're very interested in is where did evil come from, right? Because if evil is in the world and it's out there, what kind of existence does it have? And they're very interested in where it came from. You'll never see much in the Hebrew Bible about discussing the origins of evil, right? Even the whole talking snake in the Garden of Eden, the writer of that story in the book of Genesis never says, and that's where all evil comes from. It names some things, right? You have to work for your bread, and women's child pain, and the pain in having a child will increase. By the way, it says that the pain will increase. It never says it wasn't. It just went worse, right? So it never says, and that's why everything went off the rails, right? The apocalyptists will be very interested in this. Also, they're very interested in the use of symbolism, right? The Bible doesn't do much in the way of symbolism often, right? But the apocalypticists will be very interested in symbolism. They're in fact virtually encoding their writings. And also, again, as I mentioned earlier with the exit into prophecy, they're going to be really interested in engaging in the same kind of social criticism that we saw in the historical Israelite prophets, but they're going to be doing it in a way that in a literary form in which they encode those criticisms by describing them as if they're happening in the future, right? So they describe present events in an encoded way as if they're happening in the future. That's going to be a tip-off for an apocalyptic writer. Amos didn't encode anything. He called people cows for being rich. He's like, you people are bad because you're rich. God hates you. Like, he's not encoding anything. Like, he's not like, and the cows will eat and become fat of the land. No, he's like, I hate you people and God hates you too, right? That's not what these apocalyptic folks do. Also, what they're really interested in is oppression, right? They're very interested in oppression and tribulation. Specifically, why do bad things keep happening to us? If our God is the only God, and we have a special relationship with this God, why did the Greeks just like whip our ass? Like, that's a bad thing? Like, we just get whipped by the Romans. They just killed like a bunch of us. Like, what's going on, God? Right? That's a real important question to ask, right? I mean, we all ask the sort of like, why bad things happen to good people question. It's like, why did we all get wiped out? Or most of us. They're very interested in why this tribulation's happening, right? And again, I say tribulations. The idea is it's real bad for a while, but for the apocalypticists, God has a plan. And not only that, the apocalypticists claim to know the plan, right? They claim to know the plan. They're also at some level interested in the end of the world. Right? Now, and when I say end of the world, what they're really interested in is the righteous and the wicked being separated, and the righteous being rewarded, and the wicked being damned. There's no hint of that in Israelite religion. Everybody in Israelite religion went to the same underworld, Sheol. It doesn't matter if you're a good person or a bad person. You went to the same place and it sucked. Well, the apocalyptists say that's not fair. Bad people will get punished. This idea comes directly probably from Zoroastrianism, right? So bad people get punished and the good people will get rewarded. That's the extent, really, of how things are going to go down in the future. And of course, right, why does that make sense? Well, it makes sense because a lot of good people, or at least people who they thought they were good, were suffering enormously under foreign occupation. They're also interested in otherworldly journeys, right? They'll go on journeys of the various realms of heaven, or they'll go on journeys to the various parts of the afterlife. It's very dualistic. That is to say, the world in apocalyptic literature is very starkly divided between the good guys and the bad guys, right? And the good guys are going to win, and the bad guys are going to lose. You don't see that in Israelite religion. In Israelite religion, the prophets are, you're doing bad, but if you do good, God will not punish you. In apocalypticism is, you are bad, and God is going to destroy you. It's a much more dualistic world. Which again, if you study history, in times of intense political crisis, right, dualism emerges. The good guys and the bad guys, right? Whether it's the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, right? Or whether it's the sons of light versus the sons of darkness, polarize the world, and that's often how you describe. And again, I think Marx is a kind of apocalypse in many ways. He would hate that idea, but he can happily roll in his grave. Thinking back to that anti-Semitism on the Jewish question. So anyway, right? Also, what's really important about apocalypticism is someone's going to fix all this, right? Because clearly, if you look at the time period being conquered by the Greeks, being conquered by the Romans, being massacred by various people, it's pretty clear that we're not going to be the ones to fix this. And so what do they say? There's going to be some kind of savior figure who's going to enter into history and fix all this. And that, of course, as it ferments a little while, becomes the fine wine of Messianism. That some person, or persons, by the way, early Messianism never agreed about how many it would be. Many people thought it would be two Messiahs. And one of those would die, right? And another one would become a military general and win. So ancient Judaism was never clear about there being just one Messiah. Many sections of Judaism actually believe there would be at least two. So, right? Now the Christians fix that by like having him die and come back later. They're just on that last one. So they kind of roll it into one dude, which is pretty smart. Also, there's all kind of anti-Messiah characters, right? If you have a good guy fighting for the good guys, you're going to have a bad guy fighting for the bad guys. That's anti-Christ. And there are lots of different stories about the bad guys, right? Christianity really likes the bad guys too. And they make some good movies. The structure of heaven and hell is going to be a big part of the apocalyptic world. If they're going to describe to you where you're going to go when you die or when you get resurrected, they want you to know about it. And if there's really vivid depictions of the hellish worlds and the afterlife, it's pretty motivating. Like, I don't want to go there where they like boil you in excrement forever. That sounds bad. I don't want to go there. I'm going to be a good guy, right? So they're very interested in the structures of the various heavens and the hells, and they're also interested in the idea that behind the scenes of what's apparent to us, the world is actually being dominated by a vast majority of spiritual creatures. Typically, we now know them as angels and demons. And so, again, if you look at the Hebrew Bible, there are basically very little in terms of angels and demons. They kind of show up from time to time, right? But in the apocalyptic, they are everywhere. Angels and demons are literally all around you, engaging in titanic spiritual warfare for the destiny of the world. Right? And every country has its own angel. Right? Michael's the angel of this country, Gabriel's the angel of this country, and every country has their own demon, etc. So the scale of things is also bigger. In Israelite literature, they kind of don't like the Egyptians. And they kind of don't like the Assyrians. But you never have a global analysis of the world, because they're kind of a parochial people. The apocalyptic writers are not parochial. They imagine the entire world divided into countries, and they explain political science in terms of this spiritual battles that are going on behind the scenes that we don't see. Their literature, which we'll talk about more in just a moment, is typically pseudo-anonymous, although they like to claim that very ancient people wrote them. So Enoch wrote this, or Abraham wrote this, or Shem, right, wrote this. So they like to allege ancient authorship, because, if it's just like Menachem, the dude down the street, wrote this, who cares, right? Like, Manny wrote a book about angels? Oh, yeah, Manny, the guy they like fix their shoes. Like, the hell does he know, right? So, Manny the shoe guy, Manny the cover's like, nah, Enoch wrote this, right? And so he puts Enoch's name on it, right? The patriarch who never died and was like, Noah's grandfather, whatever. Noah's father's like, yeah, Enoch, that dude, yeah, he was real. Let's read his book, right? So you throw a name like Abraham on there, and people are willing to read your book. They're not going to read Manny's book about the end of the world. No one cares about what Manny thinks. So let's talk about this literature, right? Let's get into what makes this work, right? Why would anyone write all this stuff down? Well, the first is historical and psychological. You're living as Judahites in a world of theological and political turmoil, right? Now, I don't know about you. I don't like turmoil. And when my life is in turmoil, one of the things I try to figure out is, why is this happening to me? Right? Because we think, because we're stupid, that if we understand something, we get power over it. You don't. Right? You can be real smart, and they basically just like throw you into a jail or whatever, right? But again, if bad things are happening to you, you want to understand why. There's no person I don't think of, right? You can be as existentialist as the day is long, right? And you're still going to want to know what's going on. Why is it happening? Right? Why is this happening? Very few people are going to suffer through immense, like, physical and psychological turmoil and think to themselves, okay, guess that just happened. Right? Most people don't do that. So what do? They try to explain why it's happening. Further, right, not only do they want to explain why it's happening, they want to feel like it's not for no reason. No one likes the idea that you just went through a traumatic experience and it's meaningless. You're on a rock, free from the sun, in the middle of a void, and in 4 billion years, the sun's going to swallow this planet, and every bad thing that's ever happened to you is not only not going to be a memory, this Earth won't even exist. We don't want to, that doesn't make sense from a human perspective. We want to understand why our traumas are happening. We want our traumas to mean something. And so, what do they mean? Well, the overwhelming data we get from the apocalyptic literature is that God has planned every single thing that's happening in the world. So this is a very deterministic literature, and that your suffering is not random. It's part of a plan. And what's that plan? The end of the world. Right? The world is going in a very specific direction, and God is going to make things right. Punishing the wicked, rewarding the righteous. This is all part of the plan. I think also Nietzsche a lot tonight. What's wrong with me? Right? No, I think Nietzsche said, right, that the person who has a why can endure any how. Right? The person that has a why can endure any how. People can get through anything as long as they have a reason why it's happening to them. Right? I think I may have it backwards. Right? And so the idea here, right, is that basically what you get is you get a reason why this is happening to you. And what's the reason? It's all part of a plan. And the apocalypticist has been revealed that plan. Lastly, a big part of this entire whole drama is that no one likes being colonized. No one likes being oppressed. No one likes having their country destroyed by foreigners. No one likes foreigners moving into their country and taking all their stuff and enslaving them. No one's really about that. That's bad. And so you want to protest against it, right? You want to protest against it, right? When the French come into Algeria and destroy that country, the Algerians are like, we ain't having it, right? And they protest against it. Now, there are a lot of different ways you can protest. One way of protesting is militarily trying to fight your own. You can try that. And people did. And they had very limited success. You can also write books about how they're bad, and God hates them, and God's going to judge them, and God's going to kill them eventually. Now, again, as I said earlier, you can't come out and just write that way, right? Boo the Romans, Tiberius sucks, God's going to kill him. And the Romans are going to be like, that's interesting, how would you like to be crucified, right? So they're not going to do that. They're going to encode it. And if you know, you know, right? I mean, right? If you know, and anyone who knew how to read this literature could read the code. They're like, yeah, the Romans, they're going to get their ass whooped by this God, whoop their ass. And yeah. And the Romans are like, what are you reading? Nothing. Right? So that was a way of encoding this. Now, how does all this work? God has to tell you. God has to reveal to you the plan, to you the apocalyptic prophecy. And that's what this literature is. It's the plan. It's the way the world is structured. God built the world. God structured the world. History itself is unfolding according to very set rules set down by God. And everything is part of the plan. Everything's part of the plan. And the apocalyptic literature is marked by that revealing, that uncovering. As you might imagine, in a world of turmoil, which I know Jewish people go through turmoil, right? Every once in a while, there's a little turmoil here and there, right? Little turmoil. You can imagine this was an incredibly persuasive form of religiosity. It explained why the world was the way it was, right? It described why bad things were happening. It told you where it all came from. It tells you how it's going to all end. And it tells you that the things that you're going through as a people, as an individual, are not random. And they're not punishment from God. Right? Also, the old Israelite theology, every bad thing happening to you is punishment from Yahweh. Right? No. You're suffering because that's part of the plan in which Yahweh is secretly collaborating and going to whoop these people. That idea, I don't know about you, right, is one of the most seductive ideas imaginable. And again, when I track this onto things like, again, folks may know, I wrote my dissertation on Marx. It's difficult to read much Marxist propaganda as anything other than repackaged apocalypse, right? It reads very much like an apocalyptic literature, right? Evil emerged with various modes of production, right? That's being driven forward by history, and eventually it's going to come to a cataclysmic battle, and after that everything's going to be great, right? Dictatorship of proletariat or whatever. You're like, didn't we heard this already, right? But Marx is like, it's material now, son. It's not God doing it. It's history. So you can see how influential this has been. The apocalyptic form of literature flourished for hundreds of years. One could even argue for 1,000 years, beginning roughly about 350 BCE and extending all the way through the Middle Ages, honestly, right? Because, Jews with the turmoil, they continued. And so the apocalyptic literature kept being produced. Christianity is in many ways an apocalyptic religion. It's a religion that more forcefully accepts the apocalyptic paradigm than any other form of Judaism, with the exceptions of the Essenes, those folks living at Qumran, the Dead Sea Scrolls. They believed it so much, by the way, that when the Jews revolted against the Romans, the folks that lived at that site, if Josephus can be trusted to do anything other than make Josephus look good, they thought the world was about to come to its final end, They tried to organize a resistance to the Romans. They were massacred in 2 battles, and guess what? They stored all their scrolls in the caves near their buildings, and they never came back for them. Why? Because they were dead, because they thought this was all part of the plan. Lucky for us, scrolls sat there more or less for a couple thousand years, and now we have them. And we can even see in the literature where they're planning for this battle, even describing the banners and horns they will be blowing and carrying in the battle. And I bet you, when that legion of Roman soldiers were like, why are they blowing horns and stuff, right? And they think that's going to work. And then the Romans massacred them, and they left their scrolls there. Apocalypse is a hell of a drug. I mean, like, when you literally believe God's going to intervene on your behalf at the very last moment to save you, if that's your battle plan, stay home. Right? If that's your strategy, and that was their strategy, it seems. Many of the big books of the Hebrew Bible, like the book of Daniel, is imbued with apocalypticism. The War Scroll and the Dead Sea Scrolls is a very apocalyptic text. Perhaps the most famous apocalyptic text of all time is the book of Enoch, a book not included in either Christian or Jewish literature, but preserved, thank God, by the heroic people of Ethiopia, who have never been colonized, FYI, because they fought like the devil to have it not happen, and they're brilliant tacticians. But they preserve all these writings that are so important in Judaism. So anytime I think about what the Ethiopian people have done to preserve Jewish writings, I am in enormous thanks for what they've done. So what's going to also happen, and we'll get to this next time, is that apocalypticism is also going to give rise to a new form of mysticism called the Merkava mysticism, which we'll be discussing next time. How do you get this vision? How do you go see what God has to show you, or what angels have to show you? Well, spiritual techniques were developed for this, and a new form of mysticism arose as a subset of apocalypticism in which mystics described going into God's palaces and being shown this stuff. We'll get to that next week. It's scary. As you might imagine, that's what the angels. Apocalyptic Judaism, right, and rabbinical Judaism, however, never quite saw eye to eye. The rabbis never fully embraced apocalypticism, right? Because the rabbis are all about the day-to-day keeping on of religious survival, not the titanic battle at the end, right? The rabbis are more like, how do we do Judaism now the temple's destroyed? How do we move the temple into our home? And the apocalyptic people out there being like, God's going to judge these people tomorrow, right? So, in many ways, apocalyptic Judaism was never quite meshed with rabbinical Judaism. And again, one famous quote from the Talmud, right? It says that for every time you try to calculate when the Messiah will come, God delays the coming of the Messiah the years that you calculated in the future. The rabbis don't like this, right? When Rabbi Akiva said, right, that Shimon bar Kokhba is the Messiah will save us all, the other rabbis made fun of him. They're like, grass will grow in your cheeks before the Messiah comes. Like, that's not going to happen. Unfortunately, grass didn't grow in his cheeks because he didn't get buried because he was burned alive for supporting the Kokhba rebellion. So, sometimes history can mean, right? The apocalyptic is very, very dangerous. But it was incredibly popular. On the screen right now is a short list of all the apocalyptic literature from this time period. If I were to grab my collection of apocalyptic literature off the shelf, it would be longer than the Hebrew Bible. An enormous amount of literature, right, was produced in the apocalyptic genre. Dozens of books that were very popular. For instance, at the Dead Sea Scrolls, there are more copies of the Book of Enoch than there are copies of Leviticus. That's Torah, folks. That's like the Torah. The Torah. There are more copies of the Book of Enoch there, right? They're more interested in Enoch. If we can take the amount of scrolls they had, right, as any indication. So the apocalyptic literature was incredibly important. And even with the rise of Christianity, it didn't stop being produced. We have dozens of Christian apocalyptic texts, right, including the Apocalypse of John, but other ones. You might be asking why. Well, Jesus has that pesky habit of not coming back soon enough. And Christians underwent turmoil too. They were being persecuted by the Roman Empire. They were being marginalized by the Jewish people that didn't really like them. They thought they were weird. They faced their own turmoil. Jesus wasn't coming back, and people started dying. Well, what do we do with people dying and Jesus not coming back? Year after year after year. Well, you you invent further and further apocalyptic ideas about what's going on. And the persecutions are all part of the plan, right? Martyrdom becomes a thing you should rush into because it's part of God's plan, right? Part of God's plan. Of course, also in the Islamic literature, apocalypticism would also become enormously influential, and many apocalyptic Christian and Jewish ideas also make their appearance in the Quran. The Dajjal is a good example of a sort of antichrist character, the Battle of Gog and Magog, the main battle at the end of the world, which occurs in the book of Daniel and is translated into the book of the Battle of Megiddo and Christian literature. Even the return of Jesus and the resurrection of the dead, these are all apocalyptic ideas that also occur in Islam. So Islam is also deeply influenced, and in some sense, an apocalyptic religion in itself. Judaism is going to increasingly abandon apocalypticism. And the answer for that is the same answer why the book of Maccabees is not included in the Bible. The rabbis, right? And also, by the way, why the Hanukkah festival is not about the Maccabees, it's about a miracle. The reason why? Disastrous rebellion after disastrous rebellion. The rabbis didn't want any more Rambos. They were tired of that machismo, we're going to fight the Roman stuff, because it just got us killed. So they said, we're not doing that anymore, and we're not going to prioritize that. And so, as you can imagine, this apocalyptic literature really gears people up to do rather extreme things, right? Just because, again, they all think it's part of the plan, and God's going to intervene in history and do whatever. And it doesn't happen. Over and over and over again, it doesn't come to pass. But the rabbis don't like this, they think it's dangerous, and they marginalize it. And eventually rabbinical Judaism, right, moves past apocalyptic literature, and very little of it gets produced. Well, not so much. Very little gets produced in the aftermath of the 135 rebellion by Bar Kokhba, but there is some, right? There are some texts that do get produced, like the Apocalypse of the 10 Signs, and Perkim Mashiach, and things like this. So the literature does survive a little bit longer. Just to wrap up for tonight, folks, needless to say, apocalypticism as a mode of religiosity, I would argue, is the most enduring mode of religiosity in the world today. So enduring that apocalyptic ideas have entered even into things like Buddhism, right? Apocalyptic ideas flowing from this tradition have even entered into things like Buddhism. Om Shinrikyo is a good example of an apocalyptic quasi-Buddhist sect. You may remember them for having poisoned the subway system in Japan with sarin gas in the 1990s as part of an apocalyptic agenda. To this day, in a 2012 poll, nearly 15% of people worldwide believe the world will end in their lifetime. That's millions of people, folks. That's hundreds of millions of people that believe the world's going to end in their lifetime. That's an apocalyptic idea, right? And apocalyptic sects are a huge part of American religiosity. One can think of the Branch Davidians out there in Waco, Texas, and other kinds of things. And again, of course, those folks. Part of the reason what motivated them to stay in that building was an apocalyptic understanding of history. And of course, that probably led to them being massacred by the U.S. government. They had their own hand to play in it too, but I do think that was pretty significant mismanagement. At any rate, while rabbinical Judaism and Kabbalah are going to win the day over and against apocalypticism was enormously important over the course of about 500 years in Judaism specifically, and it has made an enormous impact on world religiosity. I might even argue, like I said earlier, that apocalypticism as a mode of religiosity is perhaps the dominant religious mode in the world today. Right? I would be willing to make that argument, I think. But what's going to emerge in terms of mysticism for the purposes of our learning together is that a form of practical apocalypticism, that is to say, a mysticism in which mystics attempt to descend into the throne room of God, is going to emerge out of the apocalyptic literature. And that form of mysticism is going to be what we'll be tackling next week, called Merkabah mysticism. Merkabah, chariot mysticism. You also may know the word Merkabah because the Israelis have named a tank their equivalent of the M1 Abrams after the chariot of God, which seems appropriate for a lot of reasons. But at any rate, what I want to put on the screen right now are just some recommended readings. If you want to grab these ISBNs, and I'm also going to share these slides with everybody for the class so you can have access to the slides later. But if you want a great apocalyptic literature reader, it's just a collection of apocalyptic literature, this is a really great text by Reddish. The large scholar of apocalypticism in the world now is John J. Collins. His book, The Apocalyptic Imagination, is the definitive study of apocalypse. It's the book, right? If you take a college-level class on apocalypticism, you'd be reading Collins' book. If you're interested in Christian apocalypticism, Bernard McGinn, the leading scholar in Christian mysticism, has written a really great book about apocalyptic traditions in the Middle Ages. People like Joachim Fior, who's nuts in the most amazing way possible. And of course, also John Reeves has published another text on trajectories in Near Eastern apocalypticism, and this actually covers Jewish apocalypticism through the Middle Ages, which doesn't get much play, mostly because a lot of it's not been translated, but Reeves provides a great introduction to that literature, which is also forms of apocalypticism that survived into Jewish apocalypticism that survived the Middle Ages. So, again, another form of mysticism that emerges from the breakdown of prophecy, but renovates prophecy to do a phenomenologically different task, to show rather than tell. And show what? The whole plan of the universe, and how you, as a Jew, right, or as a non-Jew, maybe as a Roman, how you fit into it, right? And that form of mysticism, I think, is just incredibly important. Christianity, I mean, we all see these Christian books that are predicting the world or whatever. It's none of this is imaginable without the apocalyptic turn in Judaism during beginning in the 4th century BC. Welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I
There are so many titles. There's certain forbidden relationships which normal people don't have desires for. So which means even within the same area, even the same prohibitions, I can be excited in certain areas. So the topic says, what this means is in any given moment in life, this is how profound this is. In any given moment in life, I am simultaneously a tzaddik, and I may also be a rasha. Simultaneously a tzaddik and a rasha. And the tzaddik says, this idea, being in that, מתחשב לצדיק רק בדבר אחד בלבד, גם אם לגבי שאר עניין נחשב כרשע. And this idea that in one area I can be treated as a tzaddik, right? Even though in many other areas I am like a rasha, that rasha has a harash but kedusha b'midah. What's over here? Listen, very what's over here? Actually, we're gonna stop over here. We'll stop with this because I want to be able to talk about how. Notice if you just point out, Red Bull with this dramatic new idea that a person can simultaneously be a tzaddik and a rasha in the same type of thing. These are new definitions. A tzaddik, when I think about it, is a very absolute term. So tzaddik refers to tzaddik is not as much my definition of my entire persona as much as it defines my relationship to certain averas. So to certain averas I'm a tzaddik, to certain averas I'm a rasha. Certain averas I'm a tzaddik, no time before it. No desire for it, no shyness to it. I don't do it. I don't struggle with it. I don't stumble in it. I don't desire it. I'm a tzaddik in those areas. Other areas I transgress. Active state of transgression, I make shalom to the rasha. But again, if I do tshuva, then I'm about tshuva. Those are also thinking about this. That's all you have to stop. According to the approach of that, you almost say that a person after faith is almost like a person in recovery. It never speaks to a person who's in recovery. It's an amazing thing. Because how gullible a person in recovery is, he's never what? If you see the people in recovery, people don't usually say, I'm recovered. Instead they say, I'm 365 months. whatever. I'm so this amount of time. It's an incredibly sort of it's so profound because what recovery from addiction really highlights is this idea is this is my reality. This is something I will contend with the rest of my life. It's my reality. My goal is just to go ahead and stretch the sobriety for as long as I can. It's not because it's the same thing in faith. It's the same exact thing in faith. I'm in recovery. I'm in recovery. Why? Because my struggles are my struggles. That's it. The areas in which I struggle. If you think about this in life, it's not usually shown that I struggle in one area, and then that struggle goes totally away, and Panim Kadosh all the time, right? New struggle, nothing to do with the old struggle. That's not usually what happens. If we're honest with ourselves, the things we struggle with internally, very often are the very things that we're struggling with physically. All the same stuff. It's all the same. It manifests itself different in our life, but it's all the same thing. So therefore, says the tzaddik, in your areas of struggle, remember really become tzaddik. To become tzaddik means I have no shyness in this particular state. I have no luxury. And that's okay. Listen, that's incredible. That's all I don't have to become tzaddik in the areas of my struggle. All I have to do is go ahead and string along or string together a prolonged amount of sobriety. That's my goal. I will so stop most here for today. Here's what I'm going to tell you is this piece is life altering. Listen to the way we look at ourselves, we look at our struggles, and we look at our areas of weaknesses and strength. There's this big tomorrow. That's it. Good listening. Good morning. Good morning. So just remember a few things. Really just a few things. We have a long path ahead of us. And I was actually lots of people get this thing called black hole. You want to tune into this thing called a little bit on the incredible nature of the Shah. It's a bit of a different perspective. There is also the powerful association with the Shah. And a black hole there is basically one of two effects. Either the Shulchan itself mentions a black hole is the realization that the God gave us peace, or that the day itself is significantly shown by the fact of Rashi. Now, and again, whether it's the anniversary of the date of Rashi coming out of the tomb after being in hiding for over 250 years, or it's usually the anniversary of the yahrzeit of Rashi, either or both, both, and also, of course, comes about of the incredible connection between Rabbi Akiva and Rashi. Right? Remember again, after Rabbi Akiva's coming, when Rabbi Akiva died, the Gemara says in Masechet Yevamos that Rabbi Akiva went and found or established 25 new students. And amongst those students was a young man named Rabbi Shimon. It was Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. It's amazing. So we have Rabbi Akiva or Rashbi, those two personalities are very pretty much laid in the consciousness of this day. But the truth is telling is the black ball there projecting this in, meaning both Rabbi Akiva and Rashbi were talking about the end of Seth. beautiful area, right? Every value is changing. But the truth is, it's understood that the power of Lag BaOmer precedes these individuals and these events. Individuals are being killed. Okay, that means Lag BaOmer goes on to take on a grand dimension of the power of the day is embedded in the day from the beginning of time. So if you take a look, I put down on the WhatsApp chat yesterday. This is Moroccan biblical paper called Hasidus Va'arna Hasidus. And the answer is he has a section about like Omer, and he quotes on the page that I sent you. I underlined it. He writes over here, oh, we can take a look. Bas Macarius Rabbi Va'orea Hasidus. מחוץ לרגעים עלינו, אנו רוצים על קודש ומקודש ומקודש של יום ל"ג בעומר, בבירור כתבו, קידוש הצבאות ונראות. כשבדבריהם מסבר, כי ביום הזה מסעיר ונתנוצץ זמן שבת תורתנו הבא עלינו לקודש. Let's see. The Kokas is interesting. So to be the Rava, the Yitzchak, and the ladies here says something incredibly beautiful. He says, "Hadavina hazot shayitzias mitzrayim, migira adlag ba'omer." The Rebbe posits that the Sfira itself, right? This week's parsha starts at coming Macharat Shabbos, Sheva Shabbos, we have an obligation to count 7 weeks, 49 days between Yitzias Mitzrayim and the Shavuos. So the Rebbe says, the interesting, he said that the counting is cut is divided into two parts. The first part, he says, "Hadavina hazot shayitzias mitzrayim, migira adlag ba'omer." For the first 33 days, or up until the 33rd day, the essence of Sfira is rooted in Yitzias Mitzrayim. It's almost as if the afterglow of Yitzias Mitzrayim. Right? That's, we left Egypt, we experienced an incredible salvation, and up until the 33rd day, the focus of the days, the kedusha of the days, emanates from Yitzias Mitzrayim. ובל"ג בעומר מסעיר ha'ara shaman ha'sinai she'kabbalah safar. The Yitzchak posits that there's a switch that comes at Lag BaOmer. And what's the switch? The switch is that on the 33rd day of the Omer Echad, the focus is no longer Yitzias Mitzrayim, but the focus is Kabbalah safar. The focus is Shvius. And it's not just what the focus is, it's where the kedusha of the days themselves emanate from. Up until Lag BaOmer, the kedusha of the Sfira emanates from Yitzias Mitzrayim. From Lag BaOmer on, the kedusha of the Sfira is pulled from Shavuos. He goes on, he says, this is so beautiful. The Rabbi's panim the pasuk, Yaakov kara lo gali. What's the pasuk? It's very interesting. What's the pasuk in Parashat Vayishlach? And in Parashat Vayishlach, then somewhere again, this is when Yaakov parts ways from Lavan. Remember again, Yaakov steals away from Lavan, sneaks away in the middle of the night. Lavan catches up with him, and they make a treaty. Right after a little bit of anxiety at first, or a little bit of tension, they make a treaty. The treaty essentially is they set up a line of demarcation. And both parties agree, no one crosses the line. Yaakov says one guy, no, you don't come back to Arat Shamayim, Lavan agrees on the line, and they draw a line. Notice says, Yaakov, and what do? They pile of stones in order to go and demarcate the area. So the pasuk says, Yaakov Korelo Gali, Yaakov called the Gali Gal for the pile. A testimony. So the Rabbi says something so beautiful. He quotes it in the Roman, Kevan Shemagia Gal. When the Gal, Christ also David Amalek, Christ Gali Naibad, open my eyes and I will see. Gal was Lag. When Gal comes, when Lag comes, when Lag BaOmer comes, Shubumayumas and Lag BaOmer, as Naskilin Baha'ir Betinos Ha'ara Kabbalah. So we'll say the moment that Gal comes, the moment that Gal comes, is the moment that you begin to feel the energy of Kabbalah Satorah. That you begin to feel ultimately again the energy of Shavuos. That you begin to feel the energy of what's going to happen in just a few days from now. Milas ad, see that's where something very beautiful. He says the word massive timescales. So we Rothschild and the which again, if you were American, you were heard Kamala Sakura, it would be had the identity in Boston woman. It's the metaphor referring to cloud Israel as a Shironian woman. Shironian is Al-Hakuna. So was it just an incredibly beautiful and overwhelming idea? This notion that the Syria itself is divided up into these two parts. And up until Lag BaOmer, the Kedusha, there was a inspiration of the days, is Noveya stems from what was. And then for the rest of the Sira, the inspiration stems from what will be. And isn't that the double dialectic of life? Like life is this combination of things. We are inspired from our past, and ultimately we gain strength from our past, and we gain inspiration from our future. It goes with one more book. He says, "In Isa Gabor Shamash, cultivate the idea of our Shamash. Avana Satsira, Shalisorim Kadishbion, Ikidishin is backing Atzmin in Hasira. Kidishin is Kala Hasagas Hakar the Hadashwas. Sorry for other the Tangi Master in Hasira. Ad Laga Baomer. Shabu Khanishi, Shabu Khanishi Shabasira, Shuhod Shabahod, when you can get even masculine, those days on Hadashwas. Those same idea of the Arash what it means, the idea that it's about bringing it a little bit differently in the more esoteric context of hold and hold Shabahod. They always say, I think it's a profound idea because what it tells you is that how there are days that possess an incredible amount of contribution. The way they just embedded in the world is that they have this illusion. What happens is as time evolves, additional layers of kedusha are added to the day. So now adds an element of holiness to life.
Coming to you live from the Comedy Store. How you guys doing today? This is a brand new episode of Drill Tony. Give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe.
It takes me so long to get to my seat the way that this setup is.
Yeah.
We never really made that any easier.
Yeah.
We never made any adjustments to the big entrance where I have to walk around 3 chairs. How you guys doing out there? This is so exciting. This is 21 Mondays in a row that we've been having this fun little get-together, and yet we're still at the very beginning of something that I think is very fun and exciting. Yeah, so here we are. 21.
21. Yeah.
The Iron Patriot is here, our head of security. Put your hands together.
I had a good week, Tony.
What happened, Patriot?
On Thursday, I was on the set of a new show called The Goldbergs, starring Jeff Garland.
Yeah.
And we spent the whole day at the Santa Anita racetrack. That track first came alive on Christmas Day in 1934.
Came alive.
Well, that's when it opened. But it was a great day. And, Seabiscuit would run its final race there in 1940.
Okay.
Do you like horse racing?
Enough horse racing fun facts. Did you get to talk to Jeff Garland when you were?
No, I didn't. He wasn't there. There was an actor, George Segal, and a young boy actor. It was grandfather and grandson at the racetrack for the day.
Now, for those of you that don't know what he's talking about, the Iron Patriot also, when he's not working with us every Monday, keeping us all safe in this room, he's an extra on TV shows. In fact, some of his most recent work was on 2.5 Men, correct?
No, that was in 2008, that thing I sent out on Twitter.
Okay, well, just for example, that's him.
Creepily in the background. So if you see this, get a screenshot if you ever see him in a show, because this is the new Easter egg.
And he gets a lot of extra work. If you listen to the show, you'll find out that almost every week he books something.
Yes.
Now, you got the Goldbergs. So you think you're going to be in a frame on this racetrack? How many people were at the racetrack? How many thousands of people were in the stands? In this thing you
Well, they had a bunch of extras. We were down at another part of the track, but the people that were we watched a few races, and we were waiting every 30 minutes to film. But we were in another section filming the rest of the people, but the whole place doesn't fill up anymore. It's not like it was back in the glory days, but there was still a lot of people there. It was fun.
Oh, so they were filming during actual races?
Yeah. Well, in the morning we did some stuff before the people got there, and we had to be there at 8 in the morning. And I was getting real sleepy. They kept telling me, you got to wake up. But, it's really beautiful out there with the mountains. Have you been to that?
Yippee, everybody! Hi! How are you guys doing? Good to be here, everyone. Hello. Another fun crowd. This is our special Halloween episode, our semi-Halloween episode, in which the great Jesus Christ is here, everybody, the Lord and Savior Almighty. Give it up for him. Working hard on a Monday. And the Iron Patriot, as always, is here with us with his special Halloween edition beard. Right, Brian? Look at that thing.
I feel like one of the Oak Ridge boys, Tony.
Oh, there you go.
Elvira, ba-doom, Elvira.
Super topical reference you got there. People love Oak Ridge Boys jokes, and you're just firing them out already, straight out of the gates. I mean, first impressions. First impressions with Comic Patriot would be a great part just to start off.
I want to talk to you something, Tony.
I bet.
I was looking on Twitter, and there have been some people making some art designs with Kill Tony.
Yeah.
It's been pretty neat. There was one that caught my particular interest. It was an artist named Michael did the cover of the Kill Bill movie, but he put your face instead of Uma's.
Yeah.
And she was wearing that yellow jumpsuit, that iconic photo.
Yeah, you got it.
Yes, and I wanted to say...
It was an amazing Photoshop
I
job.
wanted to say to you, if things don't work out in comedy, you maybe could be an Uma Thurman impersonator.
There you go. 0 for 2. Patriot is 0 for 2 for those of you keeping count during the World Series.
But another thing I read about that is, do you know that Bruce Lee also wore that yellow jumpsuit in his last film in 1973, The Game of Death?
There you go. Absolutely. That is a great fact.
And they have those for sale on the internet. I think you should do that for your costume this Thursday. Get a blonde wig and get that yellow jumpsuit.
What are you doing on Thursday?
You already got the shoes.
What are you doing on
You
Thursday?
got the body, man. You got like that vegan body from all the comics stuff like that.
All right, that's not what a vegan is. You're really rushing into it this week. I don't know why you have to make these vegan jokes about meat sucking cum, because that doesn't go with that. It's not the same thing.
Yeah,
It's not the same thing.
because you have like that body, that AIDS cancer body.
I don't know why you do this. I don't know why you do this, Brian. I don't know what it is about this part of rubbing me the wrong way that gets you excited.
Well, that Bruce Lee was very, thin. And you would, if you had that, I think
Just right.
yeah, if you had like a wig
Yeah,
on,
thin and dangerous,
Yeah.
just like Bruce Lee.
very sickly looking like a vegan.
All right, that's enough. You're the one that gets sick every 2 weeks.
Yeah, because I have to be around you so much.
All right, that didn't even make any sense. What are we doing here?
Have you Googled Elvira, speaking of Elvira, on lately to see if you would fuck her? Because I would still do it.
Ira.
Have you? Anyone?
Sort of remember her. What is she up to nowadays?
She has the big milky boobs, more makeup.
Nice.
Still doable.
She was creepy then. Patriot, what are you going to be for Halloween on Thursday?
I'm going to do my same thing.
What?
I go out on the boulevard and I go out, about, Jesus knows it. He knows that I would go out there. I'll probably go out there from 4 to 7 or something when the trick-or-treating's happening. The kids, they'll like seeing me, and I'll do some pictures, and I'll go home.
Fuck yeah. All in a day's work. Take some pictures, go home.
Yeah.
No different with Halloween with you. Were you doing anything at nighttime? Any plans?
Maybe I'll go to Disneyland. I've been thinking I might want to check that out.
Think you might want to go to Disneyland on Thursday night.
Yeah, no, I'm real spontaneous. There's no telling where I might be going.
I don't know if you're that spontaneous. I think under the costume you're a pedophile. So you telling me that you want to go to Disneyland on Thursday night makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I do. I love it.
Because let's face it, where you live, there's probably no kids trick-or-treating coming right to that door where you can just pull them in.
No, I gotta go.
You got all those fresh feet, those little feetsies. Those fresh feetsies.
Oh, that's so
I
disgusting.
don't go anyway. I don't have the Patriot. I don't bring them up.
Yeah. Do you think that it's harder for us to take you seriously with the beard on at all?
I don't know. I can't really see how it looks. Do I look sexy?
Interesting thing about that beard, it's the exact same beard of the guy that had when I got robbed like gunpoint. He had the exact same model beard on, a little white.
Really?
Straight, yeah. It's a beard for wizards. Black wizards.
Did he really? He had a wizard beard.
Yeah, yeah,
Oh,
that
that's
exact
so
same
creepy.
color, everything.
That is so creepy.
Yeah, because when I see it at Halloween stores, it brings back like a flashback.
Well, you know, the one thing that obviously our production value here on this show and Robert has in common is that they both only want to spend $7 for a fake beard. And so there you go. When it comes to what kind of hair and makeup quality we go to, it's to that of a street thug.
Yeah. So Iron Patriots hit me another song this week.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you think they let me come to the Playboy Mansion with this beard? For Halloween?
I don't think they would let you anywhere near the Playboy Mansion with or without the beard, Patriot. I'm pretty sure they have at least any form of security whatsoever.
I'd rock it in the grotto.
You'd rust in the grotto.
Yeah. You'd electrocute everybody in the grotto. It wouldn't go well. So, for those of you that don't know, the Patriot was in an unsuccessful rock and roll band in the 80s in Texas. And every once in a while, he sends in a song to us. And it's an old song that was not ever a hit when he was in a band, but he's bringing it back as the Iron Patriot. So here's another song, a new song that he sent in this week. What's the name of it, Patriot?
Send me.
Send me. Here we go. This is always something.
In the middle of the jungle, it's a dog fight, and you'll never get a free ride. The farmer is feeling uptight, and the shit is getting old. But it's Friday.
I like this one.
Just breathing, but I'll never believe it. And I'm always feeling uptight, but the money don't seem to flow. In the middle of a shipyard, on the south side, where the boys really work hard. Time's gonna go real fast, so I might as well relax, 'cause it's Friday. I got a date with a pretty lady. Baby, send me on my way. But if I have my way,
Oh my God.
There you go.
thank you guys.
Was there actually a line in there that said, in the shipyard where the guys are real hard?
No, the shipyard where the guys really work hard, where the boys really work hard.
You know, I've heard like three or four of these songs now from you, Patriot. I gotta say, you guys really would have killed if you ever played the Mos Eisley Cantina. I mean, you sound like those fucking...
Yeah.
Who played the
Do you know any of the words?
Yeah.
Do you know any of the words from the Mos Eisley song?
No, I don't know.
Can you just make it up on the spot right now? Improvise something for us?
Well, I'm not sure of that. What you talking about?
You're talking about
putting them on the spot sometimes.
you're talking about Star Wars.
No, yeah, that is. Yeah.
There's lyrics to that song?
Just to one of them there is. There's it might even be one of those weird extended parts. It might actually it might not be the Mos Eisley Cantina. I think I'm thinking of Jabba's Palace. Yeah, the guy with the beard and the glasses, of course, immediately like, you got it, bro. Big point, saved it. Yeah, with that little shit, and then they torture that one blue chick that has like the horns coming out of her hair. This chick's just always like being whipped and being made to sing songs and stuff. Really sad story. Do you know anything more about the blue chick?
Yeah, we did.
I've gotten so good at knowing like who to ask facts to. Casting.
See, I would have gone with the guy with the Star Wars shirt in the very back row. I think there's a guy that's he just likes the shirt.
Exactly. Real Star Wars fans wear fucking collared shirts with nice jackets and stuff. They're successful. You decide whether you're going to be a Jedi or the dark side. You make a commitment. What side did you pick, bro? There's no such thing as double Jedi. Oh, total Jedi. All right. Patriot, if you had to say whether you're Sith or Jedi, what would you pick?
Neither.
You're a droid. Of course. The only one that you can't pick. I love it. Well, you guys know why we're here. This is the wildly successful another episode 22 of Kill Tony, where a lot of rising young comedians, young and old sometimes, come here. They sign up to do 60 seconds each. And I always have two of my funniest friends on as guests. This week will be no different. In no particular order, your guests tonight. You guys ready to get this thing kick-started or what? Yeah, kick-started. How about that? Yeah, we just raised $7 with that applause.
We lost it on the beard.
Yeah, exactly. We broke even. So your guest tonight, one of my funnier friends. We write together on The Burn, Comedy Central roast writer. We started together. Put your hands together for my pal Benji Aflalo, everybody. Hell yeah, here he is. And also the opener for Russell Peters, Steve Trevino. I mean, this guy's on the road. He just booked some huge college tour. One of my best friends. Put your hands together for Jesus Trejo, everybody. Also here. You know him from Sullivan and Son on TBS. Hi, Jesus. Welcome. How are you guys? I'm so happy to have you guys. Two of my funniest pals. The kind of guys that I hang out with almost every single night, laugh with, and Jesus and Benji, two cold-blooded fucking killers. Hey, Benji, you've been on the show before, and Jesus, this is your first time.
Yeah, first time, dude.
What episode were you on, Benji?
I was on this show with Jeff Richards.
What episode, Patriot?
That was Kill Tony 6.
There you go.
Remember I did my rap song?
I love it. I love the Iron Patriot, right? I
Say.
really like you, man.
Thank you. I've seen you on the Ice House Chronicles the last couple of weeks and been enjoying it.
Okay, well, me too. You didn't have to compliment me just because I complimented you.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, we got Jesus here. What do you know about Jesus?
Yeah, what was it like opening up for Russell Peters?
Fucking crazy. Yeah, I was like, oh shit, this is real.
What's the biggest venue you did with?
Nokia Theater here in Los Angeles.
How many people is that?
7,500. Yeah, man. I was like, holy shit. My mom, 10th row, just clapping it up the whole time.
Oh, that's great.
Like,
Did you see her?
Yeah, I could see her.
Is she like one of your focal points during your set?
Yeah, and then my dad's sleeping. You know what I mean?
Oh, really? Isn't that amazing how that works out?
It's crazy. Like, we were there. Like, I was so excited. My dad, like, after the show's all said and done, we're backstage, and my dad just kind of like, you know, hitting with his knuckles up against the beam. He's like, oh, this is a nice place. Like, oh, awesome, man.
I guess they got a pretty decent foundation over at the new
Oh, the
theater.
seats are amazing. What about these jokes? Fuck your jokes.
Great.
Iron Patriot, man. What's up with the lights, man? Like you look at those lights and you feel like he's gonna whiten somebody's teeth at the mall. Just go out to it.
Yeah, the costume came from Norway, but the lights came from Belgium.
Wow.
All right.
Yeah.
You tagged that shit, huh?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And when I got the light, I actually had to wire up the battery packs. I had to make several trips to Radio Shack. And I thought it was just coming ready to go, but it was just a light. And then I had to twist the wires together and put those little plastic things, twist them on there.
That's very Johnny Five of you.
Yeah, I'm just like Robert Downey. I do a lot of work at home on my costume getting ready.
Downey soft, son.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, man. Another thing that I love that's happening right now with this introduction of the beard and the ventilation system here at the store is this like powerful wizard body of the beard mode going on right now. It's like floating in the wind. Pretty fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
Do you have any wizardly thoughts for us? Like, have you smoked pot lately and had any of your deep thoughts?
Yes, nothing is outside you. What is within is without.
I don't get it. That's it? That's the end of it?
Yes.
It sounded like you were really getting something.
Listen, you're in a battle against your own mind, and that's the good news and the bad news.
I don't like these.
All right.
Yeah, all right. You're not smoking the right pot, Patriot. I don't know.
I feel like he's just reading us memes.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Oh, yeah, we have a new soundboard, by the way.
Thanks to hornblasters.com for updating us to an HD soundboard.
Heck yeah.
So we have a new, why don't you explain what we
Well,
use
of course, so you guys know comedians all sign up to do 60 seconds to be able to perform, maybe get some of that punched up, maybe just get some direction of any kind, or just be talked to and get their stuff out there. But we always have them do 60 seconds, and they know that they've hit that 60-second mark when they're doing stand-up at the Meow of the Kitty, but when it used to just be this little innocent meow. But with our new upgrade, oh my god, that's unbearable.
What is that, Donald Duck and them motherfuckers?
I sure would have loved to have had an audio rehearsal before this. Guess I just took your word for it that the updated cat was great.
All right, we could go with this.
That's much better. That's much better. I don't need an angry look. That sounded like a skinny, angry cat.
All right, well, how about after they go over the minute, they keep on going.
Oh, yeah, well, normally we have the West Hollywood Bear. What's the big,
Well, it's just a gayer bear.
That is
fucking scary as fuck, right?
That is fucking perfect.
That's
amazing.
in the other room and get mic'd up.
That is so great.
Don't make the person shit off stage.
What's the magic wand? I just want to see what the magic wand is.
Oh, that's
out of
just
curiosity.
in case if a really hot girl comes up on stage.
It's adorable. Fuck yeah, man. So,
Is that what you hear in your head when you have a boner? Because I would automatically associate that sound with hot chicks.
Yeah, really?
I mean, it's a nice sound.
You're
like,
at Disneyland, you're hanging out.
it makes sense. I'm just saying.
That sound is like, remember those old school audiobooks when you gotta turn the page, you don't know how to read and shit? It's dream.
This isn't.
Yeah.
This is in my head. Why are you eating McDonald's right now? He has a McDonald's cup right there.
it's our newest sponsor. No big deal.
They upgraded the next song that we're going to hear once we start the show.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's because they're new chicken sandwich.
And remember, it's new, spicy, bold, and delicious.
Yeah.
I don't believe you guys.
Really?
I'm loving it.
You'll believe it. You'll believe the flavor once you taste this new chicken sandwich.
Death Squad is tied to McDonald's now? I don't buy it.
Well, you
Why
should
would I-
buy it because it's only $2.99 for 36 chicken nuggets right now at your local McDonald's.
That'd be the funnest.
We weren't supposed to talk about it because we don't pay our guests, but McDonald's has been, we've been in cahoots.
Is that why you have one ethnic guy here? Because that's how every McDonald's commercial advertises.
That's why actually the Iron Patriot's wearing a beard, because we don't want to get in trouble
Right.
from Marvel Corporation.
Yeah, we decided to go corporation to corporation. Since some of you, I don't know how many of you know the storyline here, but the Iron Patriot was in a movie, blah, 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 and now he bought this crazy suit to be the Iron Patriot, but we got a note from lawyers over at Marvel that they aren't too happy with us having the Iron Patriot, so
With the McDonald's sponsorship.
now we're lawyered up.
Yeah.
McDonald's versus...
on the physical side. He says, however, Alejandro Fumina Sarva Atmasar, who's reading the script, we read this already, שיש לה עוד דברים בעל העיר שעשה, יש לו בלבס, נחשבים כמעניש צבו אסיסורי גהנום, הנצרכים לו, כדי להזדקק ולהזנקוס על מושא העירה, שמסחרי על שעשה ושם בתשובה שלי. So whatever that person explains that when a person is a
I'm sure it's a company.
that act was damage that a person experiences as a result of its idea is also a form of choice. It's also a form of repentance. Elohim, Abu Khalid, and she explained how that works in just a moment. Elohim, Abu Khalid, some character is not prophets, Akhala Uset Tar Adira, that is my Shua, Ukulu Lo, Akhala Mars. Was it the same kind of
Marvel in a battle of the Titans. Yeah. But then again, McDonald's might drop us after they hear this. Anyway, fuck yeah. You guys ready to get this thing started? We have over 30 comedians that signed up for tonight's show to get the chance to do 60 seconds. So let's have some fun, shall we? It's always exciting and fun. Hey, Sarah Wineshank, everybody, starting it off. Lovely young lady. Exactly what we need. I follow Sarah on
What's up? Yeah? Everyone's like, yeah. Got a flu shot, guys. Got my flu shot from Rite Aid. Went to Rite Aid to get Q-tips and a Twix. Just Q-tips and a Twix. That's all I wanted. Left with a fucking flu shot. Waiting to see if I'm gonna develop latent autism. Not quite sure yet. You guys should have seen the dude that gave me this flu shot. This fool is like father time. He rang me up for the Twix and the Q-tips. And then, like, I freaked out. I was like, there's no way you're the same dude that's gonna inject me. He's like, oh no, I am. But I got a lollipop afterwards. That was tight. Knickknacks. I have a lot of things. Like, I'm afraid I'm gonna be a crazy old knickknack lady with a lot of shit. Like magnets on my fridge from places I've never been. I'm afraid of being that bitch. Like the one that likes fuchsia and makes hummingbird feeders. That's like my nightmare. I have a lot of cats. Really big scratch posts. They can play on them. But no fresh.
Wow. Is that one of them? Wow. There you go. 1 minute. The cat noise cut out her cat joke. You notice that? It's true, we got cats on cats on cats.
Cat City.
Cat City, bro. Fuck yeah. That's fun. Flu shot, CVS, Twix, Q-tips. You shouldn't get flu vaccines.
I know. Trust me.
So why'd you do it? How much was it?
I was like torn, and then I was like, fuck it. It was like an inner battle, and they asked me right on the spot, and I was like, fuck it, yeah. But then I looked up all the side effects afterward. And like, I had already looked up the side effects before. But I don't want to get the flu. I don't get the flu. So I was like, I'll take that risk. But I regret it.
When's the last time you got a flu shot?
Never. Well, I called my dad, and he was like, you should have ever.
Yeah, don't do flu.
Yeah.
Are you healthy? Why are you getting the flu? Don't listen to him. He drinks every night and eats McDonald's.
I mean, I don't know. Like, I'm healthy, yeah. I just don't want to fuck with the flu. Like, I don't want to be out of my life for a week. So I thought, fuck it. Let me get, like, some weird disease from the side effects of the flu shot.
You don't want an excuse to sit home and watch awesome TV and fucking shit out 15 pounds. And
yeah, I love the flu. The flu is you catch up with things the second you're healthy from the flu. It's like no one can get me sick.
No, I don't want to fuck with the flu. But the side effects of the flu shot are worse than the actual flu.
Wait, what do you do to be healthy? That's what I want to know. Why
What do I do?
Are you doing yoga, hot yoga?
I mean, I've done hot yoga. I'm not like hitting the yoga mat with Ray.
I mean, as a young, cute girl in Los Angeles trying to make it, you gotta go at it every day. Yoga. Do you work out? Do you work out?
Yeah, I work
Vegan
out.
food. How often?
I work out like 2 times a week. I don't work out enough. I work out when I can. Everyone. Yeah, I just don't like fucking with the other bitches in the yoga classes. They're crazy.
Wow.
Like the Lululemons.
Can we get another Jaguar sound? Why don't you like There's a cat fighting. Downward facing angry kitty.
Why don't I like yoga?
Because you're like, I'm cuter than you, and I know you think you're cute because you have yoga. By the way, I already like this. I don't like other girls in yoga more than anything else so far. I think now we're playing with fire. Fuck these yoga cunts. Go.
Fuck them. Okay.
Yeah, what is it about them that you don't like?
I don't like that they have kombuchas that they bring. I don't know what that is. I don't like that. I don't appreciate the fact that their mat is more than what's in my bank account. I don't appreciate that they're around every day at 2 p.m. I don't appreciate the fact that their yoga pants are more expensive than my regular pants.
There you go. I think you're gonna make some money with one of those.
That was awesome.
That was real. That was some real. Yeah, that's real shit. That's real.
Very passionate there at the end. That's awesome.
Take their shit seriously.
Yeah.
Like I can't take myself seriously. Get on this class. It's like the deep breathing. It's like this is so embarrassing.
What is embarrassing about deep breathing?
Because there's like one class. Okay, I won't even fuck with it because it's like extra deep. It's like called
Extra deep.
Kundalini.
Like a little snot bubble deep. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That deep right there where you snort when you laugh right there.
It's quiet in there, right? So what are you dressing in? What are you wearing to yoga that you're feeling, you don't have any Lululemon?
I mean, I have nice pants, but they're not Lululemon. Like I don't fuck with Lululemon. It's like played out, you know? Like I'll lift the part, but not fully. I won't go full yoga dude.
So you go into like dark alleys to buy your yoga pants.
No, not dark alleys. Yeah.
If you have an extended labia, you'd be more scared to go to yoga.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, there's plenty of hot girls in yoga, but there's some meaty women too.
Actually, I have a yoga nightmare story. It was at a goddess workshop that I got suckered into signing up for, and ever since then I stopped going to yoga.
What's a goddess workshop?
Oh, trust me, you don't want to know.
It sounds like something that could make another interesting premise. What is that? What's a goddess
It's like
workshop?
all these crazy, like, older women, I would say, late 40s, early 50s that are having, like, freakouts in their Lululemons, and it's like a Friday night at 10 o'clock, and I got guilt-tripped into going in this, and I can't say no, and, it was $40, and I signed up, and I had to...
What is it? What are they doing to you? What's
So I thought that we were going to do yoga at the yoga class goddess workshop, but when I arrived there, no one was doing any type of stretching at all, and I had to stare into another woman's eyes who was anorexic for like 5 minutes, and then hug her, and then she cried. So ever since then, I'm like, fuck yoga.
When do you become a goddess? I don't get the goddess.
Oh no, it's just like these women, they're like hate their lives and their husbands, or like whatever. They're like bitter about life, so they're like going into like, I didn't realize it was like this, you know?
I'll tell you this, if you work the I hate bitches angle, you'll get all the men on your side and some of the women. It's true. They'll stand by your passion and your honesty. Because it sounds like you really are coming from that place, so fucking rock it. It's the yoga thing's fun. How do they, how are they always there too? You know that what are they doing? If you're doing this and you're able to do yoga too, what are they doing? Why are they always free? How do they do that? If they have rich husbands,
Yeah.
do yoga during
Yeah,
the day,
and they all
she
know
resents
each
it.
other.
She's a fucking artist trying to grind during the day, and then she sees all these rich bitches at fucking yoga at 2 p.m. and she's like, fuck this. Exactly. Yes. There you go. Princess Shank on Twitter. Sarah Wine Shank, everybody. Talking about the flu shot. Hashtag diamonds. /diamonds. That's fun. That's exciting. Flu shot. Yeah, I'm not into that. I got a physical a couple months ago. They just started giving me shots. was too late by the time it happened. But they gave me some shots. They're full of mercury and shit. That's why everyone has autism. All the vaccines.
What kind of shots did they give you at a physical? Like they're supposed to
Well,
take you for like 12 vitamins.
they loaded it up. They gave me the fucking premium package.
They B12 you up? They shoot up some B12? You get your finger in there?
I think so. I think I got some good stuff. Got whatever the Writer's Guild package is.
Ball grab?
You know what? It wasn't actually a grab. I really like my new doctor, by the way.
Did it have a beginning, middle, and an end?
I'll tell you this. One time, I got a physical from a doctor, and he went for the ball grab, the turn your head and cough, and I didn't realize it until right afterwards. But he didn't have a glove on when he did it. He didn't have a glove on.
His hands are clean.
Oh, yeah, they're clean, but put a glove on it, bro. Because if he doesn't have it's fine that he doesn't have a glove on. Like all of a sudden I started thinking like probably like a girl would that doesn't use a condom with the guy or something. Like I'm like, it's all right this one time with me, but wait a second, that means he does that with all the guys. So like he has this bally hand, this hand of balls.
Was it in the morning or the afternoon?
I think I got a late shift on the ball grab.
Ain't no telling how many pairs you got. I had one where like when I knew the ball grab was coming because my dad told me about it, so I got a female doctor to do my physical.
God. You're so full of shit.
She had a teacher's assistant, like somebody shadowing her that did it for her. So I had a younger guy that was like my age grab my balls in front of her. It was worse.
I prefer
That's so great.
This kid was like my age. Like I was like 22. This was a while ago.
So you're like, yo, bro, nice balls.
Yeah.
I prefer a male touching my balls because I don't want it to be a girl and then I like boner in the doctor's office.
No, that's
right.
awesome.
And I don't want it to be a girl because I don't want a dumb girl doctor to misdiagnose my testicular cancer. You know what I'm saying? I need a fucking man
An argument with
with a big brain.
Ew, what's these veins? Ew, you got something.
I once had a female doctor, but she was very dykey, but she did inject my asshole. Like I had a hemorrhoid. And she
You had a hemorrhoid? What kind of lifestyle are you living, bitch?
I gotta, if I booze too much or if I don't take care, I get a hemorrhoid.
Yeah.
And she lied to me. She was like, all right, you're gonna feel a little pinch, like, because they're not gonna be like, I'm about to jam this syringe in your asshole because you can't see what's going on.
Did you put the rubber band on it, or what did you?
I can't see. It's all happening behind you.
Like
And then once it's done, she's like, this is what I just did. And you're like, whoa.
What do you mean that's what I just did? Did she like suck it out and then show you something, or?
No, she just tells you afterwards what you did, but she doesn't want to be like, I'm about to stick a needle inside of your asshole.
You put a
I think this is its own podcast called Hemorrhoid Express with Red Band and Benji.
You'll get there, bro. You're stressed out.
It ain't happening.
Yeah, I had to put a rubber band around mine that cut off the hair tip.
Patriot, have you ever had a hemorrhoid?
I did, but I changed my diet and I never
said
had
on my dick. I'm like, how the fuck?
That's what I heard.
Get it
out there.
Eat lots of fiber. Eat some bananas, some fiber. Try to change it up so you don't have to have those. I didn't have to do that rubber band thing. That would have been terrible. I used some preparation H for a few days. Got rid of it. Changed my diet. It was cool.
There you go. All right, your next comedian, everybody. Put your hands together for Mario Ramone. Everyone hear it?
Mario!
Oh, yeah. Coming from deep in the gullet. Oh, yeah, this is going to take a while. Dropped his jacket. Still coming. The music's out. He's still coming. Here he is, everybody. Mario Ramone.
Yo, what's up, y'all? How are you? I just moved to LA about 6 weeks ago, and my mom just actually came to visit me, and I had to take her out dancing. I hate taking my mother out dancing. She loves to do line dances, and she never wants to go to her age bracket of clubs. She always wants to go to my club. And dude, what do you call that line dance? Not the electric slide, but the wobble. But the only thing is, she's in an electric wheelchair. She's fucking people's toes up. Like my mom, she loves to drink and do line dances and things. And like, and she does it like she makes her wheelchair go really fast, swings her head, and like she's like fucking people's toes like seriously. And then she likes to fight. Have you ever seen the drunk who likes to fight? Like she'll pull up, she'll be like, what did you say? And I'm like, Mom, they're gonna push her ass down. Actually, she's downstairs waiting on me. I know she can hear me. We didn't have an elevator up here. She was like, I want to go, but
But that's the
You nailed it. Wow, you nailed it in a minute.
I nailed it in a minute.
Holy moly. Is that true? Is your mom really here downstairs in an electric
She's
wheelchair?
waiting on me.
Really?
Yeah, I wish we had an elevator so she could see me.
She's really downstairs right
She's
now?
downstairs.
Wow. That's amazing. That's hilarious. First, well, okay. Okay.
You have so many things you want to talk about. Like,
Did she really want to go dancing with you? Was that a thing?
oh, yeah, she goes dancing.
In a wheelchair.
Yes,
In an electric wheelchair.
Electric, right. Don't
So,
call her for
okay.
Gail.
All right. What did I say?
You are a happy guy.
Yeah.
Where are you from?
I'm from Atlanta.
Atlanta.
Yes, you.
Heck yeah.
It's really cool to call it Hotlanta.
What happened?
It's all happening, man.
I know.
Well, that's cool. Was it tough picking up your mom from the airport seeing that she's in a wheelchair?
No, I mean, they have assistants at the airport.
Right. You tip the guy who's wheel.
Of course, I always do.
Nice. What'd you tip him?
A couple $1 bills.
Well, yeah. They give them like 4 or 5 things.
That's good.
Why did you see? I don't believe you.
I'm damn nervous. Like, I'm not nervous, I'm just hot. You
That
know?
was hilarious, man. I'm curious. Is that the first time your mom approached you about going dancing?
No, she's always my best.
What was that first time like? I'm curious. Just like
Well, the people were actually concerned because she was in her wheelchair and she had her cortisone shot that time in her knee, so she got up and started doing like that. They were like, okay.
so she can kind of move, but she's okay.
Has anyone ever tried to inappropriately grind your mother on the dance floor? And then
No, she's the grinder. Actually,
Oh,
she'll
shit.
whip up on you and grind you. She's like, hey, and she makes it bounce. The wheelchair, yeah.
This is all.
She has hydraulics in her wheelchair?
Yeah, and we decorated it for her.
That's cute.
It's all great. I think, I love what you're doing with this whole thing. It's absolutely right. That is some funny shit. I would definitely, I would cross electric slide and electric wheelchair. I would make that connection instead of saying the whole, would you say Waldo or Waldorf? What was, you talked about a dance earlier on. You guys
It's
were
called the wobble.
yeah, well, you're saying something there that it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Like we don't even know what that is.
Does anybody know what the wobble is?
It's the one guy, right? What nationality are you? Nationality. What nationality? Green and black. There you
Instead
go.
of the electric slide, she does the electric wheel.
Right.
Maybe like a
That, and I also love you talking about how sometimes she'll get cortisone shots, and I would set that up by saying something like, she does one dance move we call the miracle, where that she gets her cortisone shots, and then all of a sudden she gets to the middle of the dance floor and just stands up, and everybody goes crazy. You know what I mean? Like you call it the miracle.
This is awesome. We can have Bernie. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
But that's cool.
That's great.
Like, I think it's cool that you're talking like something real. You know what I mean? I talk a lot about my parents and my acting. I think that's cool. I mean,
Well, she's downstairs cursing me out.
Oh,
Every
okay,
time I
nice.
finish, she always says she fucked her. She does. She's like,
I love your energy in the way. You have so much fun, Mario.
yeah, like this fun.
Why'd you move to LA to pursue comedy?
Comedy and acting.
How long have you been here? 6 weeks. Wow, from Georgia, 6 weeks. Was your mom out here before you guys came together?
No, she just came to visit.
Wow.
She was like, I know there's some nice clubs in LA.
Wow, that's so funny.
Did you do comedy at the Punchline in Georgia?
I did. Punchline, Uptown Comedy, Laugh Factory.
That's a great club. One of the best clubs
Is the comic strip. What did you say?
Punchline.
Right, Punchline. I just wanted to make sure that listeners
You
didn't
have to
hear the Laugh
like
Factory.
slaughter like some innocent virgin animal and they walk over and they let nobody in Punchline. No. Like you have to know something. You have to know him. Jesus, yeah. This is some good shit here.
Yeah, you didn't have Jesus in Georgia, did you?
Not in Georgia. Well, it's really crazy. I know it's the Bible Belt and everything, but you will see anything goes in Georgia. I mean, Nini's from there, from the Housewives of Atlanta. Anybody knows that?
I think you're the only one watching that.
I didn't say I was watching it. I know about it.
Hell yeah. So have you, since you've been here 6 weeks, you checked out like the West Hollywood area and all that,
Yeah. I've been a lot of comedy clubs. I did John Levin. That was my that's for me. And this one.
Right.
This one's pretty fun.
Oh yeah.
I mean, who else gets to perform literally in front of Jesus and all you guys? Right?
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Fantastic. Mario Ramon, everybody. There you go. Mario's brand new to LA. Very happy. Don't lose that excitement. Don't let this place steal your soul.
We're gonna see him in a few years. He's gonna be so dark.
Oh, I know. Don't let it. Remember who you are today. Remember that guy that was giggling at himself alive, because this city will rip that from your spinal cord. And I remember people telling me that, a few weeks in or whatever, and they're like, yeah, that is it. It's true.
You were always kind of dark, though. When I first met you, you were like tough from the get-go. You were even tougher when you first started.
It's true.
Yeah, I'm Ohio. Shit.
I was wide-eyed when I first started.
But I have confidence, though. I knew I wasn't going to quit. I knew I was in it. I knew I was going to learn some shit.
Tony was like a week into comedy treating people like shit. It was pretty funny.
It worked out. Thank you.
It did work out.
It's true.
Yeah, and Tony, why do they call you the Golden Boy?
Actually, it's the Golden Pony. And, a lot of people ask me that question, and here he is, Benji Aflalo, to tell you.
I was one of the original people to call him the Golden Pony. You see, years ago, maybe 5 years ago or so, we used to play Risk in the green room over here, me and all my nerdy comedian friends.
But I'm not a nerdy comedian.
He's not a nerd, but he'd be here sort of hanging out while we were playing, doing his own little thing, writing, drinking coffee, getting shit done. And if you play Risk, you'll know that there's a piece on the Risk table that's a golden horse that you use as a marker that isn't really relevant to one person. And then we'd say, Tony, do you want to play? And Tony would be like, no, I'm writing jokes. I'm not a nerd loser like you guys. No, thank you. I don't want to play Risk. And then so we would say, Tony's the Golden Pony, which is really nobody's piece on the Risk table. And that's where it came from. And at first he hated the nickname Golden Pony. And then it eventually stuck.
Yeah. That's how nicknames are. There it is. The official Golden Ponies. Oh, wow. There's a little dirty horse there. Yeah.
The t-shirts are selling like hotcakes, aren't they?
Oh, yeah, they sure are. And by selling like hotcakes, I mean, who's buying those things anymore, right?
Who buys hotcakes?
Why is that? How did that ever become a thing? Hotcakes.
Selling like hot. Well, I think a hotcake needs to be sold quickly, otherwise it's not hot anymore. That would be my guess.
It's very good. The fattest guy in the room just applauded. Obese.
Homie J-Mac.
Heck yeah. J-Mac. Just applauding, giving the word hotcakes its own applause break. Okay, let's pick another name now.
You guys have pancake balls from Denny's? No, that sounds disgusting.
One of the places I refuse to eat at is Denny's. I won't even eat their oatmeal.
Stop eating garbage, Red Man.
You'll feel really good.
Yeah, just try it for a week.
Keep rising cum, guys.
There's not cum involved. I don't know why you do that. I don't know what. All right, your next comedian, everybody, a regular around here. Put your hands together for the very funny Lil Bro, everyone.
Lil Bro.
Powerful Lil Bro.
Just a quick thought, since they have the weed dispensaries, you think they'll ever have a cocaine dispensary? Can't wait for that shit to come out. I got my card. Hey, I just moved out here to LA. I really didn't move out here. I just don't have enough money to get back home. So I'm staying. Like, I hate talking to people back home because they ask those same two questions, like, how are you doing and why haven't you made it home? Ain't made it yet? And I'm like, send me a plane ticket so I can come home and tell you all about it. Like, I'm going to eventually go back home because I got to pay my child support. I hope they take checks. Because I'd rather go to jail for writing a hot check than not paying my child support. I'll pay it all at one time. Because the only reason why, because I'm like, bitch, you want it all at one time? Because I am a cancer survivor. My ex-wife is a cancer, and that bitch was trying to kill me. She filed child support. That's it. Thank you.
Killed it. Killed that shit.
Fuck yeah, man. Lil Bro, one of my good buddies. How long you been out here now, Lil Bro?
Since March, so
Since March. What are we at? 6 months. There you go. Fuck yeah. I made friends with you. I really want to thank you for during the holiday season dressing up like a candy corn. First of all, that's adorable. Adorable. The seasonal little bro.
Has little Thanksgiving pants on.
Yeah. Oh my god, yeah. Totally. Did those come with a baster hanging out of the pocket?
So they're not squat.
Fuck yeah. Oh my god. Where do you even find a sweater like that? Do you have to go to the Halloween costume store?
I got the sweater for Christmas.
Whichever relative that was hates you. You can tell the relative that hates you the most by whoever bought you that sweater.
But you know what's so bad? I didn't get anything else. That's why I kept it. I'm like, I'm proud of this sweater. Like, fuck, this is the shit I got.
Oh my god, that's so funny. If I wasn't trapped back here, I would have ran away like a black guy on that one. You know what I mean? That would have been a run. But I'm like so stuck in this corner. God, I could really talk about that shirt for like 20 more minutes. I know there's more there. I really want to thank you for ironing your pants with a wrinkle machine tonight. I've never seen cargo sweatpants before, but that's pretty impressive. You're walking,
Tony. All right, you win, man. You win.
Lil Bro is also a participant in many of what we would call a bagging session that just takes place organically around this comedy club in many hours of the night. The back parking lot. Yeah, this place is always crazy. And
Jesus, too.
Oh, yeah, Jesus is always in it, absolutely. Jesus is extra diabolical when we're all in groups making fun of what we look like in each other, because he's actually a very physical comedian, so his jokes will always end up with him doing like that. It's hard to describe, but and it's always something more powerful than, like, sometimes an act out can just crush what only words can do.
You notice he also has an orange watch matching the rest of it.
Oh yeah.
It's down.
Hey, a gift, too.
Hell yeah. Did you get that orange watch when you did comedy in a construction zone before? Or, all right.
It looks like a children's watch.
Oh, no, it's a gift.
It's a gift.
The common Montel.
You get the worst gifts ever, by the way. Whoever's buying you these things hates you and is just buying them off Halloween clearance racks.
I didn't even know they still made cargo pants. So was that a gift from like 1998?
No, man.
Yeah, like, what do you keep in those big pockets? A better pair of pants?
God damn.
Oh shit, here comes the hat. Yeah! Boom. God,
I'm trying to hide my face, man. You're killing me.
Let me say something.
you should have hid the outfit. The face is fine.
Montel Williams.
Oh,
Hey, you said you
this
came
is
in
how
March.
we do it.
You came in March. You didn't have the money to get home. So are you on an extended vacation that turned into a comedy career?
There's this guy named Mark.
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
I'd like it.
Hey, by the way, Patriot, your beard would go great with that outfit he's wearing. Lil Bro, you are hilarious. You always are. It's always so much fun to have you and chat with you. Thanks for dressing like
y'all
that.
having me every time.
You really let me shine and do what I do best by dressing like an I don't know what. He's at Lil Bro on Twitter. It's very hard to spell, but he's so funny. I'll spell it out for you. At LILBROUGH. He spells bro with 3 silent letters at the end.
Lil Bro.
Because he loves his fans. And,
I suggested to him a few weeks ago they change his name to No Bro because there's already plenty of littles. The Little Rain, Little John. Do you think there's too many littles? The Little Romeo, Little Lester, Little Troy, all the...
The thing is this, he couldn't be Big Bro because he clearly abandons children.
there you go.
Oh.
There you go. No doubt about it. By the way, abandoning children to abandoning mothers in wheelchairs. Mario Ramon LA was Mario Ramon's Twitter handle, by the way. I forgot to get that out earlier. That's at Mario Ramon LA if you want to send him a tweet, you listeners out there that aren't here live with us. Right? There it was. Was that what that finger up was about? Is that thing originally? Oh, okay. Forget it, Mario. Forget it. All right.
That's weird. A friendly black guy who goes to church? Never heard of that.
Sarcasm.
Usually it's just for
All friendly
funerals.
black guys go to church. Just so you guys know.
Heck yeah. Mario's only been here a few weeks. Do you guys remember what your first comedy sets were like?
I ran the line.
What were you talking about? Anything terrible?
Yeah, fucking, oh man, I fucking bombed hard.
I remember making fun of you, didn't I?
Yeah, when I first started coming around,
We're like best friends now, but I used to really.
I left damn near in tears one night because I had this Mexican belt. You said it looked like a WWE belt. Because they had the big Mexican belt buckle. I'm like,
I say it's like made of Adobe or something.
yeah, Adobe or some shit. Like Rey Mysterio, like he just went in on me. And I went in the car and I took the fucking belt off before I drove home. I'm like, I don't even want to be wearing this shit. And we ended up being good friends after that shit.
Oh, that is so fucking awesome.
I remember that shit.
Wow.
I'm gonna bring that belt around again. I can sign it, motherfucker.
I just picture it, right, exactly. I just picture it like the belt sitting on your passenger seat and you're driving home there like a red light.
The trunk. I popped the trunk and put that shit away, rolled it up nice.
Put it with like the spare tire is. Just I don't want to see you again, Bill.
Yeah, I remember that first set though, man. Fucking bombed hard, man. I was talking about how my dad set me up on a blind date, and my dad was trying to. It was a physical joke, so it was like my dad set me up on a blind date, and he told me that her waist was like this, and when I got there, it's like her waist was elbow to elbow. Fucking same response. You know what I mean?
Right.
You know, it was just. And I'm thinking in my head like I'm gonna kill him with this shit. They gotta see the hands just right. I even leaned in a little bit so they can see it.
One of the first times I went up actually sang like Beatles covers, and then in between I would tell really awful one-liner jokes.
Can you give us an example of one of the awful one-liner jokes? I love the bad stuff.
Oh, it was right when Sierra Mist was coming out, and I was like, Sierra Mist? That sounds like a lesbian porn. See, exactly. It just sounded awful.
I love how bad.
Did Sierra Mist sound like a dyke porn star? Sierra Mist? No. Well, that was the joke, and it didn't work. And I was trying to be cool and artsy and singing songs and telling one-liners, so I was like wearing like a cool hat and sunglasses. And then I was so devastated afterwards that I did something similar. I actually threw the hat away, and I stopped singing for people.
You put that in a trash can, like, and you put to rest that character one day.
Yes, and imagine as bad as that joke is, in between, like, You've Gotta Hide Your Love Away by the Beatles. It was just, like, the worst thing you could put people through.
That hat
was what I was trying to do.
That hat you threw away. Wait a second. What was the one little bro was wearing? Was that a beige?
Yeah, he found it.
Anyway, let's keep this fun train moving along. This is so fun. Your next comedian goes by the name of Eric Carter. Oh, shit.
Eric Carter.
The Mississippi assassin. Giddy up.
Sorry for this song.
Now, what the hell happened to the Oak Ridge boys? I mean, I really have my hopes up coming out the Vidalia, and I came up with some queer shit. And speaking of queers, I got to Hollywood today from Orange County, and the first two things I see are two broads kissing and some of those Jews with the hats and sideburns. And me being the entrepreneur that I am, I'm going to open me up a bar on Sunset and call it Dykes and Kites. I was feeling jungle fever the other day. I've dated a lot of black girls, so I went to blackpeoplemeet.com. But instead of meeting black girls, I got my identity stolen. I gave a second shot with J-Date, but I gave up on them because they didn't offer a free trial.
Okay. Oh, all right. Give it up for the Ku Klux comedy of Eric Carter, everybody. Fuck yeah. You are one white hood away from being huge in very small circles in the South. I mean, holy shit.
Hold on.
I've seen you a couple.
Tommy just called. He said he's passed.
Oh, you son of a bitch.
It must have been that last joke, my joke.
What?
The J-Day joke.
We put the name up right now, goddamn it. God damn.
I love what you do, bro.
Hey, I talked to you earlier. You're from Alaska, aren't you?
I'm from Los Angeles.
Oh, Los Angeles, never mind.
Beverly Hills and Alaska are so close, yet so far.
That's great, dude. The whole southern accent, the racism, I think it works. That's what we want to see, right?
I mean, ask them. I'm just picking.
Like, I'm Jewish and I wasn't offended by that. Are there any dykes here? Any dykes? No?
How about queers? What else was in that? You said black girls, but then you said identity stolen. That's not even a black girl.
Make me break a sweat.
Black girls don't do that.
Well,
that's like a totally incorrect stereotype, right?
Black girls steal. They can steal.
Well, they don't steal identity.
Right, I see. Oh, he's right.
I mean, like drinks at a nightclub or something. Any black women here? Okay. Now, you made me racist. Your racism is rubbing off on me. It's so powerful. All of a sudden, I'm like fighting my hand from the... Wait a second. Eric, like, are some of those your real thoughts? Like, you don't have any hatred for anyone, do you?
No, that's just for shits and giggles.
I think it's more for shits than giggles.
Do you have a burning cross emoji somewhere? He sends a racist stuff to his white southern friends with burning cross emojis and nooses and shit. Little mini nooses, no?
Have you ever known anybody that was in the Klan?
No, actually, no, this is actually a true story.
How long have you been here from Mississippi so that
I've
everybody
been
else?
from 2 months.
Have you met Jews?
Yes, Jews are the ones that got me into comedy.
Of course. What Jews got you into comedy?
It was Rich Aronovich, Robert Wasman, that masturbator from last week. It was at Oakland. But y'all two remember, y'all wasn't here. And some other Jewish guys are in Hermosa Beach.
Are you happy doing comedy in LA, or do you find that maybe your southern brand of racism would maybe not? Because I do a lot, I've done a lot of racist stuff, and I find people aren't into it here. Like, are you cool with that?
No, I mean, I just gave it a shot. I mean, it's for shits and giggles. And to be honest with you, true story, my family's fought the Klan for 2 generations.
They fought the Klan?
Yeah, my dad and my grandfather have. No, my grandfather was a supervisor, first to hire African Americans on the staff, and one of them now is running the county.
Did they fight the Klan by offering them lemonade and banana bread?
No.
Yeah, how did they fight the Klan?
Well, my great-grandfather, I'm a 6th generation Mississippi.
All the white sheets in the town or something?
No, well, my great-grandfather was raising a black girl. And she's still alive at this day. She lives back in Mississippi. And he was a man of public office. He was a supervisor. So
of what? What was he the supervisor of?
The supervisor of Forge County. Like doing the roads and all that.
Right.
County supervisor, thank you. And 6 Klansmen, I heard this from a black lady herself, a very sweet lady, showed up to my great-grandfather's doorstep and told her, hand over the child. And the reason they didn't kill him, because he was out of public office, came from a big family. And my great-grandfather took the stand, got the gun out, and saying, if I catch you on my property, catch you near this girl, you're dead.
Why was your family raising a young black girl in Mississippi?
I mean, I don't know the full story. I mean, polio was high at the time.
What?
Okay, let's all be honest. She wasn't a slave, was she?
No,
He's trying to look like a philanthropist, and he just comes from a long line of slave owners. We took black people, land people.
Everybody hates you now.
Nobody hates you. I love you, even though from the other day. I praise you. I think what you're doing is fine.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Tonight was an extra racist set, though. I mean, you came right out of the gates with queers. I saw poor Mario Ramon almost curl into a ball up there when you said queers like you did. So disappointed. I heard his mom cussing from the front patio. Anyway, you just gotta be careful when you throw around words. You know what I mean? Like kikes.
It wasn't out of hatred. I'm sorry.
It's a fine line, but I mean, hey, it depends on what you want to do. You could be the fucking Larry the hate guy.
I think it's dope. I think it's funny, but you will get in trouble and you will have people who judge you and really think that you're. And also, I've done a lot of racist stuff, and I've got to tiptoe around every racist joke to make sure it doesn't come across hateful. Sometimes it does. Sometimes actual racist people like your jokes, and then you're like, no, these jokes are not.
But can I make one thing clear? Literally, there was nothing hatred behind that. I was all just trying to show there's something there, please. Thank you. I needed that from Georgia.
Heck yeah. There you go. You can start you can have your own little Confederate Union. There you go, Eric Carter, everybody. I call me. It's like the second or third time he's been on the show. It's fresh off Mississippi. Always fun. It's exciting. We're meeting some fun, interesting. Everybody's so different. I mean, definitely some differences between Eric Carter and Keith Sewell, everybody. Here he is.
Oh, hey. I feel like this would be the audition of whether or not you make it to heaven or hell or not. Like, just in the corner, like, he's in. Halloween time. A kid came to my house this weekend, and he had the scariest costume of all. He was dressed as an online bank account. I got scared and shit. Because no one likes checking them. That's the scariest moment. As soon as you press okay, you're like, overdraft. That's funny. You guys are just rich. That's why it's not funny. You're like, I love looking at it. It's my favorite part of the day. I realize, like, we need to get rid of nice people. Nice people are horrible. Like, I don't mean nice people like, oh, someone brought cookies for today's podcast. I mean nice people like, I'm not going to tell you have a booger on your nose. Nice because I don't want to embarrass you. Like, we need more assholes, right? Like, Jesus Christ was a real life asshole. You know what I mean? Like, who goes in and is like, yo, y'all are going to believe in me. Then I'm going to die and come back, right? Like, who says that? Jesus does. That was for you, man.
Started with Jesus, ended with Jesus. It's a resurrection of Jesus jokes at some point during that. Some could say a callback. Fuck yeah. Alright. Hell yeah. So,
I dig it.
it is sort of like an audition for heaven or hell, right? Jesus is in one corner and the Iron Patriot. You're either going to end up one way or the other. Alright.
I really like the bank statement one, the overdraft charges and stuff. You could probably say, you saw different other ideas like that, whatever, fucking cell phone contract, just shit like that. You could actually add other shit.
Maybe you never want to get AIDS tested. You never want to check your bank statement. I actually said that to my dad once. I don't like checking my bank account either. I'm not like poor, but like it still makes me nervous. And he like shamed me for it. He was like, I check my bank account every day. You know what I mean?
Wow.
But that's because he has expenses and he has to make sure like I'm not getting ripped off by this person or this account adds up with that one. But I told him I'm scared. He was like, you better check your shit every day and make sure. I don't, but I always check it and I look at everything like a crazy person and I make sure everything I get charged for is cool.
Like, I don't want to see what I'm pulling.
How much money do you have in your bank account?
Right now, just enough to pay rent.
So it's just scary, pure scary.
Yeah.
Because I would check my bank account more when I had less money, just because for that very reason where it's like, your shit about to get super real.
Right.
Whereas now I'm just more like, this shit about to get like almost super real.
Yeah, I'm always very weird about that. Like, sometimes I want to, sometimes you just don't know. It's very, that is a whole thing. Sometimes I want a receipt, sometimes I don't, like the ATM or whatever. Or even when I'm just making deposits at the bank. Like, sometimes I want to feel really good about things, or I just don't want to know what I spent, because I remember the last time, and I know I didn't buy anything big, so if I look at my account, it's a lot less. That means I'm just daily fucking being disgusting, which I am. I eat a lot of sushi.
The worst is the statements now have like shit like, oh, you spent last month you spent $5,000 on just
parking they categorize.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
When I make a deposit, I don't even ask for a receipt. I know they can see the balance. I'm like, don't give me the receipt. I don't know if you can see my fucking account on the other end, but just in case, because when they rip the receipt, they look at that shit, man. I was like, I'm looking at it.
I always wonder what they can see.
It's embarrassing.
I always wonder.
Like, yeah, you put in 200, but you only have 100 when you put it in. Right. And then a week from now, you get another 100. Fuck.
You know, I go to like a more boutique bank now, and they don't fuck with me as much. I'm serious. Like Bank of America, Wells Fargo, Citibank have all fucked me over with shady fees, and now I just go to like a kind of smaller bank.
What's the bank?
I go to City National. There's only like I don't know.
What's your routing number?
Point is like I don't deal with any shady stuff. There's always like at least one person there who actually knows you, and you can talk to them when things go wrong.
Yeah, that's all
Whereas
good.
Citibank, what?
That's all good until every single ATM in the world is you get charged because there's no of your bank ATMs anywhere.
That does suck. That does
That's
suck.
how they make up for all these extra charges.
Nothing pisses me off more when like those banks take your money and you know it's not fucking fair and there's just nothing you can do about it. These banks, I'd rather spend the $5 here and there to use an ATM than to like one time B of A just closed my account because they saw there was shady activity. I was like, oh yeah, those weren't my charges. Thank you for cutting my account, like shutting it down. They're like, here, we're giving you your money back. And then 2 months later, they're like, we reviewed everything and actually there's no proof you didn't do this. And then they took the money back again. So I'm like, you guys were the ones who knew that my bank account was compromised, and now you're saying it wasn't. And that was like my final thought. It's not with a small business.
So when they close your account, when like you fly to a different state, you use it, and they close you off, it's like they can't believe that you're in another state with the amount of money that you have. It's like, really, you shouldn't be in fucking Tennessee with $300. Like, we're gonna close this shit down. Stay in California, fucker. Yeah. That's hilarious.
Thanks.
Do you have the blue ATM card, the blue Chase card? Who are you with?
Whoa.
That's crazy.
Whoa.
Get out of there.
Son, I don't trust that at all.
Trust that.
Lord.
Son, no trust.
Spending all your money on bath salts and crocodile, dude.
Yeah, dude, that credit card's what's holding you back. You gotta get a fucking California debit card. Go with Chase. It's run out of Chicago. They're powerful.
Should we open the Chase account the same day? Remember when we got the cards in the mail? We were all excited at fucking Saddle Ranch buying quesadillas.
That's right. We were. We really did.
Yeah, we were excited, man.
Jesus and I both went from completely broke as fuck to having a little bit of money at the exact same time.
And we bought quesadillas with the fucking first transaction on the card, man.
Right? And
a steak, yeah. We bought the steak.
I like
feeling all guilty and shit, like,
yeah. No, I do. I remember feeling guilty, even though like I had it and everything.
Right.
Because it was, God, dude, this comedy shit's no bullshit.
Spend your money till you're broke. That's what I say. Just live
I'm
life.
with you on that
Come or it won't. You're not gonna end up poor because you spend more money on dinner. You're just not. You're gonna end up poor.
I'm totally a believer in eat. Pay whatever it takes to eat whatever you want, and then you'll be able to make the money that you need to make because you enjoyed that meal so much. Right. I believe in that whole fucking. Some people are like, "You're a moron. Eat this peanut butter and jelly sandwich and go to your minimum wage job." And it's like, no, that's the backwards theory of it.
Yeah, you eat poor people food, you'll be poor. Your body's like, oh, we're poor. Tell the brain we're poor, not to figure it out.
There you go.
If you eat rich people food, your body will be like, oh, we're rich. Cool, let's try this. Let's try this out.
I totally fucking. Does anybody else believe in that?
Yeah. Let's all go out for steaks right now, then. Come on.
Fuck yeah. All right.
Let me say,
Oh shit.
that part of the joke you're talking about the booger on the nose. A couple weeks ago, I was around someone on a job that had severe halitosis. Now, what do you do in that situation? Because that's a hard thing to tell someone. But their future interactions with people are going to be very bad if you don't tell them. What about you, Jesus? Would you tell that guy he has problems?
He'll delete the board game.
Yeah, it's hard. I was thinking I said that. What about you? Would you ever get the dog? Beyond God. That's so good.
Who were you hanging out with that had halitosis this bad?
It was on the Santa Parks night, but I don't want to say his name.
You don't say that halitosis. They know that that's just that.
No, he didn't know.
bad breath. That's what else is. That's like hitting someone with eczema lotion. It's like, look, I got a problem. My nose is sensitive.
He wasn't aware of it. I mean, I don't think he knew.
Well, maybe he just ate some good ass last night.
Are you sick?
Oh, that's so funny.
Oh my god. Patriot, shut up. Hold on a second. This halitosis conversation, like, where is this even coming from right now?
Comedians in your city. These people will do anything for some stage time, including lining up outside of your house.
I love it. Keith, thank you so much. You're not on Twitter, Keith? Too good for Twitter? You also worked at the La Jolla Comedy Store, is that right? Oh, that's how I know you. Jesus, of course.
And you've been going back and forth from LA to San Diego doing comedy?
For how long?
Oh, this is so funny.
Forgot about that was fun, right?
A lot of San Diego comedians. I've seen it in San Diego.
Yeah.
After LA, New York, Chicago, I would be surprised if San Diego had some healthy content.
Well, I probably disagree.
Oh, yeah, San Diego. But San Diego's up there surprisingly. I guess that's right.
Seattle is an amazing club that I have to
Oh, fuck, is that fucking hilarious. Oh, fuck, is that funny.
Get into show business, Keith. Get on Twitter. You're not in San Diego anymore.
Oh, that is so fucking funny.
Put your hands together for Leah Kay.
That's exactly how I am. That's exactly how I am. Oh, fuck, I look just like that.
Hey, Janie. What's up? How's it going? I'm a lot now. Nice. I have tattoos, like stupid ones. Like the very first one I got my favorite band's logo tattooed on my back the day I turned 18. And I was so excited. I was like, never gonna regret this ever. And my boyfriend at the time was sitting by me like, oh, baby, you look so hot. Can't wait to take you out to the country and finger you a little too roughly because I don't know any better. Moment. Now I'm 31. I know exactly how I like to be fingered with a dick. I have a Foo Fighters tattoo on my back. So that's where I'm at, you guys. That's where I am. I also have this on my arm, Veritas. It means truth. And I was at a bar one time, a guy came up to me and was like, hey, do you have the word fajitas tattooed on your arm? Yeah, because I love fajitas. I don't like to speak when I order those, so I just gotta be all like, chicken, yeah. No. Here we go.
Hilarious. Where are you from? Where'd you come from?
Oklahoma. You shamed me when I first moved here.
How long ago was that?
2 years ago.
I was hosting in the original room.
Yeah, you're hosting it.
He's a TV star now, so that's how close.
That's good. So I should be happy about that.
Yep.
And not.
Benji, you burn a lot of people hosting too, right?
He's burned me too, but not as hard as he did.
What did I say? Do you remember?
It was just perfect because it was like a room, and I was like an asshole, and I did like a new bit that like I was working out, and they hated me. And then you just walked up and you just said, that's just what we call had to be there comedy. The whole room, like the biggest laugh of the night. And I just slowly, I made myself stay there for like 10 minutes.
Right.
What did I do?
I don't know, you just kind of...
I like you. I think you're funny.
Yeah, he's very funny. You weren't like this that night that I made fun of you.
No, I was awful. I mean, I bombed and I felt it already. So, I think good on you. What?
I've never shamed you.
No, I like your You haven't shamed me, Benji. You just said stuff about women's vaginas. You know, like every time a woman goes up, they're like, feminine energy, you know? You guys ever hear that? Like,
I like
listen to her vagina. As she walks up, you can hear it. You're like,
I like looking at girls, the whole thing, being close to them. I can't help but call myself out on it.
That's cool. It's just a weird sort of, because I don't think of myself like I'm a woman comedian. Here I go with my vagina.
You're a cute girl. You're a full-blown girl.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Full-blown girl.
Full blown.
I got
She
that.
broke out in that.
Armenian, right?
Yes, I'm Armenian.
Why is an Armenian in Oklahoma?
I don't know. My mom moved me there. I'm from Massachusetts. That's where I was born. So we moved there. I was like the only one. I told my friend I was Armenian. when I met her, and she goes, "Shut up, that's not a thing." I swear to God, that was the first thing one of my.
Yeah, I didn't know about Armenians when I very first moved here.
Yeah, they don't have it in Ohio.
Yeah,
They don't.
I mean, I basically was white, and then I moved here, and everybody was like, "Oh," like weirdly.
Because of your last
and I'm like,
name.
yes, finally not white. Thank
You're
God.
super white Armenian. Are both your parents Armenian?
Yes.
Armenians were raped by the British, am I right? And that's why a lot of them are light-skinned. Yeah, they were weren't they like colonized by, there's like a lot of light-skinned Armenians with like blue eyes and shit.
Yeah, I mean, they're just.
The Brits got up in it, I'm pretty sure.
Well, I'm sure they got up in everything, right?
That's
I mean, that's the story of the Brits.
I love Armenian people. They're hardworking, they're smart, there's a lot of successful Armenians.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
I'm a big fan. System of a Down, Andre Agassi, Zanku,
Share.
There's other ones too.
Yeah, there's
Oh, the
probably.
Kardashians.
Yeah.
Alright, we should just stop this.
Yeah, we should.
What's next on the big? What's next? Cab drivers.
I know. I have a property management or real estate management background, so I know the best AC guys are Armenians, the best electricians. They're hardworking people.
The best lead singers of System of a Down
Yes.
are Armenian.
All of System of a Down is Armenian. They all went to like an Armenian Chavo. It's like an Armenian high school.
Chavo Armenian?
Yeah.
I mean Chavo Armenian.
Love Armenians.
Do you remember in Ohio when we first started getting Mexicans? Or was that like we had two Mexicans where I lived, and then we started getting a couple, and everyone's like scared.
Oh yeah, we had no idea what the fuck they were.
people, man.
It was like you would have thought an alien landed in Ohio, and people were like, "That's Pablo. He's all right."
So weird.
Mexicans, Jews, and Armenians kind of keep LA running in terms of our hard work. The rest of you don't do much.
Well,
And
Where you at, everybody?
Preach.
yeah, it's true. We're the hardworking ones. The rest of you go in. You've got to catch up.
slow it down, you filth ball. It's funny because I'm super white, he's super Jewish. Anyway,
Do you really have a Foo Fighters tattoo?
I really do. I have a Foo Fighters tattoo
what
on
is
my
it?
lower
Is it
back.
like just of the band or something?
No, it's like two F's.
Steve Grohl's
It's
Right.
two F's, and I have three F's on this leg, so I have five F's on me.
Oh my god.
So
Yes, it says Follow Friday on your
F, yeah.
Wow.
It's the cover of the Color and the Shape album. I took the cover with me.
And it's on your lower
On my
back.
lower back, yeah.
Wow.
So, you know.
So do most guys like when they're with you, are they like, fuck yeah, man, I didn't even know that, but this is even hotter than I thought. I love the Foo Fighters.
I think it's less hot than
They
this time.
come right next to the FF and they're like, fuck yeah, hashtag that shit.
No, they just come right inside me. Everybody.
Yeah. Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
See, I would think.
But I don't really let everybody come in. I mean, like, everybody, who am I having sex with?
I would think Fudge Factory. I wouldn't even think Fear Factory.
I was trying to
Or whatever the fuck it is.
Fear Factor.
Foo Fighters.
Fuck yeah.
She should get a round of applause. She just said she's on birth control and she's negotiating winter. She should get cream in her own.
Yeah, but
I think that's
her
great.
next thing is she's gonna have a boyfriend, and it's gonna kill everything.
No, I hate men.
You have a boyfriend?
No, she's a lesbian. You're just lesbian. No, I'm not a lesbian.
No, she was
Just like very
sticking her
angry
nuts.
about men. That's all.
I
It's not
understand.
your fault.
Well,
It's mine.
They've hurt you. You've been hurt by men.
Yeah.
when they were hosting
This
the open
got
mic,
real.
and they
That
said
felt hot up here. What? No, I don't care about that.
you're very, very funny, Leah. Thanks for being on the show.
Yeah.
At Leah KJ, that's LEAHKAYJAY. K and J are spelled out on Twitter at Leah KJ.
Hurt by men.
Yeah, it seems that way.
Have you been hurt by girls? I've been hurt by girls.
Well, you know, I feel like that first big one, you're hurting each other, and you don't even know it. And there's like, that first big one. Because you're passionate because, yeah, you are feeling emotions for the first time that you don't know aren't right, like jealousy and like all that. So you're being sort of jealous that first roundabout. I always feel like the first one could have always ended up differently. And that is the big, initially the most powerful one, right? I mean, that's the one that sort of decides how your outlook on women is going to be forever, is your first love. And I feel like both sides fuck up because chicks are sort of naturally like, they want to.
Yeah, a young man is just as scared as a young girl.
Right.
And then the just so much pressure on the young man to figure it out, but they're both just as scared, and then everything gets fucked up.
And then you go to college, and then you walk into our dorm room, and there's 6 black guys coming on our face. And, that went nowhere. Okay, good. Yep. Do we have time for one more? Oh! Whoa, did I just get burned by my own head of security?
It's hard when you lose your woman and then you're thinking about her with another guy. It's tough. It's not easy to think about that. Yeah, the first time I had sex was in a church.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. With the priest?
The first time without a rubber. I did it with a rubber the first time, and then without a rubber the first time was in a church. In one of the Bible classes that they have Bible class before they go in the sanctuary.
Wow. How old were you?
18.
How old was the priest?
What was his name?
It was a girl named Sarah.
Girl named Sarah. Like, where did you finish in Bible study? Did you pull out, or
You come on the Torah?
I pulled out and ran in the bathroom.
you ran in the bathroom while you were coming?
No. I just made sure I didn't do it in turn.
Where did you finish? What did you?
I just went in the bathroom cleaned up.
Wow. Imagine being so scared of getting someone pregnant that you run into the other room to come.
What she
I
wanted
didn't
to
do
do,
it on me.
cup in his right hand,
When the first time I did it with the rubber with the peel on the banana, I thought this is okay. But the first time I did it without the peel on the banana, I said, ooh, this is good.
Sometimes the honesty comes through all those layers of armor, Patriot. All right. Fuck yeah. We've come to the part of the show where we have 2 regulars. We always have to close it up. They've been with us 22 episodes now. And in no particular order, here we go again. Always here with the new 60 seconds. Put your hands together for her. Very, very funny. Her name is Kimberly Compton, everyone.
So, I'm still trying to learn. I'm still trying to figure out the kind of guy I want to date because I figured out that I can't date thugs anymore. You know, because it always ends up the same way. It's like I always hear the same words. So,
Baby, I think we need to take a break. And fuck it, we're gonna take the steering wheel and the rims too. Let's go run.
not good. And like, I also have like a small fetish for guys in wheelchairs, and I don't want them to be retarded or anything. I just don't want their legs to work. I want everything else to work, and I think that'd be great for me too. Like, the perfect guy would be a thug in a wheelchair, because then I can still get my shit done. I can work during the day, do comedy at night, and still have time for a sex life because we're just rolling around and getting things done at the same time, you know? And then he'll get tired. He's like, baby, I think we need to take a break. My arms is hurting.
Wow, nice. I love the approach. That's great. You have an interesting premise that you're swinging around with there. I think that once you punch that stuff up, that's some fun stuff. What does he steal in the original thug thing?
He says, let's take a break, like a car break. And he's like, fuck it, let's take the steering wheel and the rims too.
Have you ever really dated a thug?
Yeah.
What's like something real that happened that got too thuggy?
Not like a...
Well, it couldn't be nothing.
What's the
You
most
must have seen something thuggish.
I didn't know I was doing it at the time, but I drove him to like Rothschild.
That's great. That's what we're talking about here.
Yeah.
You found it.
And I was just like so naive and stupid. I was like, this is what's going on.
We didn't really have to take too deep after. I don't think I've ever seen anything too like I was once an accessory to.
I actually just said something illegal.
Blood only got
No, I didn't. Like, I was completely naive.
Where you find out? Like in the car or later?
Yeah, in the car.
He was like, go.
What's going on?
That's so much fun. Yeah, it's good.
No.
What did he steal?
Hilarious.
Drugs?
No, he just took, money from someone. He took money. Money back from someone.
You should think of something other than.
I shouldn't have been in.
You should think of something other than break though, because you don't really steal break. Who does that?
Yeah, I didn't. You lost me.
Gotcha.
Maybe off a Porsche. Was he good in the sack?
And I think there's also something in the wheelchair thing, but I don't like I don't know about the rolling around getting shit done, but there's definitely something funny about that.
Yeah.
There's something there about
Well, because they really.
a thug in a wheelchair, like he has like rims on his wheelchair.
Really have a guys in wheelchairs for a while.
Right. Boy, are my arms tired.
Got some badass fucking biceps and shit.
2 wheels.
Every time he picks you up for dinner, it takes 8 hours.
How come we can't eat here? Fucking we don't have wheelchairs.
You have a ramp on your bed.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say something about like reverse cowgirls just sitting on his lap.
Right. That's great. You get to the front of the line every time at amusement parks.
That's why you kept them around.
That's good.
But a thug in a wheelchair is really vulnerable to getting his Timberland stolen.
I wouldn't say, even though I'm not normally the word Nazi, I will say that I think there's something about the word retarded that you don't need to say there.
Yeah.
Like you don't even need to say it. You don't have to acknowledge.
Well, I figure
just say that I just want his legs to work.
Okay.
You know, something like that. Just get right to the point. Because the word retarded, it just gets people thinking.
Yeah.
It's just like too much. If there's not really a purpose behind the actual word retarded or something.
Yeah.
That's our word. You can't say that.
But yeah.
All right.
But overall, really, really great job as always. She
Thank you.
comes up with a new 60 seconds every week, everybody. Now
Thank you.
Now I heard earlier that you changed your Twitter handle.
No, I changed it right back after you made fun of me.
You changed it back to Kimberly Compton.
Yeah.
Change people's lives by making fun of them.
Hey, who would have thought?
Back tonight. It's like the third time.
Who would have thought that I just keep making people's lives better while getting other people to laugh at them?
I feel like I do need to figure something out because my last name's too hard to spell out.
It's CONGDON.
Yeah, I need some advice. Deal with it now because I have the weirdest last name, and now I feel like I'm in too deep and I can't change it.
Yeah.
So if you have the opportunity to change it, just do it. Get it over.
I'm a big believer with my 11-letter long last name, Hinchcliffe. I'm a big believer in get so good that they want to know how to spell your name and that they'll take pride in knowing how to spell your name. And if you get to that point, then it doesn't matter what the fuck it spells
He's
like.
told me to change my name.
Here's what you
The
do.
word awful is in your last name. It's like Naflalo. It's like it's weird. There's something weird about it.
Yeah, you need to change yours on. Here's what you do. You just you change it to whatever you want.
Yeah.
Then you get a second account, take your old name, and say, this is my new account. But you have to grab the old account so that if you say it on the podcast or you've told people in the past, they'll still be able to go there and go, oh, she has a new account.
Right.
So if you're going to change your name, make sure you're there on your computer with another browser open, just ready to grab it back.
Gotcha.
There she goes, Kimberly Congdon.
Thank
Follow her on Twitter at Kimberly Congdon. Kimberly with a K, Congdon with a C. Our other super regular, always a new 60 seconds, always fun with Sarah Mostajabi, everybody.
Hey, should we make a pop Poseidon or whatever the fuck you're trying to do? Oh, God. I keep hearing, I've been doing a lot of mics with it, I keep hearing guys say that they don't like, that they think girls don't like dick pics. Do you guys really think that girls don't like dick pics? Let me just tell you, it's fucking amazing. Like, please. I love having something to talk about with my sisters at one point. I gotta tell you, send me your little fucking pink pancake or rolled up little wet newspaper. Whatever the fuck you got going on down there, I want to see it. It's like a fucking train wreck. It's a car wreck on the freeway. You're driving by, hoping nobody's hurt. But when you get there, you hope that there's like a curve to the left or there's like a little pimple or hair. Like, please. It's amazing. Send your dick pics. They are great. They're great. I keep saying this. I know it won't stick with me, but all right, I'm gonna end it there. I'm gonna end it right there. Yeah.
Okay, great. There you go, Sarah Mostajabi. Hell yeah.
I want to ask you guys something because you know.
Oh, you're questioning us? Okay, great. Go right ahead.
Because you know you guys have been family since the beginning. Is it super normal that you get to a point where oh yeah, did you just show me your contacts? God, that shit is so weird looking. Oh man, you have to show girls that and hope that they put it near their body. That is what you have to live
It's
with.
not my real cockpit.
There's no way he would ever show you.
I know, I probably wouldn't be able to see that from here. So. So.
It's my favorite.
Okay, anyway.
No, I wanted to ask you guys.
Okay, so what's your immediate question after?
No, I really.
Time?
Do you guys get to this point where, I don't know, you're kind of like turned down and you have a hard time writing? You just get like super turned down? You really have a hard time
Like turned down, yeah.
Like turned down, like kind of, not like depressed, but just like you fall out of that like vibe where you're like in the pocket and you just have a hard time like reaching what makes things fun. Like you think of premises are good.
Are you asking us if sometimes it gets hard?
Well, I mean, is it
like is it hard to do stand-up comedy every single night, make a career out of it?
No, that's not what I mean.
Turned down? What does that mean then again?
No, I just mean, does your mood ever affect your writing? Like really heavily to the point where it's like,
everything affects your writing.
It sucks and it just like fucks with you. Is that because this is the first time when I've been doing this for a few months. This is like the first like last week I have like some personal shit or whatever, and I just
people are sending you dick pics.
And they're not.
Why don't you talk about your personal shit? Why would you talk about?
Because it's like every time we talk about personal stuff, you guys, it's like too depressing.
So make it funny.
Right. Yeah.
Write jokes, homie.
Yeah.
It's fun. I mean, it's an interesting topic. If you ask yourself more questions on why you would actually want dick pics, I think that you would be.
I think it's
just
great.
You know,
I
just
really
calling
do.
it like a.
I really don't mind.
Okay.
It's like every guy wants to see every girl naked. It's the same with girls. Like I want to see every. I just want to see. I want to see both. I just want to see everything that you have.
Gotcha.
If there's a naked person, you're gonna look, even if it's gross. You're like, oh man, that's look at it. But right?
Just think of 10 things you want to say about it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's not enough just to have an opinion. Like I like dick pics.
And just calling it like a wet newspaper, like that's funny. Like that's one I haven't heard. Wet newspaper, but. You don't want that to be the centerpiece of the joke. You need real perspective behind why you want dick pics.
Whose dick do you want to see? Why do you want to see dick pics?
Right. There you go. Sarah Dresses on Twitter, @SarahDresses, no H, SARA Dresses. Always fun, always entertaining. What do you guys got coming up that you want to promote? We have Halloween. We're going to be in San Diego the 31st with a super special, crazy secret guest. If any of you are anywhere around San Diego on the 31st, be at the American Comedy Company. I'm at the Dark Comedy Fest November 5th to the 10th in Toronto with David Tell, Brody Stevens, the Iron Sheik, Gilbert Godfrey.
Congratulations.
So cool, dude. That's the coolest shit.
Super excited. Dark Comedy. I get to be as dirty and crazy as I want. That's a fucking dream.
That's awesome.
How about you guys? What's happening? The big NACA thing. You're doing colleges all around the country. Give it a praise, Seuss. You just booked like the biggest thing. Every comedian tries to get it.
Yeah, I'm excited. That's the 2014 Keep Comic Come Over tour. So that's all I can say as of now. But the 30th to the 3rd, I'll be at El Paso Comic Strip. I'll be down there with Rusty Dooley. I'm really excited to work with him again. And then I'll be at Magoobies in Minneapolis, I think.
Yeah. Benji.
I have absolutely nothing going on, guys. I think I'm going to Fun Fest in Austin, which is in a couple weeks. I don't know if I'm going to get on stage. I'm kind of going just to help someone with their web series.
Awesome.
So hopefully I'll be able to get on stage there. And that's all.
Awesome. They're at Benji Aflalo and at Jesus Trejo on Twitter. That's Trejo, Trejo. Aflalo, AFLALO. Iron Patriot is the Comic Patriot on Twitter at Comic Patriot. Always retweeting and messaging and being basically one of our heads of social media. And he was always Iron Patriot. Brian, your headband?
I'll be in San Francisco November 20th with Dean Del Rey, and San Jose December 11th, I believe. Yep, December 11th, the Brave Death Squad there. So this is for announcement.
Thank you so much for being here, everybody. Stick around. The Ding Dong Show is next at 10 o'clock with Don Barris.
Give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe!
Yay! Hi, everybody. Fuck yeah. Good to be here. Jesus Christ is in the house. Put your hands together for that. Hi, everybody. Fuck yeah, Kill Tony 23. Here we are.
Here we are.
Time's a flying. 23.
We're over the Halloween madness too that we both had. I barely have a voice or liver or a penis left.
Yeah, Halloween was fun. San Diego rocked it.
Yeah.
They bring a hell of a party on Halloween.
Yeah, that's nuts. Like, I don't know if you guys ever been down there for like Comic Con or something like that. That's pretty fucking crazy. But when you have all of Comic Con drunk and in costumes, that shit is fucking insane. That was an insane party.
It was. Doug Benson opened the show.
And then you hung out with Rogan all weekend.
Yeah, Irvine. Unbelievable shows in Irvine all weekend. If anybody's listening from Irvine who was there, you know what the fuck went down. Holy shit. Unbelievable. Saturday night I did 2 half hours with Rogan and Irvine, and then I drove here for a
It flew like Joe Rogan, and so we're going to really test out this vegan diet you have to see if you get this flu. Because he's pretty sick. I'm sure you shared joints with him. And,
yeah, I don't have it. I'm not going to.
Okay. So we'll see what happens next till Tony, right?
What are you saying?
Well, you say that this magical vegan thing, like the cum makes you get sick.
All right, I know what you're doing. Really rushing into it this week. So was that all set up just for that?
No, but you do say that a lot, though. Like you're like, I don't get sick.
You're damn right. You're damn right. I don't. I drink and I smoke and I don't get sick because I fucking eat the right shit. You guys want to do it too? Don't get sick with me.
Would you share the same guy? Like, would you share the same comment?
Let's. All right, I see what you're doing, and I see how it's so easy to eat meat and dairy. Why you guys would turn on me that quickly with that noise? And I get it. Fuck, man, I don't get sick. I've watched you catch like 9 colds since we became hardcore friends again.
Yeah, but that's not because of what I eat. It's more because I fucking what I drink.
I don't drink as much as you. I'm telling you, if I fucking had a chicken sandwich tomorrow, I'd get cancer. I drink coffee, I smoke cigarettes, and then I drink at night almost every single day. It's just one thing I can't do. So, fucking tofu for life, baby. One person.
Yeah.
Turned everybody else against me.
Is that like sperm bank?
Son of a bitch. Unbelievable shows in Irvine. I'm leaving for Toronto tomorrow for an entire week, and I'll be back next Monday. Yeah.
That's a long fucking time just to be home away.
Dark Comedy Festival. I'm lucky to be part of it. David Tell and Warren Godfrey, Steve Big J Overson. Very excited to be part of that. That's always fun. It's their 2nd annual Dark Comedy Fest, so I'm excited to be part of it. What I'm more excited about is our head of security who's here every episode. Please put your hands together for the one and only Iron Patriot. Fuck yeah, Patriot. You're really bringing the energy today.
Yeah.
How's the week been?
I went out on Halloween on the boulevard at about 5, and I got home at 9 before it got too crazy. But right down to something I want to say. I was noticing on Twitter you had this dolphin outfit that was pretty sexy.
Dolphin with pubic hair.
Now, yes, it was very interesting looking. Where did you get that? Who made that for you?
Pubic hair was from my mom. No. I just got it off Amazon, man. It's like I said, well, you don't have to leave your house anymore. We have everything you want on your phone. You just go, boop, bam. I have fucking dolphin outfit from my mom.
I didn't know that was available on Amazon.
Yeah, that hat isn't available on Amazon. Your blow-up doll that you brought the other day. You went to the Glendale.
Well, this was just right down the street, so I didn't need that order.
It's all about Amazon Prime.
What's the deal with the hat, Patriot?
Yeah, I got a Western-themed song that I'm going to be doing tonight, and I thought it was appropriate to wear this.
He sent me another song. I think this is 2 weeks in a row. You're getting feisty.
Let me ask you, Tony, was Joey Diaz on that show too? I thought I saw a tweet.
He was on one of the shows on Saturday night, yes.
See how he just changed.
So I noticed your friend was Lee Sayat. Did you hang out with Lee or Joey Diaz that night? Or?
Of course I hung out with Joey Diaz. We were in the green room together.
Right. What's he like back there? Were you smoking a J with him, or what were you doing?
Well, we were hanging out, and he's always hilarious. He walked in and immediately started making us laugh. Joey Diaz is a freak of nature. If you guys haven't checked him out in every possible format that you can do so, he's probably, I know Joe Rogan thinks of him as
what's happening now. Also, check out the live one that I was on an episode, one of the funniest podcasts I've ever been on the church. What's happening now live? We just did a live show. So fucking dirty.
Just add mad flavor on Twitter. So. What do you like about how do you know Joey Diaz? How do you know about him?
I've listened to him, his podcast. Before he got the church, what's happening now? That lady he did one with the church.
Felicia Michael.
Yeah, I used to listen to that one before.
Beauty and the Beast. Anyway, Patriot, what's up with the hat?
I'm ready to do the song when you are. It's Long-Legged Woman.
So you keep sending in songs. I never know anything about this until this show's already started. And you're wearing something goofy.
You're too busy gobbling out.
I'm a triple threat, Tony.
Here, Long-Legged Woman, I think is what it's called.
Guaranteed this is the last week of those jokes. We are not playing this vegan fucking stumbling every Monday. Get sick next week. Your shit sucks. You're lip syncing.
But they ain't long enough for me. Well, I think I'm going back there. I'm back down to that woman's house, and I think I'm gonna ask her. I'm gonna ask her to be my son. She got a body that she can't ignore. She always keeps me wanting more. And I know. Turn it up a little bit.
That song was going to be 2 minutes and 11 seconds longer, by the way. And we not-stopped it early. 2 minutes and 11 seconds more of that was about to happen.
Were we going to miss something, or is there like a nice chorus at the end, or a drum solo, or something?
Yeah, you got a little breakdown where it's just the drums, and it gets the whole crowd singing,
Oh, really?
They mentioned fans not as long these days, so.
That part was coming up where the whole crowd sings along with it?
Yeah. But, we don't want to go on too long to keep the show moving.
Yeah, plus it makes no sense in the entire concept of the show that you'd be doing these songs in the dead center of the I like how he gets all upset in the end. Present me with the opportunity. You look like such a sad Iron Patriot right now. I can feel you're a little upset right now that we cut it short.
No.
I think the hat just makes me look like a bad boy. I think that's why. I'm a bad boy.
There's a new sheriff in Hong Kong.
Oh my
There's a female brother that almost denied me on the bus today. I've been writing for 4 months and I don't pay him. I usually bring money in case, but this time I had my hat. I didn't want to bring any money, and I thought, fuck it, they don't ever charge me. This female brother, she got up on me saying, you ain't getting on.
Was it the bus driver?
Yeah. She said, I've seen you do this 3 times.
She was a black woman.
Yes, she said, where's your money? I said, I don't have it. I said, I don't have pockets. I have a hat in my shoe. I'm sorry.
Are you sure she was the bus driver?
Yeah, she said next time. She said, I'll let you go this time. But
well, that's nice of her.
How much is it cost? She let me go through.
How much does that cost?
Wait, yeah.
$1.50.
Yeah.
Can you you just like maybe next time just give her $20? Go, all right, this is for like the next year.
Each of us is on the
And I don't see the same one every time. They make different drivers.
Right.
I see like 10, 12 different drivers in the last
Have you ever tried to sit down in that suit?
hell no. This thing's, this little cracker, this plastic's more thin that's on the butt and the abdomen. It's like an ABS ball. And I've already had the big fits in it. If I sat down, fuck it up. Nothing good.
That's what I would like you
Okay. Well, Patriot, thank you for that. Thank you for that song, "Long-Legged Woman." One more time for the Iron Patriot, everybody. You guys ready to get in the main frame of this show, or what? I have two very exciting guests with me, as always. So here they are, everybody. This lovely young lady and I started comedy together damn near 7 years ago here at the Comedy Store, and since then we've booked many commercials and TV things. And she is always on the hustle and the grind. She's the opener nationally for Bobby Lee and some other amazing comedians. Put your hands together for my very good friend Jake Catafretta, everybody. And also the guy that inspired us to start stand-up comedy, Kevin Christie, is back. He was on episode 11. Now he's on episode 23. And they're all here to awkwardly half say hello to those of us.
Hi, Tony.
Welcome back.
Good to see you, sir. Always a pleasure to be here. Excited to be back.
Jade, welcome for your first time.
Thanks so much. So exciting.
What the fuck is that?
I have fans.
Wow. Iron Patriot, can I ask you a quick question about your song? If she's a long-legged woman and you get your fix for free, is she a hooker? Does she normally charge?
She might be.
Who wrote the song?
I wrote the song, but it's about an imaginary woman that's, some of my songs that,
But she's got long legs.
How long do they have to be for her to be long enough?
It doesn't really matter because I like the petite ones too, but that one just is talking about the long-legged ones.
With a tiny torso but really long legs.
I noticed Jake had some long legs.
You got good stuff, Stan?
Yeah, he's twitching a lot.
Yeah, Jake, can I say something to you? I did a little research on you today. I saw that.
Always a good sentence to hear.
Yeah, always a beginner.
Yeah, I read that you were born in Brazil, came to America at the age of 14.
Oh, okay.
Had some hippie parents that exposed you to Cheech and Chong at an early age.
Oh, you just,
Did musical theater, but then moved to LA and decided to do comedy. Now, I was watching you in a web series.
I need to rewrite my bio bad.
Yeah, I guess it's really long.
I'm thinking, I am witty!
Okay, well, I saw you on a web series today, Daddy Knows Best. And this particular episode, they got a really good angle on your feet. And they're really cute.
Easy.
Now, you got a little tattoo on the right foot. What is it?
It's,
God, you are a scary dude,
can I
man.
say it? I mean, I feel like this is, I'm cool with that. It's, when my grandmother used to seal her letters, she had like a thing that she was doing with wax.
Oh, yeah,
And it was her seal, so that's what I got tattooed on my
Oh, great.
Pretty sweet.
challenge you guys.
Great. You know something other interesting thing
Now
about
he's
the
going to know exactly what the picture when he's jerking off.
Yeah.
About sucking on your foot.
I'll take it.
Finally found his long-legged woman.
I'll take it.
There's something else interesting about her. She gets her pussy waxed. She gets her pussy waxed with the same lady that does Scary Spice.
Thank you. That's an old fact, but that's very true. Thank you so much. I know laser. So
That seems to be the trend, right? A lot of women laser now.
It's changed my life. I'm like a cold bleeder. I'm like, have you heard about laser center come? And then they show up and I'm there.
What is about it is better?
Well, it's a process, but it just comes in thinner and you don't. It's not messy. Your skin is smooth like a baby.
If you go to the same place as the Spice Girls, that's pretty good.
Yeah,
You know that they know what they want.
Well,
What they
Scary
really
Spice.
want. You know what I'm saying?
But Scary Spice has Eddie Murphy money. Because she's the mother one.
Oh yeah. They
She's doing fine.
Yeah.
So that's a good laser. That's a good place to get your blood hole.
Yeah, it was a great place. It was a great place. I had a lady, and I loved her. Her name was Steve.
Well, let's find out that the Patriots has had cracks before. So. What was that nervous noise you just made?
It was a while back. I mean, they don't have crabs anymore, so back in the old days, though, it was something everybody had to deal with. But there was one more thing I want to say to you.
Wait a minute.
I feel like that's not true.
State false facts out loud.
I mean, I was alive in what I think would be considered back in the day, and I don't remember dealing with crabs at all. Hey guys, it is true.
It's true because in Sex and the City, when I was a child,
Right, and that show was a documentary.
Yeah,
so
yeah, lots of real facts.
Kevin, can I talk to you for a second before we move on?
I'd be pissed if you didn't.
Okay. Kevin, I'm very impressed with you. You're a triple threat. You can act, you can comedy.
Whoa, you just twitched so hard. Are you alright?
You can act, you can do comedy, I just had a stroke.
Patriot,
And
you
wait,
okay?
I forgot. The other one is art. He's an artist. He got a whole website with art. Now, this one I want to say.
Hold on a second. Time the
Yeah,
fuck
what
out.
happened?
Are you okay right now? Why are you
I
shaking
don't
like
want
that?
to. You've been standing a long time, and sometimes it makes
Is that
me
what?
think.
Yeah. Is it? Are you uncomfortable?
No, I'm okay.
Bend your knees.
Sometimes
Make sure the
Bend your
you gotta
knees. Yeah, bend
your
those knees.
If you keep your knees straight, you'll faint.
Alright, are you dizzy?
No, I'm okay.
Okay.
You
Okay,
know,
go on with
Anyway,
your
Kevin, I was reading about this show you're on. You play Lester on The Masters of Sin.
I do, that's true.
Now, I read that just last week you guys got renewed already. They must believe in the show. Do you think this could fill the void that Breaking Bad has left?
I mean, they're very different stylistically.
There's something, I swear to God, he's short-circuiting. Did somebody spill a drink on the Iron Patriot? Something's going on. I've never seen you shake
Am I really thinking about it?
What's
You're
that?
making me paranoid. You're making me paranoid.
What am I making you paranoid about?
I want to put my jacket.
I know. I feel like. Do you want my jacket?
Are you cold?
I don't feel like I'm shaking. I'm shaking.
Isn't it funny that standing in front of people and talking is so nerve-wracking? Not even a metal suit can hide nervousness.
And the cowboy hat's shaking. Wait, maybe it's the wind.
Yeah, I think I know the vent right there.
That's what
Cold?
Oh no, the vent's right. It's literally hitting the vent. This is like a wind tunnel testing room for like a sports car. It's just crushing.
My God, that's what it
But
is.
up close, it looks even more upsetting, like you're gonna cry. But it's the vent. He's totally fine, guys. He's totally fine.
My God.
He's totally fine. No, it's the vent. It's the vent. It's the vent.
You're a trooper, man.
Yeah.
A trooper.
Awesome.
He wasn't even sad.
My God, if that translates to video.
I mean, it's weird that we were reading that hat like a quivering chin.
Yeah. Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
totally.
I met a mermaid in Florida, a girl who thinks she's a mermaid, and you guys would make an adorable couple, I tell you.
What was that? Where did the costume start?
On the mermaid?
Yeah.
She was just really into exotic, like
But
erotica,
she's a fish.
sea art.
He wouldn't like the mermaid because it doesn't have women's feet. It's very
You have a
interesting.
foot fetish.
Clearly.
But as you can tell by how shaky he is, he doesn't like to talk about
Do you want to touch feet or like you want them like in your mouth?
They're just beautiful to look at.
You don't want to touch them. You just like look at them.
I like the whole woman's body. I like breasts. I like
But we're talking about
I'm
feet.
assuming that you like the shoe thing. Is like a nice high heel.
No, just barefoot. Like Jay was walking barefoot on a hardwood floor in that field.
Oh.
that's what he was doing.
If somebody paid me to just come over and they could just look at my feet, I'd do it. Is that prostitution?
No.
How much?
Patriot from Freeze Point Range.
I
trade you my bus
expensive. And then I become the Iron Man. I trade him the suit.
Oh, yeah.
Ridiculous. I don't know. What would you pay?
Well, Tony doesn't pay me very much, but I do what I do.
Hey, wait a second. What the fuck? You better be laughing under there.
I got some money put away.
Fame is priceless.
Yeah,
I'll pay you later.
When I heard you on the podcast, I heard you got a boyfriend in Japan.
Come on. There's love out there for everyone.
Hey, I'm telling you, this mermaid girl.
There's tons of women out there that want to put their feet in your mouth. You'll find them.
Speaking of putting feet in mouths, what do you say we get these comedians up here? Over 30 comedians signed up for the opportunity to put 60 seconds in on the stage. Josh, you want to fix them? I guess they'll fix the mic stand. Everybody does 60 seconds at the time in which 60 seconds
hits the cloth, you'll hear a sound effect, and that sound effect is this sound. That means they've done a minute, but if you run the light, you're going to hear a second sound. Don't want to bring out that angry bear.
The bear? You know what? That cat does not sound. Hey, Redman, is that the bear from Great Outdoors? Huh? No. Oh, here, I think this is just asking. That's the first one. So.
That's scary.
That's so much better. Angry cat and then angry bear. So awesome. Yeah, and they're performing. We don't say anything. We're performing. We don't interrupt them, and then we talk to them about anything in the world, perhaps even what they just talked about.
Yeah, let's do it.
You guys ready to get this thing started?
Yeah!
Here we are.
Positive push.
Episode 23. First comedian tonight is Tom Young.
Tom Young, baby!
There you go. I just said the man. Oh, yeah. Tom Young, everybody.
It's kind of funny that you guys talk about being vegan. Trying to make my grocery list the other day while hanging out with a buddy of mine. It's all healthy like that. Keep that shit to yourself. I'm trying to make out my list. He's like, what do you want again? And I said, I'll get some steaks. I haven't had that in a while. He's like, no, dude, you don't want to eat that. Shit's bad for your heart, clogs your arteries. And I was like, all right, fine, I'll get fish. That's supposed to be healthy, right? Get some tilapia or some shit. He says, no, dude, seafood's like radioactive now. How polluted the oceans become. You don't want to eat any of that shit. I said, fine, I'll get some chicken. It's rib, it's easy to make, it's good. It's like, no, don't you know about they feed the chickens poison? And these factory farms, this is true, by the way. They feed them poison to kill bacteria in the meat and all that. And I'm like, fine, fuck it, I'll just get fruits and vegetables and shit, eat that all day. It's like, no, dude, don't you know about the pesticides and shit they use in these farms? It's terrible. You don't want to eat any of that shit. So it's like, fine. By this point, I'm just getting pissed off. So sarcastically, I was just like, all right, you know what? I'm just gonna start eating people. I'm gonna go fucking cannibal then. He says, no, dude, have you seen the shit people eat? It's like, no.
Okay. Crazy. Awesome. Tom Young. Fuck yeah. Hey, how's it going, man?
That's great. That's great.
Thanks for starting the show.
I think you've tapped into a common annoyance that a lot of people have. I'm a vegetarian. I hide it and don't talk about it.
I don't talk about it either, but Brian brings it up every Monday.
Yeah.
I think nobody knew about it until he told everybody.
Yeah,
it's annoying as shit.
Right. Yeah. Thanks, Brian. I think it's awesome. Why don't I tell everybody what you eat? Fucking pure garbage.
Yeah, you do eat like garbage.
Are you talking about Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. That's right. McDonald's, our newest sponsor.
By the way, the McRib is back. The McRib is back right now. Is it ready? Right now.
Do you know how they decide when the McRib comes back? How? When pork prices are at their lowest. This is when they bring it. There's no other rhyme or reason to it. McDonald's. Yes.
So McDonald's is about
something that all you people that eat that fucking pig shit should know.
All right, well, back to
Tom. It's the worst time of the year to even buy dead
Tony.
That's right, Tom Young. What did you end up getting from the grocery store that day?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
The thing where you say that's true, by the way, completely unnecessary. It just slows the flow. Because I thought you had pretty good flow within that joke. You clearly haven't worked out. It starts with working. So when you stop, you're like, that's true, by the way. It just slowed. It slowed your list.
We don't trust you either because it's a different. I think it's a different point of view. Like he's doing this whole thing where it's like, I know this and know that. Oh, it's two brothers. Like,
and I don't give a shit if you're lying. You just tell me. You could be lying. You could be lying on both sides, so it doesn't matter. You could be lying about it being true. It doesn't. So just take it. It's not necessary.
I still think the very beginning, the way you describe it, like I don't give a shit. I think when I hear that, it's like I've heard this premise, so just go straight into like what you've written. You know what I mean? Like it's like we've all, I don't know, just for me.
It's true.
Tags on.
Just go straight into it. Yeah.
The tags on sides and the other thing.
But I think it's a common annoyance. We're tired of hearing about your guy. Like I don't care what you mean. That's so boring. That's a great ending, though. I love it. I love it.
You're disgusting. Ew, drink your trough juice.
But it comes from a fountain.
But I think
I'm drinking cups, so this is a fucking hypocrite.
I think figure out what your friend actually eats, though, and then find angles on that. 'Cause he's got to eat something. I mean, like, I eat a ton of, like, that stuff, and it all looks weird. It's embarrassing to say. Half the time, I don't even know. I could be being lied to every time I go to a vegan restaurant. I'm just assuming they're giving me shit that's healthy, but I don't really know what tempeh is. I just trust them like I trust your joke. You know what I mean?
What did he end up getting?
Make it up. Make it up.
Yeah, just make it up.
Make it up.
Spend,
Make it up like a really
go online,
funny
Google vegan food, pick 4 of the most annoying names.
something with soy in it. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you make jokes about the word.
Great job, Tom.
Tom Young, very good. He's at Thomas Young. At Thomas Young.
Solid start.
1919. At Thomas Young. 1919.
We're trying.
Wrinkle your shirt, Tom. Wrinkle your goddamn shirt.
How about this one?
I like that one.
That one? You're interested in that one. Alright, that's funny. By the way, I think if I was vegan, I would just have like eat seeds, right? No. Everything, they have a fake tasty version of everything.
It's delicious.
Stop being delicious for me.
Everybody, this guy is a wild one. He's been, okay, it's Mugzilla, everybody. Here he is.
Mugzilla! Let him hear it!
And the icon of the Hollywood open mic. Oh, he's got a
I am Mugzilla, the horrible monster. The monster business has been a little slow lately, so I've been doing some stand-up. I like to talk about monsters. I'll talk about Lady Gaga. Lady Gaga, Mother Monster. I love Lady Gaga. Some people don't get Lady Gaga like Ozzy Osbourne. Ozzy Osbourne is confused by Lady Gaga. He can't see why she's so over the top. I can see where Ozzy is confused. I mean, one day Lady Gaga is showing off her meat flaps on stage, and the next, she's accepting the award for best male voice. All right, thank you very much.
Wow, there you go, Mugzilla.
Look, no filler, all killer.
Oh, boy.
How long have you been going on stage with the mask on?
I started out as Mugzilla the Monster a long time ago. The mask is
How long ago?
How long? I haven't seen this. No.
Well, Mugzilla, but the mask.
Yeah, you've been Mugzilla for a long time. You've been here. You were here before I was here.
Yeah, 2000.
Yeah, I mean, back in the day.
Sophomore in high school.
It made me laugh. It made me, in the beginning, not for the right reasons, and then kind of I just started laughing. So, but it doesn't always work.
In the middle, you were connecting with folks out here. I didn't understand why necessarily, but it was happening. And I feel like that. Who the fuck am I to judge? They liked it. And look, when you say meat flaps, you're gonna win every single time.
Yeah, meat flaps is good.
That's a victory.
I wish I wrote that.
Yeah, meat flaps. All of us in the crowd were like, meat flaps. God damn it, she was right there. It was right there in front of all of us.
It was right there in my brain all along.
Yeah.
That's funny because they say what everybody's thinking.
Nope, that's not why it's funny at all.
Not at all.
That's
You have to realize that you're a little bit of a weirdo. You have to realize that and accept it.
I will tell you this, is that you doing topical material like that
It's just
while wearing like an angry warlock mask, it gives this vibe that there's this like chubby, middle-aged, angry warlock that is like watching E!
And you
News
should
every
not
day.
wait. That's amazing.
I think your act should be different every week. It should be up to the minute, like what happened today.
Yeah. What's
Like,
Northwest wearing?
What's in the news? Monster's gonna fucking tell you. Like that is
Funny. That's funny. That could go somewhere.
And no matter what the story of the day is, in about 30 seconds in, just fit the word meat flaps in there. Is that what it was?
Everyone's got meat flaps.
Flaps?
Like, because meat flaps could mean feet, their legs, their hands, everything flaps, and it's essentially all meat. So everyone's, he's up there with his meat flaps. Everyone's like, which meat flaps do you mean?
Right.
I think we just birthed a whole new persona.
Really, if you really do this, it could really go somewhere. I'm serious.
I just liked it.
It's a lot of fun.
Yeah. It
I
gives
did this at
Please say bar mitzvah.
a New Year's masquerade party.
Are you sure it was a masquerade party, or you were just
Or
there?
you're the only guy with a mask. at dinner parties.
Was it at a Wendy's?
Did you make that, or you bought it, or?
This mask is Kalaroo.
God, it's a good looking mask.
Kalaroo is an Indonesian demon, and as the demon was making
Alright, I really don't give a shit anymore.
Alright, it's Kalaroo though. Indonesian cops, not African.
Whoa, yeah.
Okay.
Well, they racist there.
No big deal.
Nobody accused your mask of being African.
And I just embellished it.
I love that. So it was Indonesian?
Indonesian mask. Demon.
Indonesian. It's not African.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Alright, there he goes, everybody. Mugzilla.
Thank you very much.
Mugzilla,
Is this your email? Did you leave your email on here? Is that what that is, your email?
What?
Oh.
At Mugzilla 007.
At Mugzilla 007. You wrote your name in
Bond of Mugzillas.
You wrote your that's your real name? That name that's in front of that? Wow.
What's your real name?
Mike Sofra.
Oh. I remember you more as Mike Sofra. You didn't always go up as Mugzilla. You got introduced Mike Sofra back in the day a little bit, right? Yeah. I remember that.
What made you go full Mugzilla? What made you go with the name change? And what year did that happen? Jump back up real quick.
Was it for the pussy?
You don't need to put the...
Because when I hear Mugzilla,
I get wet. I actually started out as Mugzilla. And then one day I was up on stage with Willie.
Okay.
Willie Hunter?
Willie Hunter.
Right.
Willie goes, why are you using the stupid Mugzilla name? Why don't you go by your own name? And I go, well, you go by Willie. And Willie goes, well, that's my name. And I go, bullshit. I go, show me your license. And if that's your name, I'll go up as Mike Sofra. And I actually got to see Willie Hunter's license. And his name is Willie.
he's racist, is I think what I gathered from this whole thing.
So now you have some valuable Willie Hunter trivia.
Valuable is a bit of a stretch, but trivia.
All you Willie Hunter fans out there, that's his real name.
I'm one of them.
Wow. So then you went to Mike Sofra for how long until switching back? How bad did Mike Sofra's career have to be in those few months or whatever that you're
Did you write the song for Tito's Tacos?
I have a Tito's Tacos hat.
There you go. It is not African.
Okay, let's pick another name.
There he goes again.
Yeah, Mugzilla.
Mugzilla Mike Sofra 007.
The man's so nice. Brought him up twice. That's who that is.
Remember when we make songs for
Look at all of us up there with our meat flaps.
Big gashes.
Hey Trey, what do you think of Mugzilla?
I didn't know if he meant like the meat when she wore the costume or the actual patch lips.
Okay.
There you go.
That's what's so fun about it. It's a real mixed bag. It's like a puzzle.
Could be any.
whatever meaty outfit you want to make up.
Yeah.
Your next comedian goes by the name of Cody Gidley. Here he comes.
Hi, it's Cody.
Take it. Where are you guys today?
Doing good.
Oh gosh. Red Band. Holy shit, Red Band is so fucking cool. I thought that was like a cobra head on his head, but no, it's dolphin. Red Band is full bone.
It's actually the sign of lesbians.
Sign of lesbians is so wild.
Lesbian symbols.
What the fuck? That's not.
I went to go get a taco the other day, and there's a store right on the side of the fucking store before you walk up there, right? It was like, no pictures, no plans for tacos at the store, and they had fucking funky bunch of their fucking tacos. Tension, has anyone ever had weird tension before? Like, you can't order a drink, right? Like, you're looking around, you think there's damn it, going too fast now, way too fast.
Oh yeah. It's gonna slow down, alright. Fuck yeah. Wow.
This was your first time doing stand-up in your life. Holy everybody
I've
saw.
seen you
Well,
before,
saw
though. Where have I seen you at?
Probably at the vegan place, sucking his dick.
No, Jesus Christ.
All right, everybody
Look
calm
what
down. No one's in.
Red band. Red band.
Look what you've created.
Red band. What?
Look what you've done.
You have very good stage presence looking at
Okay,
the ground.
wait, this is what.
Red band.
Okay,
He's
this
not a vegan. You
Okay,
can't
this is what he
Cody's
thought.
a vegan.
This is what he thought.
We
He
don't
thought-
blame him.
Right.
This
he
is
thought-
obviously a guy that's been on a horrible diet for his psychology for years. I guarantee you he probably has.
Brian.
He probably thought, I'll make fun of Brian, right? Yeah, like, hey, I'm joking jokes, I'm friends, but he's
And then it ends
not.
up being
So, you know.
Then it ends up being about me and the vegan sucking dick then. How did I end up in there?
He's sucking your dick. Don't worry.
No, but wait, can we ask, what was the intention? Was
what
there
was
a
that?
joke that you wanted to tell that you just got too nervous and it didn't come out? Or were those things you wanted
I
to
mean, I didn't know it through it.
But were any of those things you thought about you wanted to say out loud and then you said them and then you said, I didn't get a laugh, that's weird?
Kind of, yeah, it's just like the tacos.
So what were you saying? Yeah, what were you saying about
The Funky Bunch is that? Are they famous to you? Marky Mark's Funky Bunch? Well, they're the less famous portion. So is the joke that they're not famous? Very famous. Okay, I get that. It's just it happens so fast, and you kind of swallow it. Like I had to hear, I was like Funky Bunch, and then I sat there going, wait a minute, who had a Funky Bunch? And then it took me, and I was like, oh, Marky Mark and his Funky Bunch. Which if I'm doing that, the crowd is like, can I get a drink? Like this, it's too far to go. It's too many steps, I think. But I get the premise that no photography in a taco place to me is weird. So I think it's fertile ground for a joke. But
I didn't hear that part either. It literally just.
Yeah, the thing was that he went to a taco place. There was no flash photography. The thing is like, who gives a shit? Like, is the fun
right
here? Yeah, I missed that whole part also, so I'm looking at it. Well, you were also livid with anger, so I think you were planning his dad.
Yeah.
You were sitting there going, how am I going to fucking say such dick in a vegan restaurant? Like, you were planning your attack. I was looking at his meat curve.
What made you come out and
It's meat flex.
what made you come out and try to insult Red?
Because I banned him on YouTube. Oh, well, wait a minute. So this is emotional now. That was spite, basically. Why did you ban him on YouTube?
But you thought calling him gay was an original funny thing? I don't understand.
The calling a dude gay thing is seen. Actually, I don't know you.
Oh.
Do I know you?
Oh, you're that guy that makes me cry all the time.
So you think that the fact that I have a symbol of a dolphin on my hat, that I just love to eat assholes, guys' assholes? Yes, that's exactly what I'm All right. I mean, the last time I was here, I think the gay thing is like to me, it's pretty empty. Who doesn't have a gay friend?
I agree. I feel like if you just got up here and you're confident, I mean, look how you're holding yourself. Look, you're totally closed off.
To be fair, it's chilly.
It's chilly. No, it's not.
I'm just
like, you're like this, so automatically makes people kind of uncomfortable, I think. And so I feel like just as a rule of thumb, just try every time, just be a little more confident in your stand, like in the way you stand.
Yeah.
And then just, slow it down, and then don't remind yourself to slow down out loud.
How long have you been doing stand-up?
How many times do you look through a window at a comedy club and at other people having fun?
Cool, I'm glad you came up and
What are your other passions? What do you do most nights of the other nights of the week? You're only going up one night a week. Well, there you go.
So listen to podcasts.
Yeah, follow your second dream. Listen to podcasts. No, I'm not.
and he kind of, when he walked up, I was like, he's going to be like Brent Weinbach.
Don't quick this.
Yeah, you have a Brent Weinbach
Yeah,
vibe.
like a vibe. I thought he's going to be like Brent Weinbach. He's going to have this weird confidence.
There's a lot of people that pretend to be as nervous as you to make it.
Yeah.
So,
so maybe
you should
you
be excited. I'm not saying that about Brent. I'm saying that about others.
Yeah, a lot of people put on awkwardness.
That like weird.
Yeah,
I'm like an awkward comic. Yeah. But you just have that, so that's good.
Write anything in the world because.
Yeah, if you're gonna be a dude that just stands there, your jokes have to be really word heavy.
work with the taco, no flash taco.
Yeah, there's something in there.
I think both premise. Well, the first one's a little.
Remove the funky bunch.
Yes, and don't kill anybody. Cody Gidley, everybody. There he goes. It's Cody Gidley. Trying to make fun of, spend 30 seconds making fun of Red Man's hat. Ineffective. I mean, that's
just so fucking good. Red Man, I think you got a little too mad.
Oh yeah, I know, but I'm honestly wearing this hat because it's gay. And there's dolphins
It's ironic.
on it.
It's ironic.
Yeah, I did the heart of two dolphins.
What's
It's not like I bought
What's
it.
ironic about sea love? But don't you have a dolphin bit?
Yeah, that was what
Yeah, he loves. He wants a fucking
You
dolphin.
love
He really
dolphins.
has.
Back up a picture of
There's
dolphins.
nothing ironic about loving dolphins.
Dolphins are a great animal.
Yeah.
Mark.
Disgusting.
Hey guys, dolphins are great.
Yeah. I'd fuck a tiger if it wouldn't kill me.
Really? Is that true?
Or a dolphin.
What?
Yeah.
Alright.
What if a dolphin had a... What if a dolphin had
If
a tiger?
we were a comedian having this conversation at the mic right now, you'd be shitting on us.
Wait, you know what? I have a better question because I think we're going to get a real answer out of this. Patriot,
No, I've seen that photo. I show it to everybody.
that's a dolphin vagina.
It's a dolphin.
Anyway, Patriot, what animal would you fuck if you could fuck an animal today?
Well, you just fuck its feet, so what
Yeah.
animal's feet would you fuck?
My bestiality days are over.
No, you gotta fuck an animal.
Too real. Just say an animal and pretend.
Yeah, exactly. The bestiality days are over. That's basically like fucking Exhibit A.
Yes,
and
it's
they're
a
bringing
What did
charges
you
in.
use them for?
I got a legendary story that I told you.
Yeah, it's true.
It's a common story.
He fed a dog chocolate off of his dick.
Ow.
Worst thing you could possibly feed a
Look,
dog.
Red Man, there was something you got wrong at the podcast.
You could have killed the dog.
Yeah,
There was something you got wrong at the podcast.
The dog died from depression 2 days
Oh my
later.
god.
Listen,
No, first he sucked Brian Mervis's dick, and then he.
there's something you got wrong, Red Man.
What's that?
You said that you thought that was the second time I came. I first jumped on the tree at age 14, swung on the tree, had my first orgasm.
Right.
Then 2 years later is when I fed my dog Buffy a banana split.
Right.
I had the banana, the chocolate, the nuts, the cream.
Right.
Now the circumcision that Tony didn't understand, that's where you get the split. The banana split was good. When I was circumcised as a small baby. So that's where you get the banana split.
I'm filled with
But there was a lot of masturbation between 14 and 16. That wasn't the second time I came, right there.
Oh.
Okay. So I just want to clear that up because that was something that the podcast festival.
Are you one of those guys
Thank God that's cleared up.
I got to change my contact info.
I'm not gonna sleep well tonight.
Are you one of those guys that,
Crying
like,
on the
do you ever
inside.
pull a David Carradine and have to like have a belt around your
Yeah,
neck?
joke
No,
that.
You've never tried it?
no. And you said that chocolate was bad for my dog. I didn't notice my dog had any problems.
Yeah, chocolate is not good for dogs.
It's
That's
actually-
like a universal
It's
meltdown.
actually the caffeine that's in it. Caffeine can kill an animal. So the caffeine that's in the chocolate is actually what's bad.
Really? Wow, I just stopped letting my dog drink coffee.
Yeah. Really.
Put your hands together for Amir Kalari.
Hi.
A nice guy. All right. I'm Middle Eastern. Amir Kabiri. Close. That's closer than most people get. But I think you can tell how far a government has progressed based on their space program. Because here in the United States, we sent a man to the moon in the 60s. Neil Armstrong got on a spaceship and went to the moon, walked on the surface, got back in the spaceship and landed safely. That's amazing. That's a miracle if you think about it. In Iran, we just sent a monkey into space. Not to the moon, we just sent it to space. And afterward, we had the president stand next to the monkey and make a speech on national television. And as I was watching, I realized something. That wasn't the same monkey. You can tell because it looks nothing like the original monkey. They sent a black monkey into space. He was standing next to a gray monkey. Which either means that monkey aged 40 years and 3 days, or that monkey was stressed out as fuck because he was in an Iranian spaceship.
Wow. There you go. Thunder and lightning.
I feel like I saw it coming filming before he hit the stage. I was like, I feel confident about this.
Charisma City.
It's like a little baby Benji.
You were smiling. You had a good vibe. I was like, I feel like there's a good joke in this guy's heart right now, and I was fucking right.
Yeah, I didn't want to stop you. I gave you.
I thought it was fun. I thought you could get to it faster too, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Get to it. I think you can get to it faster, but I think it's really funny.
Yeah, man. Space and monkeys and Ron all together in one particular joke.
Yeah, add some tags to it. It's solid.
You can make up other stuff that Ron's done bad. Good job, man. There's so much. There's just so much.
Let's find the list.
Oh, God.
Guys and pick one.
Oh, I was just thinking about my white American heart. There's just so much that Ron does poorly. All right, well, good joke.
I thought it was going to be like weird.
No, I don't have any. That was a good fucking joke. I don't want to give notes to this joke.
Fuck
I think
yeah.
it's good. I think it's good. I think you should fly
Just
with it.
stand here and bask in your victory.
Yeah. Bask in it.
How long have you
Someone
been
have sex with this comedian.
How long have you been doing stand-up?
I've been going to open mics about 3.5 months. Dang.
Solid. Doing work.
I did a show at Flappers about a year ago and been doing that once a month, but I just started doing the mic thing.
Like you've been doing a lot of mics for a few months.
Yeah, for like 3-4 months.
Fantastic. Yeah, well, definitely keep doing that. What's your exact last name?
Beery.
Oh, that's the B. The B in your eyes touch.
Sorry about that.
Dr. Kabiri. Kabiri.
You're another Amir. Do you know Amir K?
Yeah, we have the same name.
Yeah.
Yeah, literally. I was gonna say that I thought your bit was going where his went, where he's like, we've got a man in the booth, but I still can't open the car door at the same time as my friend is unlocking it. Do you know what I mean? So maybe like change the. That's what I was saying. The beginning kind of led me there, so I was like, oh, maybe.
That is tough. I mean, you're going to get lumped together with other, comedians of that ethnicity anyway, so do whatever you can to stand apart from them. Otherwise, you'll just only be on those shows all the time, and you don't want to do that. You have good jokes, you want to stand up.
I think it's sort
I
of
don't know what
crazy
they're called,
that
and I'll make a racist mistake by trying to guess.
I think it's crazy that Iran is like just teaching monkeys how to fly into. I'll let that die out for a second. I think it's crazy that Iran is sending monkeys into space, but they still use like human beings to fly planes into buildings and stuff.
You read about
That's
this?
not true.
The dog bombs? Where they use these tiny dogs and just send them off.
No.
You just light them on fire and then just send them off. And the article that I read had the cutest photo, the cutest dog. And I'm sure they said like the ugliest, most busted dogs in the bombs, but like
They're also
a
great.
little tiny cute one.
They do that?
They're the Michael Vicks of war. Great.
They used to do it with kids in Vietnam. Actually got better.
That I have less of a problem.
Fun fact, the only way to get a pit bull to release its jaw when attacking, you have to scream in its bottle.
That's true.
Really?
Yeah.
There you go. Patriot's already one step ahead of you. He fingered a dog earlier and it wasn't even biting him yet. There he goes. Amir Kabiri, everybody.
Very funny.
Follow him on Twitter at Amir_Kabiri. That's Kabiri. Only a few months in, and that's one of the all-time 1-minute slaughter.
That was solid. That guy's gonna get on TV before me.
Rising, no doubt about
Yes.
it.
No doubt about it.
Yes.
Enjoy my spots at the comedy store.
Hopefully it's
Yep,
not the
enjoy
news.
them.
Right. Be on Al Jazeera before all of us. Experience together for Shaylin McDonough.
Yeah.
Shaylin McDonough.
Shaylin McDonough. Oh no, if you miss your spot on this show, that means you don't get to perform again and you get blacklisted. There you go.
Has there ever been a show where everyone shows up and you get to make that noise?
Yeah.
Does it bum you out?
No, I get to do it enough. It's no big deal.
Okay.
It's just a normal part of the job, you know.
Yeah, whatever. I do it all the time.
Yeah, you can just do it at your house.
Do we know it's not Michael J. Fox in the suit? Do we know for sure?
That's a shaking joke. Evil bastard.
I'm sorry.
You know I'm an extra on Fitness and Recreation.
I have heard that you're an avid extra, and I
I
can't
was in
wait.
the office like you.
You just use it.
My episode got
Do you often just use jokes that I've used on you before? And
Yeah, I'm thinking about going to the Laugh Factory and doing a whole routine with the jokes you wrote.
You son of a bitch.
Son of a bitch.
The Iron Mencia.
Robin
I'll take that for my pants.
We're going to get together for your next comedian, everybody. Dean Purge.
Yes.
Give it up for Dean. Let him hear it.
That's
Oh,
very
shit,
confident.
very confident.
I'm getting a little fat, so I'm looking at some diets, and there's this Paleo Man diet that I'm doing, and I don't know if that makes the most sense. I think Paleo Man is an idiot. He was probably the dumbest human that was around, and so if you look at the diet, you don't eat gluten, you don't eat bread. I don't think humans were right about bread. Harvesting grain was probably right. So the Paleo Man wouldn't be that much fun. I put
Yikes. 32 seconds, 43 ums.
You said harvesting. That's adorable. I said harvesting.
Oh, he did say the word harvesting. You took that note
I
down.
like talking about how you're getting a little fat. Because
I think that's funny.
saying I'm getting a little fat is nice.
it is a harvesting grain, like Paleo diet. Also see grain.
Right. You're saying that you're basically making fun of the idea of being Paleolithic, that humans were so much dumber back then, so why are we asking their advice for dieting?
Man,
Wow, I was so
I've heard a couple paleo jokes that are funny. I think you got to make it more personal. You know what I mean? Like the fat thing. I agree. You got to go with the fat thing. Like,
You're wearing your jacket right now. Sit
Yeah.
up. Is that because you're fat? No, it's just...
like you're like, I put on a hat just to distract from the fact that I'm
If you're going to say you're a little fat, I want to see it.
What have you been doing? Have you really been gaining weight lately? How much weight have you gained?
The thing is, you don't look fat. You don't look like a fat comedian at all. Like, you look like you're in basically good shape. So, I almost think that saying that is, people are going to just look at you and be like, while you're trying to tell them the jokes. So they're almost going to be a little distracted.
I think it's almost funny. He just said it's so complex. Seriously, I'm so fat. Like, you guys, you have no idea, like, how fat I am. Like, all my friends are on diets, but, like, I love fun.
Really think you're gaining a lot of weight, or were you just looking for it for a bit?
You had your jacket zipped up and you were hiding behind the mic stand.
Yeah, the mic stand. You gotta move that mic stand.
Yeah, you gotta
in front of you right away.
Immediately.
I think that if you want to do this big, focus on how dumb. It's going to be about how dumb cave people were. You got to focus on their
Yeah, but see,
stupidity,
Nick has a bit.
not just like
Nick. My guy, Nick.
Well,
So that's why I don't want to lead him that way.
so anyways, you got to focus on how dumb the cave people are.
People are very possessive with their jokes.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that is the angle to take on. So maybe that's not maybe it's about bread.
Why do you think you're fat? Were your parents really hard on you about your weight?
Well, now how much weight is that?
I just think any
I
round.
like how upset you get with your hand like that.
Yeah,
I'm so fat, and my friends don't see it, but I'm
Were
so
you
fat.
used to be? Are you usually in really good shape, like athletic? No. So you deserve it.
Like, so finally nature's catching up to you.
Is
So
it
that's
an
what
age
it's about. Yeah. Are you getting older?
How old are you?
Literally, I'm not lying about gaining a little bit of weight.
Okay, but how old is it? But
We believe that you're gaining
We're
weight.
trying to find
We
something
just don't
else.
understand why you're trying to tie it into the caveman days.
Because that's why I'm like, get back.
So you're exploring different diets. That's funny. So maybe you've tried a bunch of different
And
diets.
I think the paleo diet's one line.
Yeah,
and
just
it's
one
about
thing.
what other diets. Like, why would I? The paleo thing's a one-liner. How cavemen are stupid. Why am I going to let them? Because they couldn't read. How am I going to have them list things? Next. What's
Jazzercise.
this
Too many
diet?
moms.
Tybo.
Yeah.
Like, and then go through diets. Just go through all the fat diets. And have a one-liner for each diet.
And then I decided I just like beer and bread.
Yeah.
You know, whatever. And that's why I'm a
But
fat
make sure you don't actually diet while doing any of these jokes, or else it won't make any sense.
Yeah, you gotta stay fat as long as
You have to
want
stay
do this joke.
So you have to
10
really
pounds
be gambling on the fact
This
that you're going
joke
to keep
may
getting
kill you.
fatter. You're already
Make it a
not
good
fat. There's a lot of fat comedians, like Mozilla didn't even acknowledge his weight. And meanwhile, you're talking about being fat and trying to tie it into... There you go.
You did not. No. Still LA.
Yeah.
All right, Jade's stirring the jar, Dean. You're done. At One Pun Gun on Twitter, Dean.
Yay.
One Pun Gun?
One Pun Gun.
Yeah, One Pun Gun. You're just pulling names up. Crazy. Oh, it's a girl. Good.
Hell yeah.
Danielle Arce, everybody.
Danielle Arce, let her hear it.
My last name's Arce. It was Arce to change it by now, but nobody can read my last name. So yeah, you guys looking at me, you can't tell what ethnicity I am. It's pretty hard to tell. And, I'm Hispanic and Italian. One of my guy friends was complaining to me earlier today about shaving. He's like, I have to shave my face all the time for work. It sucks. Shut up. You are not a Hispanic and Italian woman. You don't understand the hair removal struggle like I do. It's real with me. It's crazy. I moved in with my ex. Don't do it. And he thought it was weird how long I take showers. And he freaked out the first time. He's like, babe, it's been 45 minutes. What are you doing in there? And I'm like, I'm doing this for you. Just for you. It's my life. That's what I do. It's like, guys, you can get away with the 5 o'clock shadow. Like, that's hot. Imagine my entire body with the 5 o'clock shadow.
Oh, looks like somebody got a special sound effect. Oh, who's an excited
Now we can see how we can see how being a female affects comedy. That's
Yeah.
right.
From the master at that,
Ew.
Brian Redman.
She made your dolphins move.
I love physical comedy. I think you can start at you don't understand. The whole like I'm this and this, in case you're wondering.
Yeah.
But if you go like I know you guys are wondering this, like no, we're not. Nobody was thinking.
I would almost,
You know what I mean?
it's funnier to me if someone's just like, I'm hairy.
I'm hairy as a motherfucker.
And didn't blame it on a region of the world.
Got it.
Yeah, and then maybe like after you do like the disgusting like shaving, which I know it's tough.
Yeah.
Then you do something dainty, and then you're like, "But babe, don't put my towel on the ground." You know, like then there's like some kind of
Contrast.
Contrast. You know.
I was confused that you moved in with your ex. Does that mean you were together when you moved in with him and now you're not?
Yeah.
Or you see, that was confusing. So
When she said I don't recommend.
Yeah.
Yeah, keep it for later.
yeah, he's your ex now, and then because then you could use it like I shaved in front of him too aggressively or something like that. Like if
Okay.
you broke up.
Like, what do you mean? It's not sexy to shave your vagina?
Yeah, as I'm screaming at him while I shorn my butthole.
Shorn?
Shorn. But it's that you can use the breakup later, so don't like waste it as this part of an intro that it makes it.
Got it.
Later.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and then talk about lasers.
Does every girl have a hair removal joke? Because
Everybody does because it's a life.
It's like a universal struggle.
Disgusting, though. I don't
I
even
know, but you have
Grow it out for daddy.
jokes. I mean, everybody has.
You have masturbation jokes?
No, I do not. Not currently.
Why not? Oh, not currently. No, but we had in the current
No, I
2.5
don't.
minutes that I did.
I don't.
I think, like in the past, we've talked to Sarah about this before about body hair. You know, it's honestly, I don't like it. It's a very fine line to take me thinking about you being hairy and gross. But I mean,
We don't care.
the visual of you being hairy doesn't always have to
I
follow
know,
with
but the
gross.
thing is, this is something we deal with every day.
I'm not
It's
trying to
such an
attract
annoyance.
anybody. I'm just talking about my real life, man.
Yeah, I know, and that's the problem because the second we go like this and we're like we're shaving, that's not what men picture.
Right.
You know.
Hard for us.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, believe me.
You
You couldn't relate to a comic more than me, believe me. But like, yeah, it's weird because watching it, I feel like wow, she's so like brave and like talking about such
Yeah,
like.
you ran up
But I
here, you
talk
like
about
attacked the
things like
stage.
and I feel like it's great. It was like
Well,
actually.
you did it fun. You made us
Yeah, I
happy
thought it
about
was
it.
fun.
Talking about the hair, which is like you could have done it completely different and gross us all out, but you were so smiling and jumping
But that's
around
the
about
thing.
it.
We all have a joke about
Right,
that.
that I laughed.
Right? We all have a joke about
Right.
laser hair removal or whatever hair removal. So how do we make it more? I don't know, original or like more.
That is a funny way to go about it. I mean, if you're gonna do an act out, that's a great way to do it, is by shaving your ass.
Sell it.
If there's something that I think is a great piece of advice that I'll tell you, it's how long have you been doing stand up? It's like such a weird barometer.
Because it's 15 years.
Zilla's been doing it 12 years.
Yeah, but it's like 2 years. Like I'm like, you do it like once a week, once every 3 months, or.
Well, I did it consistently for about less than a year, and then I took some time off, so I was focusing on college stuff, and then I've been nonstop like the last year.
Well, great. Well, here's what I was going to tell you: is that how do you say your last name?
RC.
RC.
Yeah.
I would either spell it that way if you wanted to say that way.
You'll get it right, not like
something, because nobody's ever going to say
C-A-R-C.
Ever.
Yeah, and then like commenting on it, like when you get on stage, it just seems like it seems complaining.
Right.
I forgot that.
Oh, yeah, no,
I didn't like
that's
that.
understandable.
That's exactly how it sounds on its spelling. So either you can ignore it and roll with it and basically be called that, or you can throw a letter at the end of it, or you could write something better than what you already have about ours.
Yeah.
And it'll kill
Well,
right
That's really funny.
I do have some stuff about that, but I figured I had my minute and I knew what I wanted to talk about. And I should have not said anything in the beginning, like you said.
But it happens, right? Isn't that funny how that happens? You just get up
want
there
to,
and you're
I think that's what we're trying to do. You want to be present and comment on the thing. It just depends,
I knew you were going to mispronounce it anyway. I knew that's how it was going to be.
That's how everybody
But I told myself, like,
if I say it that way, I'm a host of things. So when I say a name and I read, that's how everybody else is going to. I say Catapretta. I say Most Hijabi. I say Jesus Christ. I say it all perfectly.
Yeah, for sure.
That's ours. Your last name is ours, so that's what it's going to be read as.
Okay.
you know what, you can put a Y in the little parentheses.
There you go. Look at that.
So then it doesn't change how you spell your name, but that's like how you pronounce it. I write underneath my name like Caterpillar every time.
Yeah, I usually write the letters RC.
Yeah.
Has anybody ever said Jake Caterpillar?
That's the closest I've ever
That
been.
is adorable.
Together for Jade like Caterpillar.
Do you still live with your ex-boyfriend?
No, I got kicked out. That's
Cool.
right.
Cool.
Oh, good. This is about comedy.
Brian, wait till after the show.
That's a little
He
boner.
didn't even push a button. That was his heart.
She's at Danielle ARCE. You can find her on Twitter. Red Band already has.
Red Band's gonna find your alley.
Girls look good.
You guys remember what your first few minutes of material was?
I remember your first few minutes.
I bet you do.
I remember, yeah, of course. Do you remember yours?
Yeah, I had a terrible joke about Bob Vila, the home improvement guy.
What'd you say?
It was just I found out he's not a licensed contractor.
Yeah,
So I was just like obsessed with that. So I came up with a bunch of shitty things I wanted to be, that I was in no way licensed to be. Like I wanted to be the head of the Black Panthers, like just stuff like that.
That's way funnier than the stuff I had. Yeah, way funnier.
What's your first joke?
I had this joke about pig trough vagina, so that's where I went right away. And a joke about how they're cokeheads and they miss the middle part of their nose, too much coke. And I talk about slutty girls that had too much sex with their vagina and their bowels. And I would do this whole act out where I'm like, a pig trough! And when I get in trouble on the road, I still pull it out. I'm not gonna lie.
When I get in trouble on the road.
And it's like, oh, he's legitimately insane. And it's like, oh, he's
well, the
legitimately
first time I did stand-up, it was supposed to be this rant about pedestrians, but then I got on
So
stage.
many people I know started with a rant. Where it was always like, I mean, what the fuck's up with this? And the crowd's like, where is this going?
I
Nowhere.
was all like, why do all the people on the crosswalk things have to be white? Why does it have to be white people? Like, it was like the stupidest shit ever. Luckily for me, the first time I ever got on stage after semi-practicing that in my head for, a couple weeks or whatever, I got on stage downstairs in the original room, and I was so excited, like this adrenaline rush, that when I hit the stage, I completely blanked out and forgot. So I ended up just up there like, holy shit. I just totally forgot. Like, and I've been practicing for weeks about this one, and it turned into my very weird style that I still sort of keep very close to me. Really shown that night of just sort of like just rolling with it, but like acknowledging everything in the moment as it was happening. Like, man, I mean, I could have written about anything else as long as I remembered it. But it was just kept working, so it really just turned into like this game of timing. So it went well, even though there was, thank God, I forgot the material basically. It went well.
But I honestly think for the first, still for me, it's really not about like the written things. You can write very differently.
Right.
You know what I mean? I have friends who write out jokes to the word. Actually, say do not or don't, do not or don't, do not or don't. And
you find that
not at all how I work.
You find that out when you're on stage.
Yeah, but not some people work in a different way. You know.
That's creepy.
I just think it's fun.
Those
find out what you
people
think it's fun.
never gonna
Do it on
make it.
stage. You know.
My first joke was remember the Tempur-Pedic commercial where it showed like the kid jumping on one side of the bed and on the other side the wine. It's like that's why I bought it, because when I'm in bed with little children, I don't want them to steal it.
That's so really funny. I remember that. Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Was it little children? I thought it was old.
No, it's on one side was a guy going, and on the other side was a glass of wine, and he's just sitting in bed, and this kid's just jumping up and down.
That's funny. You should be like old people and children.
Yeah.
I like it both.
Both fun to
Your guys' first jokes were so much better. Wow.
Remember how scary the crowd open mics were?
Cool. That was every day.
We used to wait in line for us. Okay.
Hey, Jonathan Tomlin, everybody.
I used to want to be in a gang when I was younger. I had self-esteem issues, whatever, we all do. But I told my parents I'm gonna go join a gang. And I'm from the South, and my stepdad trying to tell a Southern black man you're gonna be in a gang is not a good idea, because they think they can beat anything. Be like, son, you want to be in a gang? Whoop my ass. So while my mom was trying to help him figure out what the fuck just happened, I took the car, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, I'm ready. So I go to my friend's house. And I'm like, hey man, I think I'm ready to be down with the set. And he's like, all right man, that's what's up. And everybody come outside. They're like, how did you get here? I was like, I took my parents' car. And then they were like, oh, sorry, homie. We're going to deny your street cred application right now. And I was like, why, man, why? He's like, well, you said parents. We'll tell you the rest in 7 to 10 business days once you feel better. That's it.
Very funny. Street cred. I get it.
I think there's a tighter way to say for the parent thing at the end. I almost think you took, because I feel like the crowd got what you meant. You're like, oh, my parents. I think there's just, you could say that with almost one line, oh, I'm sorry. This gang isn't for people with parents. We're supposed to be your parents. If you already have them, it just seems redundant.
Yeah.
And then I think there's almost a metaphor you can come up with for telling a Southern man something is like something like this. It's but that's it. Other than that, I love the premise of I wanted to be, and the way you say it too, because I had self-esteem issues.
That's sweet.
Yeah, you're
you're
I
adorable.
feel bad about myself. So I want to be in a gang. Oh shucks. It's a nice perspective. It's a really honest perspective. Because most people are like, I was tough. You want to fuck people up? You're like, nah, I felt kind of bad, so I want to be in a gang. That to me is nice. I think that's a really nice. I think that's just a nice premise, and I would almost say that you could go back to that, if you wanted to continue that as a premise. What other things can you do from having low self-esteem? Because also you come up on stage, you're a likable guy. You're not afraid to Sam, put it over here. I want to know what your low self-esteem is and why you have it and what it's made you do. That's what I find
it took me an hour and a half to get this job.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Whatever.
Do you think I just threw on this Jamaican jacket?
There were different choices I laid out. Pictures were taken.
I mean, I change my clothes 2-3 times a day.
Same.
Just fear. I want to know that about people. Yeah.
I thought it was really funny. I feel like when you can fill it out, compare the dad thing, and then when you say set.
Yeah, what is that?
What is that? You know what I mean?
Oh, I knew what that was.
Exactly. You could go, which is just like a gang of
What's
niggas.
that?
You know, like explain, have this moment
And
of explaining.
was there a thing about how you basically your stepdad was like, all right, fight me, and you knocked him out quick, right? So while your mom was figuring out what,
Yeah, so while she was trying to help him figure out.
that happened really quick, and I kind of feel like take a little bit more time with that. 'Cause that's pretty funny. It's more like, so while my mom was mopping up all his blood off the floor, I took his car.
Oh no, see, I don't think that. I think it was likable because I thought like his dad felt bad or something. I didn't understand, but I just thought it was like, all right, that went weird. I don't know why. Like I didn't understand that it was because he beat him up.
Yeah, he just knocked him out.
Like I don't think I want to hear about some dude beating his
Or, and I
dad.
think maybe if you knocked him out, you're like, to be fair, he was a small man. It's like,
yeah,
he has no business.
Yeah.
He had no business fighting.
He does have one leg.
Yeah.
You know, whatever.
God rest his soul, he died that day.
You killed him. Oh man.
Yeah, maybe you could just really hit the nail on the head and say, you know, he said that if I didn't, if I wanted to join a gang, I'd have to beat him up first. So then I beat the shit out of him.
Yeah.
I've never tried so hard at
Try it a
anything.
bunch of different ways and see which way it feels.
All those
right.
If I could apply the same fervor to which I beat him within an inch of his life to other things, I'd be a millionaire.
It felt like everything I've ever trained for.
Yeah, this is what we played for.
In that exact moment.
There was blood everywhere.
Yeah.
The next thing you know, my mom's trying to flip back over his wheelchair.
Yeah. Got so worked up I beat my mom near death.
Right.
And then they wouldn't let me in this fucking gang.
Do I get to hear this too, bitch?
I was like, I broke my parents' legs for this. Let me in. Let me in your set.
But it's really funny. Really funny stuff. Good start.
I think but you having self-esteem issues, wanting to get a game because of it is a fertile ground, so get more into that.
And then also, like, if they're denying your application, I guess there's room for, if they're saying, you know, we'll let you know, but they're like dismissing you. You could pitch the, come on, man, I beat up my stepdad for this.
Give me a chance.
Sound like losing.
I punched my mom.
I've
got what it takes. I'll punch everybody.
And then at the end you're like,
let me try.
Please. At the end you're like, well, can I get that headshot?
I've got it. I'm so good at punching moms. Let me in the gang.
I can't believe you hurt your family. Dang. But you know what they say? Blood's is thicker than water.
Did you try to join an actual game?
My brother actually. And I did.
Does that mean you automatically get in?
No.
That sucks.
Where are you from originally? You said the South. Atlanta.
Is your brother the one that was like, go get out of here, man?
Yeah.
That's nice.
So he was saving.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I think he's gonna kill me now.
I don't think they watch
You
YouTube.
just put him on.
Hey, it was nice talking to you, sir.
Get off stage and stop snitching.
Dance.
Nice job, man. Nice job. Give him a round.
Snitches get podcasts, homie.
Snitches get stitches.
Follow him on Twitter, J Sherlock T. Jonathan Tumlin's on a few episodes.
I like those diamonds he's got on his ears. They look cool.
Yeah, they do look cool.
I'm
Make
afraid
his
of where
teeth
this is
shiny,
going.
huh?
Yeah, that's good.
This is
Really twitchy over there. No?
I'm not down to go either.
You think piercing your ears is going to come back where we wear diamonds? Remember the little studs guys used to wear them both?
I mean, I don't know. I don't think so.
Right?
I mean,
I don't know that it completely left.
yeah, they never went.
Harrison Ford's been hanging in there for going on 30 years. Yeah, Harrison Ford's had a hoop forever. Eddie Pepitone has an earring.
He does. Oh, he still has a
So
piercing.
weird. You should get some hoop ear.
You should wear
You
diamonds.
should crush big old hoops. Everyone. Like hoops.
Fuck yeah, everybody.
Okay.
Well, let's move on to our final part of the show where we put up our two regulars. One more? Awesome.
How's everybody doing?
Everybody's having fun.
I feel like this is
Everybody's having a blast.
Kevin?
Sarah Wineshank, everybody.
What's up, everyone? I went to Ralph's. I felt very average in that moment. Ralph's is never my first choice in supermarkets. It's always Trader Joe's. But I went to Ralph's and I was listening to U2. Felt very average and shitty. And I thought to myself,
thought to myself, if shit doesn't work out, what am I gonna do? You know, and I'm listening to you too. I still haven't found what I'm looking for, guys. And it's playing, and I'm thinking, fuck, Sarah. If push comes to shove, you could be a children's book novelist. That's no one's first choice ever. No one's first dream is like, fuck yeah, I'm gonna write a book for children. Like, you guys, you will know that shit's not work out for me if you see my face, my headshot, on the cover of a book for children about a turtle that loses a tooth. That's like my
Powerful principle. Great. Shank.
So fucking true too, right? Like you wrote 8 pages. Like that's not even a paragraph.
It's like not hard.
Hi. How are you doing?
Good, how are
I
you?
thought that was really funny.
You guys know each other?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have mutual friends.
Yeah. We went to a picnic.
Cemetery.
Yeah, but I didn't have bangs then. Like I think I missed Coquito, not their bangs.
Yeah.
That is
Like,
such a girl. That is such a girl thing to relate. I mean, you saw me, but like I didn't have bangs. So, like it was completely different.
Yeah.
We're like, I don't know.
I like your rhythm. Like
Yeah.
rhythm is what gets it because I like just you know what I mean. I feel like that's what.
I mean,
that's
I
what it's
laughed
about.
at you going. I went to Ralph's.
I went to Ralph's.
Like,
Like I went to Ralph's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I felt like the YouTube stuff. I don't even think of the YouTube stuff. I don't think you need it. Like
I love it.
Like
I
think
love
it's,
that
I
YouTube
felt.
stuff.
I'm
gonna override
it.
I think that's so funny because you're like, where is she going with the YouTube thing? It made it.
Also,
you know you
the
too.
supermarket.
You have to really. For the people that know you too, I
The
can
only
tell
place.
that.
Yeah.
The only place
I
I
don't know
hear
you
you
too.
two is at Ralph. Like I don't
It's
hear
at
you two
Ralph's.
any other place.
Right,
anymore.
exactly. So it really means the
Which
picture.
Ralph's did you go to?
There's one on like I don't even know what fucking street.
All right, relax.
Sorry. Sorry. I think it's on the bridge. It's not a corner.
Yeah. It's rock and roll.
Also relax, Iron Patriots.
Everybody gets crazy.
That's funny though, because that's rock and roll Ralph's is open at all times.
No, rock and roll Ralph's is on Sunset, you guys. That is not rock and roll.
Yeah, it is. It's on the bridge. One block down from the bridge.
Yeah,
It's the closest La Brea.
Everyone's yelling about Ralph's for the last
Relax.
5 minutes.
Yeah. I get my cheeseburgers there.
The thing I thought was when you say a book for children, you're saying they're dumb, but I think it's funnier if you were like, it's not cool to write a book for people who can barely fucking read. Because that's what you're essentially saying.
Right.
And like, I think that's almost like a clear. Yeah, it's not hard. And then
Right.
your headshot would not be the cover of the book.
No,
It's the back flap.
Yeah, the top.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's a drawing
because
of you
the
as a
turtle.
cat.
The
You know what I
turtle
mean?
thing is
Yeah.
turtle thing is so funny
So
that I was like, that's not gonna. You would never root for the turtle if you're headshot.
Or maybe you have a black and white version of your picture at home by a plant in the back of the book. You know what I mean? Like you see by a windowsill.
Yeah, maybe you could dress because it's always like the picture of the authors are always in a turtleneck.
It's your like by a plant.
It's the same author picture you'd get with like a full-size novel, but it's a 12-page book about a turtle.
Yeah.
And the thing is, they're not called children's novels, though. I mean, you're thinking like a color, like a children's book.
Not a novel.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's funny if you say children's novel.
Yeah.
It's like, what is it about the journey of a turtle?
Yeah.
You know, like it's just like
Is it children's war and peace?
yeah. Oh,
It's
so
only
it's a
6
children's
pages.
tragedy. It's about
I'm the Tolstoy of children's 8-page shitty books about turtles.
Yeah, I really like your rhythm.
Tolstoy's
I've
an
never
author,
heard
you guys. You should look it up.
I haven't heard it.
When you say that you still haven't found what you're looking for, you're talking about like in life. You realize that at the grocery store, right?
Yeah. If I realize like I'm so average just going to Ralph's and
But what were you gonna buy?
Because it could work as a double banger.
Yeah, what are you gonna buy?
Yeah, what are you gonna buy?
What do you buy? You know what? Guess what? You're gonna go get sushi.
What's the U2 of food?
You know what I mean?
The big poster boards. You know where you have to do like a craft or something.
You got a 99 cents.
Yeah, you left with like a California roll. Like this.
You know the Hawaiian rolls? You know those Hawaiian rolls? The bread? Little 4-pack.
Oh yeah, Hawaiian bread.
I
You
just
used to not
bought a
be able to
4-pack
get
of
those.
Hawaiian bread.
The King's Hawaiian.
Delicious.
Yeah, rotisserie chicken. Yeah, I think
one rotisserie chicken.
Big Ralph's more of a rock bottom. Like, what did you do there? Did you get
What were you
lost?
wearing? What time of the day was it?
Maybe you're watching the roasted chicken going around in circles, like it's like just a, it's like this.
Oh yeah, maybe the music goes with the chicken.
Like it's like a funeral. You feel like you're attending a one-person funeral with a chicken and a roaster.
Yeah, I bought crisps with rice, so I didn't get Rice Krispies.
Really paint the picture because people sort of hold it.
Probably just add lobsters in the tank.
Yeah, they have those.
I've never seen those around.
You felt like one of the lobsters. You're like, I'm trapped here too, little buddy.
You bought all the ingredients. You bought all but one ingredient for brownies. You know, like you got all of it. You're like, I forgot the eggs.
I forgot the eggs.
Yeah.
But I can't go back. It's too sad.
It's too sad. The one block waffle.
There she goes, everybody. We're running out of time. That's
Great
Next
job,
Princess
Jack.
Jane. Very, very funny.
Love you with bangs now.
I love your bang.
Throw your bangs out.
Moving on to the final portion of the show, we have two lovely young ladies that have done 60 seconds for the last 23 weeks in a row. They're going to do that again for you here tonight. Put your hands together for Sarah Mostajabi, everybody.
Sarah Mostajabi.
I was recently called a slut this past week. I wish somebody would have fucking told me, because it's probably a lot cheaper to suck dick than it is to have hobbies. Actually, I'm pretty sure if sucking dick is your hobby, you actually make money. So I wish that was the case with me. Unfortunately, I tend to only date the people that don't pay any attention to me at all. Like, this guy has no respect for me. Maybe I can suck it out of him. But, you can thank my dad not hugging me enough for getting cum on my face and shit. Like, anal is only an option because my parents never paid attention to me. So, that's about it. Sorry, I haven't got a chance to work through a lot of this.
That's fun.
There's a lot of pain. There's a lot of pain there.
Yeah.
Suck
It out of him, and I wish I wrote it.
Yeah,
Suck it
that's
out of
great.
him.
Yeah,
The
suck
other
the respect out of
come on
him to
face,
banger.
too much,
Yeah.
even for me, yeah.
I was trying to figure a way to insinuate something like the only reason that I have the issues I have are related.
You can say that. You don't have to say it. Like, I'd say,
I like to just I got called a slut this week.
Yeah,
And then, but the
it was great.
sucking
It was
dick for
awesome. I
months.
wish I would have fucked a lot more people.
The female comic saying, "I wish I got paid for suck," that's
Yeah.
pretty common.
yeah.
That you've been wasting all this time sucking dick for
When you
free.
could've made money,
It's. I feel like I've heard it a lot.
Oh.
I feel like I may have written it for a female comedian.
Wasn't me.
It was not you. But I just think, because that's not the suck the respect out of it was good.
So funny. I think
Yeah, it's
about,
really good.
so I got called a slut today. I tend to only date guys that don't respect me. I think I could suck it out of him.
Like,
That's
I got
perfect.
called a slut today. I wish it was just from a car. It was from a guy I'm in love with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
then
so
go into the respect thing, and that's
Yeah.
super solid.
That's
and then
tight.
And then the thing, like, my parents didn't hold me enough, so I need, like, every stranger to. And you don't need to get as graphic with, like, to come in the face.
Right.
Even for me, it makes me like, ooh, and I say that stuff out loud. It makes me like,
Yeah, you let a stranger hold you. You're like, are you like that?
yeah,
Do you want to be?
yeah. Let me suck that respect out of you. You know, yeah. And
I'll
you can bring
suck
it back.
those, you keep offering it. Like, do you need me to suck the respect out of you?
Yeah.
Do you want me to suck the respect?
yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe there's something with that anal family thing too. Like maybe it's like love birds or
Yeah, love hurts. No
Love
fucking
her.
maybe if they're maybe if they would have looked. I don't know.
Love hurts. Love hurts. Ow!
Sorry, Daddy. Daddy, no, slower. Oh, I'm sorry. We're still in the air. Yeah, that's all really funny, Sarah. We're gonna keep bumping. We're running out of time. Great job. A brand new 60 seconds. Sarah Mostajabi. Follow her on Twitter at Sarah
And
Dresses.
Sarah Dresses. I do.
Oh, there you go.
So good lately. She's
Been on a strong run for like a 3 or 4
And
week
don't
run.
apologize for your shit.
I really wanted to know who her writer is. Brian. That's a Twitter call back.
Oh, okay. She's still.
Is anybody interested in writing
Still
for me?
getting her an
This is where I
opportunity
am.
every
Can
week.
anybody just write for me? Can you guys? Can we have a next week's episode? Everybody writes jokes for me. Because I'm done.
Yeah, I would love to be able to have somebody write me jokes.
Yeah. When does that happen?
Like watch me for a couple weeks, and then just be like, this material.
I'll pay anybody a lot of money. Tell me who wants to do it.
Yeah.
That's where I am.
Hey, let's just put it out there. I'll pay for a good joke. I'll pay $10 to do a joke.
Wow,
Well,
that's
you
pretty
get
good.
for a fucking joke.
Pretty good.
That's so bad.
I'll
That's
pay
so low.
$100. I'll pay $100
really
for one
terrible.
joke.
sure you're gonna get some great jokes.
That's what you get for a one-liner.
I think Mozilla already
Yeah,
has
you
a
get
package
$100
for
for
you.
like a late night
All right,
one.
what about $1,000?
You want a
good
bit? A
solid?
bit's $500.
What? Shut the fuck up, dude.
Sorry. Tony, what do you charge per page?
A lot of money. Like I'm out of control
Right,
right
we got
now.
4 minutes.
I'm like one of the hot writers in the city. Anyway, put your hands together for Kimberly Condon, everybody. I know.
What's going on, guys? Things are getting shitty, y'all. Life's getting bad. Like, bad things are happening, and I'm ready to turn it around. Like, I think that we all need to work together and stop these tragedies. First of all, I think as long as Asian women exist, there's never an excuse to molest little girls. Never. Like, because they're hairless, you know? Like, maybe we could start, like, a rent-a-center where you put a little Asian woman at the front door and she's wearing a Hello Kitty outfit and she does the whole to catch and predator, like, hurrah, I made cookies! And it'll be good. That's one of the things that bothers me. And, like, I'm getting to that age where my friends are having their second kids and they're not having 3D ultrasounds anymore. They're having 4D ultrasounds. And, like, isn't that just childbirth? You know? Like, what is 4D? I don't know. That's all I have. I'm working on that one.
Hell yeah, you are. Kimberly Condon. Yappity.
Don't like the Asian woman thing?
The voice, you cannot do that voice.
Can't say hurrah.
I mean, come on. Angela Johnson, everybody.
I don't even know that, but I'm sure she.
Well,
That's
without
what I
the
always
voice, do
think.
you think it's like anything?
How many Asian friends do you have?
Not that
You
many.
get one.
They don't
There's
sound
an Asian. Not that many, and a dwindler right there. Become friends with him for a week. You won't be able to do
This is the thing.
He doesn't want to hang out with her. He just saw her do the hurrah. Can't say hurrah.
I mean, come on. Angela Johnson, everybody.
I don't even know that, but I'm sure she.
Well,
That's
without
what I
the
always
voice, do you
think.
think it's like anything?
How many Asian friends do you have?
Not that
You
many.
get one.
They don't
There's
sound
an Asian. Not that many, and a dwindler right there. Become friends with him for a week. You won't be able to do
This is the thing.
He doesn't want to hang out with her. He just saw her do the hurrah thing that he hates.
Okay. Oh, okay. This is funny. Your voice, you have like this kind of high,
I like it.
You're talking about things that matter, like all these tragedies, y'all. Like, you have to talk about all these people dying, you guys. Yeah. That's what's funny.
That's
like,
hilarious.
Keystone Pipeline is actually a really dangerous environmental disaster.
Yeah, diamonds are gross, you guys. I actually don't buy diamonds because like so
It's
many
true,
black
because you're
children
totally
die
a
from it.
backbone of your entire
Yeah, that's like your character. It's really
Do you guys
funny.
even realize the level of pollution that comes from your lithium battery?
Yeah. That's like so. Just start with that. Just start with something like
There's
that.
like a
That's-
coltan crisis in Uganda
There
right
can
now.
always be a new
You
article
guys
that
think
you
you can
read.
recycle all your lotion bottles? You can.
Yeah, I kind of lean towards the like article.
Have you ever heard of the North Pacific Garbage Patch?
Yeah.
It's like
There's
the
like a
size
garbage
of
island, you guys.
And like I thought regular Texas was that kind of a plastic.
Yeah, it's really funny.
I was talking to this Asian guy, and he was like, "Oh, like, I couldn't even say what it was."
Yeah, I think it's funnier to play dumb rather than make a racist voice.
Wait, no, you like that more.
Wait, are we saying that she should do her whole entire act?
I think her voice. I think you should take that.
I don't think.
No, I think you should take notes of what's funny about that planet part of it and work on that.
Maybe start off like sometimes it's listening to myself. My voice, I don't like that. I feel like I'm just like this. Yeah, that's the voice. Everyone hates their own voice. So like when you hear your voice, like this is what I sound like in my head when I try to say something smart. What I sound like is this.
We're out of time. Thank you so much.
You're out of time.
At Kimberly Condon.
Yeah.
At Kim Condon on Twitter. At Kimberly Condon. She changed it and then she brought it back. What is it? Kimberly Condon. That's, as always, Condon, C-O-N-G-D-O-N. I'm going to Toronto all week. Jade, what's going on? What do you guys want to promote? Jade and Kevin.
I'm gonna be in New Orleans next week for the Hell Yes Festival and then at Gotham with Bobby Lee in New York.
Yeah.
The week after
I'm
that.
going to be in Austin and San Antonio, 23-24 with Whitney Cummings, and also watch me on Masters of Sex.
That's at Kevin Christie on Twitter. That's at the
G. Christie on Twitter.
Oh, wow. You weren't the first Kevin Christie. At the Jade Movie on Twitter. At Comic Patriot, Sarah Dresses,
Yeah.
Condon, I'm Tony Hinchcliffe, Brian.
I'll be in San Francisco at the Punchline with Dean Delray, November 20th, and in San Jose, a huge Death Squad show at the Improv, the San Jose Improv.
Yeah. Believe it or not, there's still Golden Pony t-shirts available at TonyHinchcliffe.com. They didn't sell out yet.
Like,
Bye,
they're
guys.
awesome.
Thanks.
Still takes me 5 minutes to get to the seat. Hi, everybody. Hi, everybody. Yeah, there you go. It's a real live audience, everyone. Kill Tony number 24. Are you guys excited or what? I was just in Toronto, Canada all week at the Dark Comedy Fest, and I had hundreds of people come up to me talking about Kill Tony, and it's so exciting. So thank you, Toronto, for an amazing week. Special shout out to Tyler and Stacy, this super Kill Tony couple.
Stacy?
That they know everything, and they get it. Wearing the Hinchcliffe shirt, sitting in the front row. They had me sign a Quentin Tarantino 8-disc fucking DVD set that was sweet. They get me. So, special shout out, first ever shout out. It took 24 episodes for me to say a stranger's name on the show. But Tyler and Stacy, that one's for you. I'm so glad to be back in LA. Flew for 8 hours today, which was a devastating blow. But then I got to go home and eat some delicious vegan food.
Here we go.
And
What was his name?
oh, you son of a bitch, Brian.
I'm sorry, I haven't been able to do this for a week. I missed it. You're not allowed to leave me anymore.
I know, and it's not the same without you, by the way. I'm like on this, I'm all trained to hang out with Red Band on the road now. We've been touring so much. So now I'm in Toronto by myself, which normally is fine, but now when like shows end and everybody leaves and I'm done talking to audience members, I still feel weird saying that I have fans. It's so creepy to me. I guess you work for it for years, and then when it happens, it's just you feel weird saying it because it sounds braggy or something.
Yeah.
Does it sound braggy? How does it feel when I say it? Anybody say anything right now?
Sounds like
does it? But you're saying no, so you said that and no. So you immediately shake your head no. So how does it really feel when I say it? Does it make sense? Anyway, who gives a shit? You guys... This microphone's fucking weird. Did you put something on this?
No.
It's like wet and weird.
Well, Josh probably did a mic check.
Oh, yeah.
Test.
I want Josh to be like an announcer of some kind. I wish we could just like... maybe... I don't know. We'll talk about it, but I think it'd be so funny if like he brought us up because he has a speech impediment, right? Welcome to another episode 24 of Kill Tony. Josh, come up here real quick. Put your hands together for associate producer of the show. He's been with us since episode 1. Josh, give me an example of how you would announce us if you just stood there in the beginning while we came in behind you. Just fucking do it.
Chat. 1, 2, chat.
Okay.
I would do that first.
Give the announcement.
Welcome everyone to Kill Tony episode 24. And then that's when you clap.
Okay, so then you would say our names.
Do I have to say his name though?
Yes, you have to say his name. Josh has a little trouble with ours.
I want you to say my correct German name, not my big stage fag name.
Yeah, he has trouble with L's too.
Weichel sounds Jewish. I like that.
Weichel. Ryan Weichel. Jesus Christ is here in the back of the room.
Oh, yeah.
How dare you not announce the resurrection?
Give up for the resurrection and the Lord and Jesus Christ.
Oh, yeah.
Fuck yeah. All right, Josh. Go make sure everything works out. Josh needs to That's Josh's fucking intro and outro music.
And he didn't even announce that famous adult film star Missy Martinez is in the front row.
What? I was wondering what this awesomeness was. I'm like, this is just too good to be true. But now it all makes sense. Welcome to the show. Thanks for coming up. Fuck yeah. Looking great. And as always, how dare we not mention our head of security, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together for the one and only Iron Patriot. Making sure. Wow. Stronger than ever.
It's great to be here with you on Veterans Day, Tom.
Oh, yes.
It was on the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month that railroads won in. And that's why we do it on November 11th for Veterans Day. And this holiday is celebrated as Armistice Day in Europe. And in Canada, it's Remembrance Day. Also, in the other Commonwealth nations, too, it's Remembrance Day. But this is a very important day, Tom.
I can tell because your hand's shaking.
Yeah, you're twitching like crazy.
Josh!
Oh, Josh, you gotta fix his hat. His hat fell off. Put your hands together for Josh Martin again. For some reason, the Patriot's wearing a
mailman, but they also wore it in military. I'm doing myself mailman.
Well, it looks like a plastic fedora to me.
Yeah, it's kind of small. I wish I had a bigger one, but I had to do the best I could. Tony, there's something I want to talk to you about.
What is it?
Saturday night, I noticed there was a tweet from my good friend, Rabbi. And he said that he was opening up for you and Brody.
Yes.
In a comedy show.
Yes.
Now, that is the guy I was telling you about that 5 years ago when the military guy attacked me in my old Iron Man and knocked me down. He's the guy that chased down the guy and got the cops involved, and then I ended up getting $1,000. But I owe him a lot. He's a very, I don't know if he taught me.
I don't remember that story. I did not talk to him about you.
Did you talk to him at all, though? Did you meet him?
Yes, he was unbearable.
Yeah, he likes this thing.
I mean, this guy was unbearable. I was looking forward to this Saturday show that I had with Brody Stevens. I did a comedy festival, so you have different shows every night. And one night was a podcast, me and Mike Lawrence from New York, very funny comedian. If you're not following him, at Mike Lawrence on Twitter, got to make friends with him this week. But he doesn't drink and smoke, you know what I mean? So I was missing my fucking little munchkin here. But Mike Lawrence and I had a great time. We interviewed the Iron Patriot. We just had to sit down, the three of us, for a podcast that ended up not getting recorded because there was nobody there to record. So I did the podcast on Tuesday, then we did a chic roast on Wednesday with Gilbert and everybody, and then another chic roast on Thursday just outside of Toronto. And then Friday, or whatever it was, I finally got to do stand-up again. Having 3 nights off of doing stand-up for me is like crazy, even though I was roasting and doing podcasts or whatever. I mean, every Monday, even after this show, I go right downstairs and do a spot and get it out of my system. But anyway, so I finally was there to do stand-up, and then I go to the green room. Brody went to get a Red Bull, so I'm excited to be back at this awesome club, the Comedy Underground, also known as Clandestiny in Toronto. And I get in the green room, so excited, and then that guy starts annoying the dog shit out of me. I mean, Toronto Batman, so he comes here and he dresses like Batman sometimes.
He sometimes stays in character, and he can kind of confuse you.
He was unbearable.
But see, this is what happened. See, when I met him 5 years ago, he was just down the boulevard like me.
Yes.
But a year and a half ago, he made this video called Batman's Night Out that has like 2 million views.
Yeah, he told me about it. When I asked him what his name was, his response was, I have viral videos on YouTube. So when I say this guy was unbearable, just know that that's what I'm talking about. Like, I'm talking unfucking bearable. He did a decent job on stage, but then Brody met him, and he burnt a bridge with Brody immediately. Like, this is the kind, I mean, when I say unbearable, I mean unfucking bearable. The first thing he did with Brody, Brody's like, hey, hello, nice to meet you, yes. Oh, you're opening? Okay, nice to meet you. He's like, yeah, let's do a Vine. He already had his Vine out while he was meeting Brody.
Stop it. Not happening. That's not how you introduce yourself. You don't just start Vining me. Who are you? How dare you?
So it was like I heard that from, I was just outside the green room door and I started hearing Brody furious. So I'm like, what the fuck's going on? Tony, get this guy away from me. After I had all that shit with him. So this is your friend in Toronto. The one unbearable fucking human being.
Could have been there. I probably could have settled everyone down because he is a good guy. He really is.
Well, hopefully we'll take Kill Tony to Toronto. I mean, so many fucking people were talking with me about it. And I told them all, that's always part of what I say is I refuse to take Kill Tony on the road without you, Patriots. So
Yes, I'm looking forward to some road trips.
Fuck yeah.
All right, so what's the song that you sent us?
This is Mailman. They did the video of this. I know you guys have heard the song, but
no, we haven't. What are you talking about?
I think this is one of his first ones.
well, I mean, this was played. The video was played before, but this is a different recording of the song that was done 2 years later. This is a little bit more clean.
Now, I always notice you've been sending in a song every week now, pretty much. And I have no idea why. But I always notice that these songs have your actual voice in the recording, and then you sort of sing with it with your robot voice. But they really sound the same.
Yeah, because to me, well, it's like I said.
That's simple math.
Well, thanks a lot, Patriot.
You know, I guess I could have made karaoke versions out of them and took the vocals off, but there's all these neat background vocals that kind of make it bigger, so I just decided to go that way.
Let's fucking do it. And you know, how long is this one?
3:30.
As long as Red Band wants to do it.
Well, I mean, will you signal to us at the end when it's enough? I mean, not 3. We can't do 3:33 because every time you do one of these songs, at about 1 minute 20 seconds, I start making a noose out of the extra wiring over here. It's fucking. It's always like the same. All the verses are the same, and there's like 7 of the same choruses. So 3 minutes and 33 seconds. It's not like it's fucking Pink Floyd where you can sit there and listen to it.
Dirty Crowd is better than Crash Test Dummy.
I swear to God, you ever say that again, I will break my hand on your suit. Yeah. I don't know about that. I don't know if Dirty Crabber beat the Crash Test Dummies, who won a fucking Grammy, by the way, Patriots. So why don't you just slow your roll?
They only got one. I got a lot of them.
What did he say?
I got a lot of them. Hey, come on.
Do you see my plastic fedora?
All right, so let's hear this. Yeah, let's see if this is better than the Crash Test Dummies.
Yeah.
Everything is so much better when I do it right. I'm working out in every weather. I'm blowing like a kite. I'm rolling up my mail truck. That's how I do it right. I'm coming to your neighborhood. I'm gonna get your eyes so high. Rain, sleet, or snow. The mailman rain, sleet, or snow. Rain, sleet, or snow. The mailman rain, sleet, or snow.
That's only 50 seconds, by the way.
I got a first class letter. I'm pulling secret tight. I put it in your mailbox. That's how I do it right. I'm loading up my mail truck.